Adler's Retouching and Creative Photoshop Techniques. I'm Bill Lee, along with my co-host partner, Kenna Klosterman.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for your patience there.
Yeah, so we've had a information-packed first 2 days, and we're going to get some more of that today, so get your brains tuned. Lindsay, how are you doing today?
I'm great. Good morning. How are you?
Oh, very well. I hear we have a special birthday today.
Yep. Today is my dad's birthday. Happy birthday, Dad.
Happy birthday.
Yay. Happy birthday, Lindsay's dad.
The guy that I retouched on day one.
That's
Sorry,
right.
Dad. Love you.
Well, that was good.
Does he have that picture wrapped around his face now as he walks around the street?
He had it a long time as his Facebook profile picture. I probably should update.
All right, so we're just going to do a really quick little banter. Let us know in the chat rooms if you can hear us now. And we're just going to introduce our students and go around the room, tell us your name again, where you're joining us from. And since we've run out of time for what we were going to banter about, so just introduce yourselves for us.
My name is David Dean. I'm a portrait photographer from Tacoma, Washington. My Twitter handle is David Dean Photo, Facebook David Dean Photographer, and my website is davidshopme.com.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shiloh Bradley, and I'm from Idaho. And my website is shilohbradley.com, and Facebook is Shiloh Bradley Photography, and Twitter is @ShilohBradley.
Hi, my name is Jessica, and my website is jldimagery.com, Twitter, jldimagery. Just look up JLD Imagery.
Hi, I'm Melissa Kelly from Wichita, Kansas. My website is melissakellyimagery.com, and my Twitter handle is Mel D. Kelly.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Foles, and I'm from Monroe, Washington, and my website is jenniferfolesphotography.com, and my Twitter is @JenFoles.
Great. All right. So just a quick reminder for you that we have our contest, our Facebook contest, where you can win a Sigma 50mm 1.4 lens. You have to get your images in before 11 o'clock a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's less than 2 hours. Go to our Facebook page and click on the contest icon and get more details and send those pictures in.
All right, very cool. So with that, we're just going to take you through a quick introduction of how to watch today's class, how to ask questions and chat, and how to purchase the course videos. One place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com/live. You can take us on the go on your iPhone, Android device, or iPad. Let's take a look at what the live page looks like. Wanted to let you know that if you have a slower internet speed, you can manually control what the resolution of your video quality is. So the way that you do that is go on down to the right-hand corner of the screen. There's a Ustream button. Hover over that, click on that. Select the resolution that you would like, and then that resolution changes. We invite you to join the chat room today. This is the best place for you guys to not only interact with Lindsay and ask her questions, but also to interact with each other and learn from each other. So let's take a look at what that looks like. If you go up to the left-hand corner, the left-hand tab, there is the Creative Live tab, and this is the chat room for you to have your on-topic conversations with each other. So have a dialogue, ask questions, do that for each other there in the Live tab. Secondly is the Creative Cues tab, and this is where you drop in your questions for Lindsay. When you drop them there, that helps us pass them along to Lindsay, and the folks back behind the scenes who are moderating the chat rooms can just pick those out and pass them along. So cues only in the cues. And thirdly, we have the Creative Lounge. Here is the chat room for you to talk about what you wore for Halloween last night, and whatever you would like that's for your off-topic conversations, go on there and have fun and keep it friendly. So in addition to the chat room, you can also ask your questions on Facebook or on Twitter. And so on our Facebook page is where you would do that. Give us a like if you have not already. And on Twitter, we are using the hashtag Adler Live. That's ADLER Live. The way that Creative Live works is that we broadcast live events, live workshops, multiple day workshops for free, and we try to reach as many people around the world as we can during these live events. If you like what you see, we've had a ton of people who have loved what they've seen over the past couple of days and have purchased this course, and we are happy to hear that, happy to hear that this is something that you'll need to watch over and over. So When you purchase the course, it's $149 for all 3 days. You get the videos, and we have some extra bonuses. We'll talk through those later. But you can download those videos onto your computer at home. You can put the low-res versions on your mobile devices, take those with you. And you can also stream on the Creative Live website directly when you're logged into your account. But today is the day. Today is the last day that you can get this workshop for only $99. So if you know you're going to do that, go ahead and do that right now. You can download the additional notes and checklists that Lindsay has provided. Let's take a look at the course page and how to do that. So you click on the icons. It takes you over to Lindsay's course page. Feel free to still enroll for the course. You'll get emails with some links and reminders of the rewatch, which will happen shortly after the live event ends today. Next to that is where you can purchase the class, again, directly from that class page. Buy Now button. You'll see on the bottom of the screen the countdown timer that lets you know how many hours you have left until the price goes up to $149.
Less than 12 hours to go.
Less than 12 hours, all right. So again, this is the last day that it is free, so please let your social networks know. You can do that directly from this page here, and it auto-populates the information, but spread the word. The more, the merrier. And so the included with the course purchase, with the videos, is the bonus materials. And Lindsay's bonus materials today are her keyboard shortcuts. I think our top 50 keyboard shortcuts for Photoshop, as well as then her retouching checklist. And if you've been with us, this takes you through all the steps when Lindsay looks at an image and starts out, where does she analyze, and what order does she go through? So incredibly valuable tool to have alongside with you while you are retouching yourself. And so scroll down the page, you'll see all of those course videos that are up on the screen. We turn those around as quickly as possible so that you can start downloading when you purchase and watch the parts that you may have missed or rewatch those segments that you're looking for. So we are doing a Twitter and Facebook quote contest today. Lots of contests today in addition to that photo contest. The way that you can enter that is by going to our Facebook page, clicking on that CL quote contest icon. That opens up a screen for you. You're going to pick out your favorite Lindsay Adler quote or tip. Enter the information and enter your tip in there. You can enter once per hour. I just found out from Kate this morning that we are giving away live books websites, I think 2 today as well. So
very nice. Very
exciting prizes. And the second way that you can enter is on Twitter. Just pick out your favorite quote or tip. Tweet it out. You just have to include the URL for this course. That is how we search for those tweets. So tweet away, play to win. And finally, we are hiring here at Creative Live. If you love what we do here, we would love to hear from you. We're hiring in Seattle and San Francisco. So head on over to the creativelive.com/jobs page and check out all of the opportunities that we have open right now as we are rapidly growing our team here. So we look forward to hearing from you. And with that, Ms. Lindsay Adler, over to you.
Excellent. All right, so I'm going to give you a rundown of what we're going to do today, and I'll tell you it's also kind of miscellaneous, so not necessarily themed for a lot of the things I'll be teaching. I'm going to start off with some compositing and want to explain what are composites, what are they all about, and what do you need to know in Photoshop to do it. I will tell you I'm not a painter or an artist other than through my photography, and so when I first saw composites, I thought that there's no way that I could possibly do them. And if you break it down, it actually can be kind of simple if you approach it like a formula. So we'll talk about compositing. I'm going to cover some commonly encountered problems, so when the background needs to be extended, and then also how I photograph and retouch African American skin. What's the difference between Caucasian and darker skin for retouching? Also converting to black tips and tricks. So a whole bunch of different things like that, and then we'll get into plugins. And then kind of to split it up, I'll also be showing you, okay, here's a cool shoot where I knew what I was going to do in Photoshop before I shot it. And so it might not necessarily apply up front, but it's about a thought process of how Photoshop can play an important role in the end photograph. And for those of you who are watching live, on Saturday is when I'll have many of the images that I retouch. I'll have the full resolution layered PDFs or PSDs available for download if you purchase the course. So that'll be in just a couple days. I want to make sure that all the layers are labeled and organized so when you're looking at it, it makes some kind of sense. All right. Anything else? Get started? Okay, perfect. I did want to start, for people that watched yesterday, if you saw our zombie George, we photographed George as a zombie because 350 of you tweeted or retweeted, so we were able to get him out there in makeup. And just real quick for this photo, I put it up there because I used a couple techniques that we learned yesterday. So for his skin, I did frequency separation to smooth out the skin that wasn't boiled and bleeding, the regular skin. Then I pulled out the reds and yellows in his skin, like we did for the porcelain skin effect, because that's going to give him very pale, deathly skin tones. I added a grunge texture that I just found online, added that, and then also did a colorize with less opacity to give it kind of that grungy brown tone as an overlay. So if you watched yesterday, that's more or less several of the different things we covered, but into a Zombie George retouch. All right, so I'm going to get started by talking about composites. And how I think about composites is basically, okay, you're putting more than one image together at a time. And the composites that are incredibly popular nowadays are the ones where somebody's photographed in the studio and then put into a different background. And there are plenty of people where this is absolutely their specialty. I'm going to show you a composite that, recently I was hired to shoot a band. This band is guitars and bandanas. And they hired me. This guy is a 5-time Grammy-winning songwriter, singer. He's an awesome guy. And so we shot in the studio, and he had several different band members, and then it's composited together in the end for an album cover. Or this could be used as the poster that they sell. So you're taking an image that's in the studio and combining it with an entirely separate environment. So we're actually going to use a photograph that I took yesterday of Mike to do this composite. And before I get into anything, if you didn't watch yesterday about the lighting, I am going to make sure I explain what you need. So let's grab that picture of Mike first and foremost. I'm going to grab, let's see, I'm going to flip between which two I want. Let's grab that one. All right. So looking at this photograph, there are a million different ways you can composite. You don't need to light things all the same way, but a very, very common compositing technique for lighting is one main light in the front, in this case it's a beauty dish, lighting his outfit, lighting his face. And then 2 rim lights from the back. So you can see there's a rim light on this side of the helmet and his jacket, and then also another one from the right-hand side. And what you're trying to do is the lighting that you do in the studio, you'd want it to ideally mimic what the surrounding or environment he's going to be put into looks like. But sometimes you don't know, right? Maybe you want to shoot it and you're going to composite it later. So when you shoot with this, where you have multiple highlights, it allows you to fake light sources in your scene, because you could actually paint in, stick a light in the corner, make it look like light is casting onto the subject, and it makes it more believable. It's how you trick your brain. So this is a very, very common lighting setup, super simple. You could shoot on green screen if you wanted to, but honestly, it's not really necessary. If you have a neutral gray, that'll be fine. The reason you want to shoot gray is if you shoot white and see that highlight on the side of his face or on the side of the helmet, if he's on white, it's harder to cut it out because that highlight might blend in with the background. Same thing, if you shoot it on black and maybe part of the jacket falls to shadow where it's in black, also hard to cut out. Most people don't have green screen, so it's really not necessary. Something like this will be fine. So looking at this photo, I actually tweaked it a little bit. Here's where it started out as, roughly around there. And I was looking, and I know that I'm going to composite on a background that has kind of that HDR feel. The reason that we do this, the reason that it's so common for composite photography is that since it's HDR, your mind already knows that it's not completely real. So you're more forgiving of, okay, maybe the light's not completely realistic and the edit isn't perfect. When your brain is already processing that the environment isn't real, then you're much more forgiving. You know it's supposed to be an illustration versus completely photorealistic. So I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit of that HDR feel to this photograph. And so I'm going to pump up the shadows, in other words, bring light back into the jacket. Now, I know that later on, I can always darken down areas, but it's really hard to take areas that are too bright, overexposed and darken them down. But if I just do this, kind of lighten up and so I can see detail in his jacket, I can always make it darker later on. I can increase clarity a little bit. We talked about clarity being contrast in the midtones. And honestly, that looks pretty good. That's a good starting place. So I'm going to open it up. And so far we talked about a couple different techniques for cutting people out from backgrounds. You can use a pen tool if you wanted to trace. You also have your magic wand tool or your quick selection brush, so I can select a background around a subject. There are also ways to do selections, which is much more complicated. It's kind of different Photoshop class, but where you would select a channel with the most contrast and you burn and dodge around the edges, and then you load that channel as a selection. A little bit more complicated. So today is the first day that besides portraiture, I've talked about portraiture as a plugin, but today's the first day I'm going to address any plugins. And for me, because I am a working professional, sometimes plugins, they make my job easier, and time is money. And so it is worth it. I want you guys to all know it is absolutely not required to have any retouching plugins, any Photoshop plugins to make beautiful images. And a lot of Photoshop artists don't use plugins, they do it by hand. So it depends on what you're comfortable with. This is going to be the first plugin I introduce to you, and I'm going to show you On1 Perfect Mask. And so this program is a program that helps you quickly and simply make masks of subjects, basically cut them out from backgrounds. One other thing that I wanted to mention, I'm going to show you a sample in a few minutes of another composite. If anybody absolutely, positively hates cutting things out of backgrounds, me, I hate it. There's a company, and I believe it's in Thailand, and I upload my photos to them, and they cut it out for me for like $3 to $5 a piece. Hair, clothing detail, like really intricate, and it's perfect. The name of the company is Asian Clipping Paths. So Asian Clipping and then P-A-T-H-S. And basically you upload your files, and they have a very large team there, at least that's what the website makes it look like. And they return the files to you with the clipping path within 24 hours, like every time it's turned around. So the guitars and bandanas shoot, for example, I didn't want to have to cut those out. So I sent off the files. I sent them about 30 files because I didn't know what I wanted. They cut it out, sent it back to me within 24 hours, and they charged me like $4 a photo. So if you'd rather go that route, absolutely do. But for this plugin, I'm not exactly sure what the retail price is, but if you learn how to use it, it would pay for itself eventually instead of having to outsource things. It's whatever you're comfortable with. So I'm going to go up here to Automate, and the tool that we want is Perfect Mask. And again, that's for On1. And this is processor intensive, kind of all of these plugins are. So if anything takes a while to think, they just are. That's how they work. And so what this plugin lets you do is basically you say what belongs and what doesn't belong in your selection. So I can go ahead and say, okay, the gray that I see there, I want dropped. I don't want gray, a gray background. So I can select gray and say, okay, that needs to go. I can then go ahead and say, okay, the browns in his jacket, and then also around his pants and around his helmet. I do want that. Okay, so this is the first time they've installed it. Let me just click through this real quick. Okay, perfect. So I can say, all right, I do want to keep certain details in the jacket, and then I can trace around the body. So this tool, for example, let's see. All right, keep and drop brush. This is 7, I believe, which is this one. This is their newest. They just came out with, like, yesterday, their newest. So this is 6. A couple days ago, they came out with 7. And what you can do is you can select different areas, and it will process for you and basically say, okay, you selected that area. I'm going to put it on, let's pick dark. Let's see. Can we take a real quick break? Do you guys have 7? Because that's the newest one, and it did totally change, so it won't be relevant anymore.
All right, let's see if our boys.
I can still use this, but for later on.
We do not have 7. Is it possible to get 7?
Just for later, if you guys can do that.
Okay.
because it did change a lot, so I just want to make sure that later it makes sense.
Okay. Well, if it just came
Okay.
out, maybe a lot of people don't have 7 yet too. So
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
Let's try this again
keep you
because it
posted.
works differently.
Okay.
All right, let's do this. Okay, so let me let it think. All right, so what I did is I grabbed the second tool down, which is the eraser tool, which the tool that they call it is the drop tool, so you're dropping pixels that you don't want. All I did is click and drag on the gray background and look at it. I mean, it's really close. Down here in the bottom left where it says dark, I told it basically, what do you want me to show you for showing you that the background's been cut out? And so when I hit dark, that's why that background goes dark. Makes sense. Okay. So the next thing that I want to do is, well, that looks pretty awesome. I mean, that's all I really had to do. I'm going to zoom in. And what you can do is you can check along the edges here. And there's a tool that looks like basically like a garbage bin. And I can trace the edge. And I'm telling that it's a defined edge. And what it'll do is you can keep tracing it, and it will kind of say, okay, well, did you want more of that background or less? And it's basically a refine tool. So you can trace that. Another tool that you might use is the one right here. It looks like a chisel. And wherever you trace, it will chisel in at that selection. So I don't know if you guys have ever done a selection where you just see a tiny white halo. All you have to do is you grab that chisel tool, make it a small brush, and wherever I grab, it actually chisels in. It's kind of cutting into that selection. You have a couple different options here. See how it says hardness? If I want that to be a sharp line, then I can make the hardness, I can increase the hardness. But a lot of times a really sharp edge, you notice it. It's much more visible to the eye. So you kind of want to back off and maybe make it a little softer. I'm going to do something a little bit in between, and then I've got to chisel them out. How much am I chiseling over? So I could kind of trace it. So you have all of those tools. All right, so the next thing that I can do as well, let me just zoom out and see where the problem areas were. I mean, basically this could just be chiseling and then also the refine edge, and it should take care of most of the problems. Let's see how my refine edge works here. So it's actually working opposite of how I want. Another tool that you can use as well is that selecting colors. I'm going to go through that in detail later for when I do the porcelain skin. What do you do if you have porcelain skin and then hair that's red that overlaps the skin? How do you make a selection of that hair? So I'm going to show you how to do all those color adjustments a little bit more advanced later. So if I'm looking around this, honestly, for this composite, it's going to be enough. Maybe I would need to drop this right here. And I just grab my drop brush again, go over it, and it should process to drop it out. And you can just trace things, add it back in, whatnot. So it does a good job. So that's a basic one. We'll do much more advanced later. I am going to hit apply, and it's going to create a mask for me. All right, so I have my mask there. Looks nice. That's what I said. The gray, super simple. As long as he's not wearing a gray shirt, it's going to be fine. If you want to get in, spend a lot of time, you can keep chiseling and making selections. So I'm going to save that onto my desktop. And let me just call it Mike, because it's Mike. All right, we're going to save that for now. All right, the next tool that I'm going to open up is for my background. And I need to put together something to composite him onto. And so we've already talked about the lighting that you're looking for here. 2 rim lights, 1 main light. Okay, when you're looking for your environment, ideally you don't want an environment that's flat lit because then it can't fake the light. Ideally you have some backlight coming through, light spilling, maybe multiple windows, something like that where there are light sources. Or if it's an urban scene, maybe there are lamp posts that could fake to be light sources. So the example that I'm going to use, I picked honestly, a very typical HDR scene. I don't tell anyone this, but I snuck into a building that had been closed because of a flood. And I got some cool HDR pictures, or I got some cool shots. And so this is roughly what the building looked like. It used to be a country club before it was flooded.
I like how you say, don't tell anybody this, as
Right.
you tell tens of thousands of people.
Don't tell anybody that it matters to.
Okay.
I don't think anybody cares. It's been closed a while. Although, truthfully, I'm walking through it, and then I like look and I'm like, oh, I think that's asbestos. So I'm like, I need to leave. But I don't do much HDR photography. If you look at my portfolio, there's hardly any. And so I knew that I wanted to get some HDR plates so that I could have these available to me. So this is what I wanted to work with. If you guys don't have a plugin, there's HDR kind of built into Photoshop. It's not built into Elements, and it depends on how far you go back into Photoshop. Really, it's only been good since CS5, but like truly good since CS5. It was okay in CS4. It's very good in CS6. So just so you know, if you try it. There's a bunch of different plugins. I've tried several. Since HDR is not my thing, I'm not passionate about it. I just want a plugin that does a good job for me, and so I don't have to stress out and spend a ton of time. So the plugin that I use is Nick's HDR plugin. The thing that's good about this is if you guys are familiar with Nick, it's the same interface, so it's just like using another Adobe product. So you know basically what the different tools do. So I am going to go over here, and this is the panel for Nick software. You can also access under Filter, Nick software, and access it there. I'm going to open up and do HDR FX Pro. And when it says merge multiple images, that's if you went ahead and shot the scene like an HDR. So to shoot a scene like an HDR, you shoot some images underexposed, some images overexposed, and then some correctly exposed. So usually you do something like -3 stops, -2, -1, 0, +1, +2, +3. I mean, that would give you a huge tonal range. And then you can compress them. But let's say you have a background that you're like, wow, that would be really cool for HDR, but I didn't shoot an HDR of it. That's what this tone mapping single image means. It will not work basically at all if you have a JPEG image. There isn't enough information there. But if you do have a RAW image, 16-bit RAW, you can open it up in HDR Pro and pull out a lot of that detail. So I'm going to take a couple images and merge them in HDR FX Pro. And again, this will take a bit of time, it thinks. So just warning you all. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go into my composites, select some backgrounds, and let's select that one. Let me see. All right, so I got that one. This one is, so I'm just going to select 4 images, and I'm going to go ahead and open it, merge it, let it do its thing. And so it'll think. And what's cool is it's going to give me the dialog boxes. If you guys have used Nick software, they have something called control points. And what I can do, if you've maybe tried Viveza, is you add a control point and you can say, okay, I have certain changes that I want to apply just to this point and areas around it. And so it'll let you maybe increase the exposure or increase the contrast or something like that. So this is opened up in Nick FX Pro 2. This is the HDR. And they have a couple presets that you can do as well. But basically you're looking and you're saying, okay, alignment, basically making sure everything's lined up right away. If you were shooting on a tripod, it should be okay, but it will line it up for you. Ghost reduction, if there's somebody moving in the scene or something, leaves on trees or water or anything, it cuts that down so that it doesn't look like a blur. Chromatic aberrations, if you are shooting something really, really overexposed, sometimes, depending on the lens, you'll actually start to see haloing around areas of high contrast. So you can make it so it reduces that and change it. But honestly, I think everything looks good. You can just drag your exposure up a little bit to the right if I want to pull a little bit brighter of an exposure. It's just really, really basic changes. So I'm going to create the HDR, and this is going to bring it up in a Nick dialog that you'd be familiar with. And what I find really useful are the presets. On the left-hand side, it's going to say like HDR with a lot of detail, more subtle, more natural. It gives you kind of 8 or 10 different presets. You can also make your own. So if you shoot a scene and you know what looks good in general, you can save it as a preset, go back and click. So here's the first one that it gives me. Looks pretty good. If you're looking, I have detail in the highlights back here and also detail in the shadows. I'm going to check out and see, okay, so here's what surreal looks like. And I think it's intense, maybe a little bit too much, but you can click around and see what's appropriate. I usually just take a look, honestly, and tweak it from there. I think I'll probably do this really intense dramatic one and then back off a little bit. Okay, cool. All right, so what I can do as well is I can open up with my control points. All right, so here's how the control points work. If I click a control point on a screen, it has, like, let's just say I'm selected here. It has all of these different options. It says exposure, contrast, saturation, structure. You can open it down. Black point, white point, so on and so forth. When I drag those points back and forth, it's going to just affect where this control point is set. So the easiest way to show you is if I click here, if you see this where it says control point right under where you see a mask, it's showing me where this circle is affecting. Okay, so right now it's just affecting that wall. If I drag this tool next to the point, the control point left or right, it expands or contracts that selection. And it does a selection just based on what is similar in the area. So what's really nice is, let's say that this is another way to change that red dress into a different color. Maybe there's lots of red in a scene, like there's a ton of red. It's a red dress, but there's a red car and whatever, and you want to change just that dress. You can put a control point, make the dress lighter or darker, whereas if we were in Photoshop and we were going in, like we've done before, into the hue saturation, into the channels and change to red, we have to go mask everything off. So this allows us to make a selection. So I'm grabbing next to this control point, and I can increase it or decrease it. I have my exposure, I can make it lighter or darker. I'm going to turn off the mask now that I've seen where it's affecting, so I can actually see what it's doing to the image. So I'm going to back off, and I'm going to come over here to structure, and I can increase structure or decrease structure. So when I drag it to the left, see how it got even more detailed? I can drag it to the right and kind of back off of that detail. So you can do that. If you hold the Option or Alt key on your keyboard and grab onto that point, it duplicates it, and it will duplicate all the exact settings. So if you notice, I was kind of missing the upper part of the wall here. If I click on Option or Alt and drag it, and I'm going to hit those two masks on, now it's giving me pretty much all of my wall. So it lets me make selections without having to make selections, and I don't have to go in and paint things on a mask. So that works well. All right, so I can click around. You guys get that idea. I'm going to turn off the masks. Turn it off. Okay, good. And so that's basically it. Let me just see if you have any questions here. Does that make sense as far as how control points work, dragging things? And if I think this exposure is too light in the corner, I can drag it down. And if I think that this exposure needs to be increased, I can drag it to the left, and it's a nice tool. Okay. Good for internet people as well?
Yeah, I'm just looking through to see. Go ahead.
This is probably the closest. Excuse me.
So a question from Noel, who's saying, I'm having a hard time deciding about the correct exposure and white balance. Is it just your taste, or do you have a method?
Sure. It is totally taste, because this is fake anyway. So I'm going to actually mess with the color after the fact. But what I will tell you is my personal taste when I look at this picture. All right, so I showed you how to use the control points, and I can drag around, lighten things up, darken them down. My personal taste is that is way too much detail. That's going to be way too much. And so while control points are localized changes, anything over here where it says tone, compression, tonality, and color, I can make global changes to the entire picture. So I want to come up to my tone compression, and I honestly, you can drag things around, but one of the things I'm noticing under HDR method is there's too much detail. So I can back off of it. And so I'll probably put something around there. That looks good to me. Drama, it's another way to do detail. I'm probably going to leave my photo, I'm going to leave it there. Okay, I'm just going to make the decision, say it looks good, close this, close my loop, and it's going to apply that effect.
We have a question from Fashion TV from Singapore. If you're shooting, so probably a little more insight, I think you talked about this a little bit, but if we're shooting for composites and retouching a composite, what are the steps you ensure that overlapping elements don't look cut and pasted? And how do you remove telltale signs?
Definitely. All right, so here are the 3 ways, I'm going to give you kind of 1, 2, 3, to make a composite look believable. And I will tell you that, I mean, compositing is not necessarily the thing that I spend all my time on. So I just figured out those key things I have to do to trick people, basically. The first thing to do is fake the light. So if you can fake the light so that it matches, that's one way to trick people. matching light sources. So I have highlights coming at him from behind. And so it's good because I can have a light source from behind him. So I can kind of fake that that back highlight was from the light behind. All right, that's one way. The next thing is contrast. So if this background is really, really contrasty and I drag and drop him in and he doesn't have a lot of contrast, I've got to add contrast onto him to make it believable. And then the next thing is color. So if this background is kind of cool and then he has a lot of warm tones and there's warm tones in his skin, your brain will also not believe that he was actually there in reality. So you have to fix the direction of light, which means also the quality of light, light in general, harsh or soft, from the back, from the front. Then you need to make sure the contrast matches as well, and then also the color. The other element that is a pure giveaway or an easy giveaway that something didn't fit was the edges, when things are really, really, really crisp. So a lot of times when I do make those selections, what you can do is you can make the selection, and there's something called contract the selection, so you can, or expand, you can expand the outward selection in 1 pixel and then feather it and just make it a little softer. Or you can do it with your own brush and just kind of blend. So that's why I try to find places where it would be like a really harsh area of contrast and try to blend it a little bit, maybe make it a little bit darker or lighter so it's not as noticeable. So we're going to just do this example right now. I'm going to drag and drop Mike in here. If I put the 2 panels side by side and I hold the shift key, I can drag him over. Okay. I'm going to close Mike, make this full screen. All right, so first of all, he doesn't fit. A couple ways to make composites believable, a couple other ways is to have a similar lens and height of your camera as you did in the composite and then the person that you're photographing. So when I'm compositing, I will maybe use close. It needs to be close. It doesn't have to be exact. For example, the scene here, maybe I shot with a 24 millimeter lens and I shot him with a 50. That's okay. Like, you can get away with that. It's when you're shooting 24 and you did a portrait at 200 that it doesn't work. So keep it relatively close. I'm going to shrink him so that he fits into the scene. So let's just say there for now, okay? So all I did when I hit my Command T gave me my transform controls, and I could make him bigger or smaller just by grabbing the edges. We've covered that a little bit. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is start going through that checklist of how can I make this composite believable. All right, the first thing is, this is just personal taste. I want to make that doorway in the back taller because I know that if the light would be streaming in from the back, maybe I want that doorway a little bit higher so that it would make sense that the light is on the back and side of the helmet. So that's just something I'm thinking about. I'm going to duplicate the background, and you guys don't know what this background looks like in reality, so I can just drag it, and it's fine. Like, it's totally fine. You guys don't really know what it looks like. So the first thing I know that I want to fake is I need to fake that light better. I need to make it look a little more realistic. So I need to make it look as if there's a light source coming from behind him. And right now I have a lot of detail. It's really distracting, and you're seeing those really harsh edges. So underneath Mike, he's right here, underneath him I'm going to create a new layer, and I'm going to start faking that light. I'm just going to grab a soft brush. I'm going to have it at a lower opacity and make sure it's a really soft brush. And I'm just going to paint. And this is why I'd say composites, far more than anything else, are definitely, oops, let me pick a different, definitely an art, not a science, for sure. It's whatever you're comfortable with. So I'm going to paint around a little bit. And right now I'm going to change my blend mode to soft light. So if you're looking, it's kind of lightening things up, and look how it's giving a little bit more, like there was a light source back there. It's giving me a little bit of a haze. I'm going to move Mike over to left just a little. And I usually do a couple of these light layers to fake it. So maybe I know that the light would kind of stream up a little bit. So I'd kind of have the light streaming out of that doorway and above. But I also know that it would be really bright right behind him. So I'm kind of faking it that way. Periodically as well, light isn't usually just, you don't usually see it, but when you do, right now it's really pure, so you might want to add some noise. Break it up, add a little bit of texture. So I'm going to duplicate that layer that I just created and add a little bit of noise to that light. Let's do Gaussian noise, monochromatic, and it's just going to break it up a little bit. So if you look, I'll do kind of a before and after. Now this one had a little bit more texture. All right, so I'm going to leave it there for now, just roughly. If you're looking before, it's giving me a lot more, okay, so light's coming from behind him. All I'm doing is painting with a soft brush. Sometimes I'll paint it with, I'll do soft light, sometimes I'll do screen, sometimes it's whatever looks best. Also, if your picture is going to be warm, or maybe there's a little bit of a warm highlight, you could paint with a yellow brush and try that way. So it's looking better. All right, the next thing that I said I need to fake, or that I need to improve, is going to be my contrast. Actually, the contrast is pretty decent between the two. I think that background needs a little bit more, and I think I want to darken down the entire picture. So if I'm going to grab my curves, and I'm actually going to put it on the top layer, I'm going to darken everything down. And so now that I darkened everything down in the top layer, I can go ahead and paint things on and off so that it looks like they match a little bit better. So we've used a curves adjustment layer. I go to my layer mask, and I'll grab a black brush, a low opacity, and I'll just paint it off where I think it's a little too heavy. Maybe down here. Maybe a little bit off of his helmet, a little bit along the edges, and you can kind of fix that. The next thing that I notice is I think that he has too much color. Since his jacket has almost, like look at the brown in his pants, that's a little bit too crisp. I know I want to darken down that. I know that the kind of maroonish brown jacket doesn't fit since everything else looks more or less monochromatic. So I'm going to create a new adjustment layer and pull out a little bit of vibrance. So I just backed off the vibrance, and I like how it's feeling. It has that really cold steel look. But now, since it's on the top layer, I pulled out vibrance out of everything. Need to bring it back just a little bit. So I'm going to paint black on the background to bring back some of that original color. And if you notice, the background now, that color is kind of matching his helmet with a little bit of warmth there. Okay, good. Like I said, I would probably do a layer where I darken down his pants. So I'm just going to paint over it a little bit and turn that to soft light. Same techniques we were using yesterday, but notice, a lot less attention is going to his pants. So looks better for me. All right, and then the last thing that I was talking about as a problem area or a giveaway was color. And so, this looks pretty good. It actually matches, but a tip to fake color matching continuously is to put a top level colorize. So if I grab my half moon cookie and go to hue saturation, if I do a colorize on the image, and maybe I do something that's kind of yellowish, kind of yellow golden, and then I back off, so right now it's 100%. If I back off to maybe 30 or 40%, if I do my before after, it tends to unify the photo because it's saying, well, the color in the background is just like the color on the subject, so it must have been shot at the same time in the same place. And there's other things. If you zoom in, and there are areas that look a little bit too crisp, and this actually looks pretty good. Maybe there's a little bit too crisp over there. You have a mask. It's still attached to Mike. It's still attached to your subject. You still have a mask that you can paint things on and off. So maybe it's a little too crisp around the jacket, or right there I see that the mask, I missed it. So I need to make a selection of that. And then I'll come over here and paint back on the mask to bring back this background. So let me do a quick before and after. And I'm holding, again, my Alt key or Option key and clicking on the bottom layer. So I brought in the background, and I made it bigger and taller. And then I put Mike in. And if you're looking at this point, the color's off and the direction of light is off. So I painted in some white behind him. And I just kind of faked where I think light would be flying. And sometimes if it looked a little too pure, I added in some noise. And I can back off my opacity if anything looks too strong, add color. I darkened down his pants a little bit. I pulled out vibrance in Mike because I thought he looked a little bit too colorful for the scene. I darkened down the entire scene to make it a little bit more dramatic. And then I added a colorized layer from hue saturation to make all the colors feel unified. And so you can pull them in and it looks realistic enough. Like that's the key. I don't think that you look at this and go, you know, oh yeah, that's a real photo for sure. No, absolutely not. I mean, you know that it's fake, but it's believable enough as an illustration. And your screen, I'm not sure what everyone else is seeing. It looks a little brighter. My screen, I was going for just a little darker, a little more dramatic, and a couple other things I know I tweak. For example, this is ugly and distracting to me, so I'd probably clone that out or content aware fill that out, blend things in. I might make it a little bit brighter around his head. So that's kind of a basics of how to do composites in the most traditional sense. You have to light it the way that the scene is going to be, so you can fake the light, and then you build up, faking the light, faking the contrast, faking the color, blending the edges. So any questions out in internet land or here?
We do. How about in the audience, Jen?
What if you had two subjects that you were putting in there and you needed to blend them well? Do you just keep using the layer masks and just masking in and out and just blending?
Yeah, so for two subjects, one of the things that's easier is, yeah, you're usually just blending, but it's also easier too if they're wearing a darker or lighter color that are similar. If you have somebody in like bright teal and then you have somebody in white and you're trying to blend it and make it look realistic, it's a little bit more difficult. But if they're all wearing darker tones and they overlap, that edge isn't as hard as long as you were able to cut them out of the background. And so when I did my guitars and bandanas shoot, a lot of times I had them wearing darker jackets, or I would just darken down part of the bottom. That composite, I had Richard Stuyvesant do that actual composite, and he's awesome and he's a super cool guy. And so he's going to have his own techniques. Some of the people I would recommend if you're interested in more composites, and you guys here at Creative Lab, do you have any compositing classes yet?
We don't have a full compositing course. We do have some workshops that have had that included.
Do you remember any off the top of your head? I was just going to say some of the people that I look at for how to do this is Richard Stuyvesant is one, and then Joel Grimes, and those are two of the people that this is their specialty, and they have a ton of tips and tricks. But what I want everyone to know out there is I am not a composite specialist by any means, but I knew how to light it, knew roughly what I was looking for in the background, and it's really not that complicated. It's just knowing how to trick somebody's eye.
Cool. We have some more questions from the internet. Make sure my mic is on.
Here we go. I got one from Tangent Z. Do you shoot the person first and then just grab a background that works, or already have a background in mind before you shoot the person?
It is significantly easier to know your background and then shoot the person. That being said, I seldom do it that way. Apparently, I like to make it more difficult on myself. Another thing is shooting from kind of knees up is much easier than trying to fake the feet. Because once you have the feet in there, you have to fake the shadow. You have to fake the angle. You have to fake how their feet are meeting with the surface on the ground. So it becomes a lot more complicated. It's very, very easy to kind of do mid-thigh and waist up and fake it into the scene than actually trying to make it look like they're sitting on stairs or leaning against a wall. If they're interacting with the scene, you've made it much, much harder on yourself.
That's on point. As Cosmob had just said, a difficulty that I have with composites is making the subject look like they're standing on the ground. What's the trick to that? So
one of the tricks, what's that?
I said don't do it.
Well, don't do it is the easy answer. But one of the tricks that, I don't have any sample here, but if you go ahead and take a look at, look up one of those ways, if you're looking how to do selections, make selections, using burning and dodging in channels. Because when you make that selection, you have the ability to actually make a selection of the shadow. And when you turn the shadow to multiply, it will actually interact with the environment. So that's a good way to fake it. But if you're artistic even a little bit, you can kind of draw roughly what you think the shadow would be and turn it into multiply mode, and it will act like a shadow. So it's more all about the shadows and then the angle. The angle of how you photograph that subject needs to be similar to the angle that you photograph the environment if you really want it to be believable. What I do when I've had to do that in the past, which I said I don't like to do, I'm just being honest, is I know that when my tripod, the bottom legs are all the way out and then everything else is compressed, I try to shoot at that height. Whenever I shoot any composites that I don't know where they're going. If I'm shooting HDRs anywhere on location, I can keep consistent in my tripod. So then when I come over into the studio and I'm photographing somebody, I already know the height that I was at, and I can check the metadata for what lens and camera combination I used. So if I don't shoot them for one another.
Great. Adrian Farr asks, how do you deal with reflections such as softboxes in the sunglasses or in their eyes catch lights and so forth?
All right, so for an example like this, super easy. I can just paint it out. It's solid. I could paint it black. Most of the time for highlights, it's going to be difficult. Usually what I try to do is find another area of the photo with similar texture, cut and paste it, and blend it. Because if you're just going to try to clone, that's a little more challenging. You can't truly get rid of reflection. You can darken reflection down and increase the contrast to kind of pull back from that reflection. But typically, if it's an eye, can you copy a part of that eye or another part of the frame? There's not really an easy fix for that. And for this guy, I was originally thinking, like, to do something creepy, I might actually take that entire eye and change it colors and maybe add a highlight or something so it looks like it's glowing. But I thought Mike looked very awesome and sleek here, so I'd leave it looking nice and classy. I love it. In case people missed him yesterday, he wore this for Halloween, and he was dancing Gangnam Style for us all.
It was awesome.
With this costume. It was awesome.
So we do have a number of questions that keep coming in about this. Do you want us to keep asking?
You want to do two more?
Sure. Okay.
Sure.
So question is, if you absolutely have to blend an image, and this is from Cladonia, if you absolutely have to blend an image in a background with different light directions, is there a way to create this? And Patricia had asked, what about faking light coming from the front instead of the back?
Yes. So let me give you an example of, let's say here I wanted to fake the light on his face. What I would usually do is say, okay, so let's take a polygonal lasso tool. I'm going to create a new layer. And I'm going to create a layer above him this time, because it's not behind him, it's in front of him. So it's knowing, okay, where would that light be? So create a new layer. And then I would draw, maybe I'm thinking the light is coming from a small window or light above him here. And so I would draw roughly where I think, ooh, catch up, computer. Hold on, computer wasn't catching up. All right, so I'm going to draw roughly where I think maybe this light source would come from. Maybe I'd think it would be from above. You know, it's a light casting down from above like that. So if I go ahead and I feather this, let's select Modify Feather. I'm going to feather it a lot because I want it to be soft. I can paint white in there. I can now change it to soft light, or I don't know, I tried different blend modes. So let's try soft light. And I can maybe change the color a little bit. Maybe I'd make this one a little bit yellow. So if I did another one of these, let's load the selection. I'll load that same selection. Create another one and do it a little bit yellow this time. And I'm going to paint yellow in the selection this time. Make it really, really, really soft and subtle. And then what I can do is I can kind of paint yellow on the front of him. So now it looked like that yellow light was spilling on the front. So I could grab another soft light layer, and I've gone more extreme than I would actually go. I'll back off it a little bit in a second. I would paint a little bit of yellow kind of on the front of him. Change the blend mode. I'm going to try like maybe color. See how it picks up just a little bit of that yellow. Back off of that light just a little. And it's just kind of blending so that it looks realistic. Let's try this one to color. Back way off. Something. So let me just do those kind of before and after. So you could kind of fake some light sources. Oh, can you even see that on that screen? You can barely see it on that screen. Let me pump it up a little bit for you guys. I can see it better on mine. Let's do this. So let's do those two before and after. And so I could fake light that way. So I basically say, all right, so looking at his jacket, you can tell, okay, that light is from the left-hand side and slightly above because it's casting shadows down. So I'd fake a light source from that direction. And then if you add noise, it becomes more believable. Some people call it atmosphere because it would be kind of a texture in the air, especially if you're in a dirty, dusty place. Maybe the yellow would look good if you added a bit of noise. Okay. Any more questions on that one? One more?
I guess there was a question about sort of how you get your inspiration for your background. For that's, Jeff Rojas.
Nice.
Okay, aside from the light source, what do you look for when finding inspiration for shooting a background that you plan for using?
What I like for shooting a background typically is when there's depth. If there's a little bit of depth of background, I find that it's easier to fake than if they're up against something flat. It's going to be harder for me to say, oh, it's a flat surface, but there's a random light coming from behind, because you can kind of guess how much further it would be from behind them. So if I give myself a vanishing point, if you're looking here, watch the angles of the walls. It kind of pulls your eye all into him, and then there's a nice highlight from behind. If you see a lot of composites of athletes and of performers, they're in tunnels or they're standing in front of windows or things like that, because it makes it easy to composite, because I don't need to make those edges necessarily believable. It's just light and glowing behind them. So something with depth. So if you do need to fake that light, you can make it come from different areas of the photo. I mean, there's been cases where I'd even photograph in like a window or a light post and then fake the light so that it looks more believable. But if you know what your background is, it's easier to light it and then make the two match.
Well, I just have one final comment and shout out from Mr. Sal Sincata, who's
Hi,
in the
Sal.
chat room and says, damn it, Lindsay, I'm trying to get ready for Monday here for his workshop at Creative Live, and I can't stop watching. I want to composite something right now. So thanks for
Hi,
watching,
Sal.
Sal. But get to work. We've got 5 days with you next week.
Oh, geez. 5 days of Sal. I'm just kidding. Hi, Sal. Awesome.
All right, cool.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to compositing in a totally different way, a different approach to this. And I'm going to save this, and I will label all these layers, and this will definitely be one of the photos that you guys can have, and anybody out there who purchases it will be able to access. Class. I'm just going to save that as class 4 desktop. Okay. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to give you an example from my fashion realm. I was hired, okay, if you guys ever seen the De Beers ads where like the ring is glowing and the girl's in silhouette, well, those are illustrations often, or they're photos that are just heavily photoshopped. And one of my clients says to me, this is a jewelry client, I want something that looks like a De Beers ad, but that doesn't look like we're ripping them off. So I want that effect, but not exactly. Go do something. I'm like, oh crap. Okay, here we go. So what I came up with was compositing. Because what is really, really important in that jewelry photograph is that that jewelry is lit perfectly and that it's showcasing the jewelry. And so the way that might look good on the model might not look good on the jewelry. So I actually will shoot that same image twice and put the two of them together. How you might think of this would be, let's say that you're doing a picture, and I mentioned this yesterday, of a guy, and he's silhouetted holding a guitar. And maybe it's a high school senior, for example. You shoot one where he's silhouetted, but you want to show the guitar. It's like this bright red, gorgeous guitar. So then you can light it with a softbox and put the two together, and it makes for an interesting photograph. I've seen this done a bunch of interesting ways. It's just a way to highlight something in the frame. So I'm going to grab the two from the actual lookbook that I did for this designer. I ended up shooting a campaign as well, but this is the lookbook, yes.
Can you just explain for people what a lookbook is?
Sure.
Thank you.
Lookbook is like a catalog for a designer when they come out with a new set of clothing each season. In this case, it's a jewelry designer, and she comes out with a new set of cool jewelry. This is what she shoots, this is what she makes. It's avant-garde, fun body cage stuff. I mean, she does a little bit of everything, and she's regularly commissioned by, like will.i.am, Black Eyed Peas, and they have her make stuff, Nicki Minaj, and so it's really cool and avant-garde. But instead of doing a full catalog, because you wouldn't have a catalog of this stuff, it would be basically a reference catalog. It's called a lookbook. All right, so I have these two images here, and what I did for this shoot, and hopefully again I realize you're not going to shoot exactly this, extrapolate to how it would apply to you. But I had the model standing there, and I shot one frame where the light looked beautiful on her face or it looked really cool and dramatic. And so what this is lit with is something called a pico spot projection. It's basically like a Fresnel. It's just you can put a shape in the front of the light and focus it and project a pattern or a shape on the girl's face. So here it's a circle. And I had 2 back rim lights, one on her arm and one on her arm over here. So give her a little bit of highlight, give her a little bit of pop. So when she got into a good pose, I'd shoot it, and I was on a tripod. And then my assistant would switch my pocket wizard, basically, so that it fired the other lights, and the other light was a big softbox. So I had one where it lit the jewelry well, and then one where it lit the model well. And I knew in post that I was going to put the 2 of them together. If you look at my website under advertising, you can see the campaign that we shot. This is the easiest cutout that we had. I actually did export to the clipping paths because she had full body pieces that were interlocking rings that were about a 1/2 inch or a 1/4 of an inch. If I had to cut those out, I would die. So I sent this off to the Asian clipping paths, and they charged me $10 to $12 an image, and they probably had to cut out in each one 800 circles, little rings. So knowing when to outsource versus doing it yourself is important too if you're a working professional. Yes.
Lindsay, folks were asking if you could just confirm what the website is for the Asian clipping source. Maybe we can do that at break just to
Yeah, I
make
can
sure
do it
it's
at
the right-
break because I know when I search Asian clipping paths, it's the
Yeah.
first thing that pops
Okay.
up. But
We'll
I can
confirm that for you guys at break.
Absolutely. It's super useful, and they're like, very on top of their stuff. Okay. So I'm looking at this, and I know because it's an area of high contrast, if I wanted to, I could go back into my On One Perfect mask. I could do a selection that way. But what I'd prefer to do is, if I don't have software, for example, I'm going to use my quick selection tool and just click and drag. And like I said, because it's an area of high contrast, it does pretty well. I'll do a general kind of drag across the body first, and then I'll go in for detail. And if it grabs anything that I don't want, all I need to do is if I hit the Alt or Option key, it changes the option into a minus. So any place I click, it will subtract from the selection. So let me click around a little bit more. And it does it pretty quickly. And the key for this particular example is trying to get her to hold still as I switch between the 2 different lighting setups. And notice it goes over here, so I can click and refine it. And I would go in, I'm not going to get it exact right now so that I don't take forever doing this. I'm just going to get it rough. Okay, perfect. All right, and so I can make a selection of this, or I can copy and paste it. Let me just get this last one that I missed. All right, so I'm going to Command J it into a new layer. So you can look. It might need a little tweaking, but it's pretty close. And so your option of making the selection, it's going to depend on what it is. I'm going to open up that other photograph that I took, put the 2 side by side, and then using my Move tool, I'm going to hold Shift, click and drag, and I drag it over. I'm going to close this for now. And then as I zoom in, I just basically need to line them up. If something doesn't line up exactly, I can blend it, or I can also use my warp tool. So as we said before, Command T, right click warp, and then I could always, raise the shoulder up to match a little bit, or pull the shoulder over, or whatever is necessary. I can go ahead and add my layer mask, zoom in, and then like down here, that obviously doesn't blend well. So I could paint it by hand if I wanted to. Let's grab a higher opacity brush. I know that I want a harder brush because I don't want it to be feathered, and I'm just going to paint it by hand for now, but I would do it more carefully. It's like, see, obviously that's not how you'd want it. All right, so backing up, I just basically painted black to get rid of that area of the frame that I didn't want. So let me just paint black for the sake here. And you see the general idea. I did a few more tweaks. What I ended up doing is actually mirroring her arm from this side to the other side so that they had the same highlights on the hands, a few more things like that. But this is another form of compositing. So try to think outside the box on how that might work with lighting or with flash, or for example, maybe you only have a couple lights, so you light the scene and then you light the subjects in the foreground and you put the 2 together. It depends on maybe how much equipment you want to carry. Let me try this. All right, any questions out there before I move on to the next one? No, yeah?
Yes, always questions, Lindsay.
Okay.
Let's see. Sorry, we were.
That's okay. I'll bring up another one while you're
Okay,
talking.
sounds good.
I'll find the next one. Let's see.
So some more questions about composites. Would you introduce color gel effects into a composite? And how so? Would you use blending modes or any practical tips for that?
I have in the past added colored gels because if you have maybe the front light is gelled yellow and then in your composite you can make it look like there's a yellow light, it looks more realistic. I just find that a lot of people when they use gels it starts to look cheesy. So I just say just be careful of that. You want it to be more subtle. You don't want like the entire side of the face to be gelled. It would be more of a highlight with a subtle gel. And then the blend mode that you'd want to use is if you paint on a subject or you're painting it in the surroundings to make it look like something like, okay, the entire left-hand side has blue light hitting it. When you paint blue, your blend mode, the way that you can make the color kind of stick is to turn the blend mode to color. Because if you do soft light or overlay, when you do so, it also changes the contrast. It's actually affecting the kind of luminosity and contrast of the photo versus just color. It just picks up the color. So it's easier to fake it that way.
Great. Okay. I think we can keep going. We've got about
All right.
15 minutes to 17 minutes till break.
Sounds good. All right, so I'm going to do one more composite thing, and then we'll move on from composites. And I'll probably just end that last few minutes with an example of where I knew what I was doing in Photoshop before I did the shoot.
Great.
All right, so I photographed in this gorgeous place in New York called the Metropolitan Building. And let me just close this. All right, so the Metropolitan Building looks like this. Okay, how cool is that? It's beautiful. And so the theme of the magazine that I was shooting for, that particular issue, the theme was duality. And I'm trying to think, all right, so if I'm shooting here in this beautiful building, what can I do with duality? I wanted to make the theme work for me instead of me working for the theme. And I didn't want to have to shoot something in studio because it didn't fit. And I love this location. So what I decided to do is that in every single shot, I'd put the model in there twice. And so I needed to keep, in general, the easiest way to do this, and I made it harder on myself. But the easy way to do this is have your camera on a tripod, lock it down, lock your focus. You know, so you do your autofocus, your manual focus. You put it onto manual so that you can't move it when you're trying to take the shot. And then try to do it quickly so that light doesn't change. Put the model in the foreground. I had her switch clothing and then had her go into the background. So in every scene, it looked like there were two of her, kind of like there were twins. And so this is when I knew before I did this shoot exactly what the theme was going to be. I also had to know because I had to tell my wardrobe stylist we need twice as many clothing because otherwise. So it's prepping beforehand. But this is when Photoshop is an essential part of my creativity. So I didn't make it easy on myself. And I shot kind of at a different angle. And I did a cropped in photo. So you can fake it by blending. I'm going to click and drag this over. And the easiest way to do this would be to decrease the opacity. I kind of just dragged it over. Decrease the opacity. Zoom in and try to line it up roughly. And what I'm going to look for is when I change the size, how can I get it so that the angles are roughly correct, like the size of the bed or the size of the borders out here. So I can kind of click and drag. A good example would be, all right, let's see if I can line up these two circles if I want it to be realistic. So I can line up these two circles. Try to make it a little bigger. Okay, it's close. It's still small, but it should be all right. I'm going to line her up back here. And I'm going to go back to 100% opacity. And then it's just blending. So I would go ahead, add a mask, grab my black brush, and as I said, this is not the way you'd want to do it, but I thought I'd show you an example of saying like, yeah, I wasn't thinking the way I should have, you know. And so I'm going to have a few tweaks that I'm going to have to make along the way. It's all about making it close enough. my favorite shot that I did from the editorial was there was a hall of mirrors. And so I had different reflections in each different mirror and different clothing changes, and then one of her in the foreground where she stayed kind of consistent. And so I'm just blending, and so I know I'd have to kind of get rid of this, and maybe I need to get rid of the whole bed, you know, all of this over here. And look, you know, there's a pillow, something like that. But if you blend down here to the shadow, probably won't notice. You know, and I'm going quickly. So then I would zoom in here, and I'm just looking, all right, so what are the other things I need to do to fake it? Well, I need this pillow to look realistic. I need to make a selection around her. And so in the end, it's all about being just believable enough. It doesn't have to be perfect. And so I would probably spend a little bit more time, but even this far, zoomed back at the kind of viewing distance or how you'd view it, if I have kind of crisp lines, you know, you wouldn't notice, you wouldn't recognize. And so I did that. And I'll just show you the other one. I don't have to do the entire retouch, but I can just show you. What I did is I would take this for the reflections, and then I had kind of this shot as the main shot. So it'd have different reflections in all the different mirrors and composited it together. So you can imagine other scenarios where either you're duplicating somebody or you have them different places in the scene. Depends on the type of photography you do. Just getting a little bit creative. Okay, so check for questions. Otherwise, I'll kind of finish up with another funky thing. Okay.
All right. There's always a little bit of a delay there
Sure.
when we're asking for final questions. A question from Susu is, can you work with different size and resolution files, or is that going to be problematic?
You can work with different size and resolution files. The problem that you would run into is if your the photo that's kind of your base or your plate, if that is bigger and you drag something smaller that's supposed to fill the frame, if that makes sense. So if you have to take that image that you dropped and make it larger, you're actually stretching pixels and degrading the quality. But if you are putting lots of little elements small in that frame, it doesn't matter, as long as you're not stretching something larger than its original size. A really, really good plugin that is awesome, if you ever run into the situation where client wanted a shot and they want it to be huge and you shot it on your 20D and you can't get it to 30 by 40 inches. Or maybe you're doing that composite where, wow, I love her face to be huge in this, but it wasn't big enough because I shot her small in the background and I wish it were the main element in the front. The tool used to be called Genuine Fractals, and now it's called Perfect Resize. Let's see if they have it here, Perfect Resize, okay? So when you click on, and I use this, I don't use it now so much, but back when I was shooting, you know, 20D, 5Ds, I used it all the time. So I'm going to click, let's do, do I want to do a batch? Let's see. All right, so what you can do is you can select a file. You can pick what your source is. Pick a particular image. Let me just grab one randomly. Is there anything that's a good JPEG, easy to do? I'll just do this quickly. I'll show you. And so what it lets you do is says, okay, so you pick your photo. Then you go over here and say, how big do you want it to be? And you can increase it by percentage or to a specific number of pixels in width or length. And you want to make sure you have your constrained proportions selected, because if you don't, then it might make the length really big, but it won't change the height, so you just have a stretched picture. And if you've ever had to increase something by size, you may have heard of, they recommend you increase by like 1%, 1%, 1%, 1%, or 10% at a time, because then it kind of interpolates up and it will give you a more realistic upsize versus just, say, doubling the size of an image. Well, this is a very, very complex, awesome algorithm that I have doubled the size of photos, like literally doubled the size and had no problem. So if you've ever, maybe you have old photos that you shot that are beautiful, or somebody comes to you with a small image, you know, 4x6 that they want you to scan and make larger, this is the program that you would want, and it will help you get larger images from the originals. It's awesome. And that's an On1 product.
Doug B, excuse me, Doug B Photo says he loves that hall of mirrors. Can you talk more about how you did the reflections, how they were set up, how to use a tripod and transform the images to create the reflections?
Definitely. And I did, again, I moved my tripod, even though I'm not supposed to. I told you I made it hard on myself. This Hall of Mirrors, it's in Long Island City. In case you ever go to New York, I will warn you, the rate per day is several thousand, so just don't be surprised. You don't expect to show up and shoot it. But what I did is I shot the exact same way as I said before. I just made sure that my tripod height stayed the same. And what I would do is I'd have her shoot, and this image, the way it ended up fully retouched, if you go to my website, lindsayadlerphotography.com, it's in there. It's one of the recent shoots that I put up, and it's also on my blog recently. And so I'd have her for a main image, and I'm just looking on my tripod saying, okay, that's good location for her head here. And then in the other image, okay, that's a good location for her head in this one. So for example, let's say that I want this mirror, and I probably took, and like you can actually see me in my tripod, like down here, you can see me squatting. So let's say that I wanted this mirror, and I had her move so there was a reflection here, and then one in here, and then a reflection in this mirror, but through that mirror, I mean, I took a whole bunch. So if I Command J, put it in a new layer, and then using my move tool, drag and drop it over. So when I zoom in, they aren't perfectly lined up, because I did move my tripod, and I told you I made things, see, look, Brittany. So you can see me. Okay. So if I back off of my opacity a little bit on the new layer that I just pasted over, I can kind of see the edges. So I can move it around and try to roughly line it up. And I have the same tools again. If I do the Command T, right click, warp, I can move it so the edges line up exactly. And so that's what I'm looking for, is when I don't see that kind of little halo, I know that they're lined up exact. And I'm going to hit enter, go back to my full opacity, and then what I'm looking for are those edges. And adding a layer mask, zooming in, grabbing a soft brush, and just kind of blending to being close enough so that it looks good enough, doesn't have to be perfect. And I did that for, I think in the end shot, it was 5 different mirrors I ended up getting the reflection for. It was one of my favorite shoots that I did in recent history. It was really, really fun. Something that I wanted to talk about just before I forget, for those of you who are watching and you don't know if you'll make it to the end of the day or you're busy, at the very end of the day I have something really, really cool and funky that wasn't on the list. It's a whole different way to use Photoshop using the video function, but not for video. If that's my little teaser, so you'll be able to see it later. If you are somebody who regularly follows my blog, I did one of these special effects on this shoot. So you'll know what I'm talking about. Okay. Remaining questions?
Yeah, we've got 5 more minutes.
And let me flip this on and off so you can see. I might have to blend like that edge right before and after. But pretty simple.
People love this shot in the chat room. So.
I love it too.
So a quick question from Katie Winterflood. When compositing, do you do your skin retouching after you have composited the images?
I'll do the retouching first.
Okay.
And this is, if anybody is a graphic designer out there, you're probably more familiar. Instead of clicking and dragging photos, it's placing photos. When you place a photo, what it does is it puts it within your frame, but it's referencing back to the original file. Placing it for composites is much better than copying, pasting, and dragging and dropping, because what you can do is you can put that photo in there, and then it's referencing back to the original. So if you go ahead and you open up the TIFF of the original file and you're like, now that I'm looking at this, I want to go ahead and smooth up the skin a little bit more, maybe do a little bit of a liquify. If I open up that TIFF, do the edit, hit save, it'll update in the composite as well. So it's different, and it's filed place right here. And it's just a different way. But when I was in college, I took a graphic design class, and we placed everything because you're taking elements within elements and logos and photos. And you want to be able to access them outside of the original file.
Just as a little follow-up, since you just mentioned TIFFs, can you explain again, because we have folks asking today about when or why you use TIFFs versus PSDs?
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
For me personally, my workflow, it doesn't make any difference. The only time that it makes a difference is when I was doing displacement maps yesterday. It has to be a PSD file for your actual map. Most of the time I use, it kind of depends. Certain files that I have, certain image browsers and things online can see TIFFs but can't see PSDs.
Okay.
So sometimes I'll choose a TIFF just because I know, for example, one of the people that I send to look at my images to edit, I know that they can open and view a TIFF, but if they don't have Photoshop, they might not be able to open the PSD.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let's see. Lewis Henry. For composites, do you make different setups for every light detail, or do you use the same light for all natural versus studio?
Okay, since it's not my specialty, I'll tell you I usually just do the same thing because I know it works and it's comfortable. And people that are composite experts will change their lighting setups, but most of the time I have the exact same lighting setup. The difference is if I know that it's going to be a really dark scene, instead of having my main light kind of centered and bright, I might move it off to the side to create more shadows and then pull down on the light. So maybe instead of having, I'll just do equivalent of full power compared to the background, it might be 3/4. It might be instead of being at f/16, it might be f/11 or something like that. So I can control the mood of the shoot by how I light from the front, but I always have those kind of 2 backlights and 1 main light. And if I know it's going to be a softer scene, instead of using a beauty dish, I'll use a softbox. It's the same setup with like little tweaks, little ones.
Right, a question from Cami with a C in Atlanta, who's wondering, so generally, is this the technique that you would use with newborn photographers who composite babies when you see them holding the head up? In reality, it's a few different images where the parent is holding the head and the arms in the other.
Okay, so the compositing is exactly the same, but the lighting isn't. What I'll do, I did this a ton. I was not the best baby photographer in the world, I'll put it that way. And so what I would do is I would shoot a softbox on the subject, and I wouldn't use multiple lights because what would happen if they're moving around, then the light is going to hit different places. So I would just have softbox from the front, and then I would have a black background because I can basically eliminate it, paint it black, or something solid. Avoid any types of patterns because when the angle changes, then you're going to have to blend it in. But yeah, you can. Then I would definitely do the same thing. I composited non-stop with family photography, non-stop, because there was always that little kid who didn't want to behave, so I made sure the whole family would look at him, say something cute, make him laugh, and then he got composited in. And so the key is just making sure, as well, for something like that, you have a clean slate. In other words, if you're going to composite him in, if every shot he was sitting there in the foreground, and then you're trying to composite him on top of himself, you have to erase behind him in order to blend him in, if that makes sense. So that's something else for compositing. You want that kind of clean slate that you can add things onto. So let's say you 3 are a family, and then there's the dog in the foreground that won't pay attention. Do a shot with the dog not in it at all, and then if you get another shot with the dog in it that looks good and you want to composite it with another family photo, it's easier to cut and paste versus if the dog was sitting there just laying there and looking the other direction, you have to actually clone him out. So getting the blank slate works with families, works with children, works with pets, anything really.
Cool. Okay, maybe one last question.
Sure.
Cosmob has a question about compositing a group like you did with the band picture. Is it important to take individual pictures from a slightly different perspective?
All right, so what I did for the band perspective, or for the band shoot, is I made sure my tripod was in the same height and that my focal length stayed the same. So I actually shot a fixed focal length lens so that the entire time, I shot an 85, so that the entire time it was the same compression on them. I also knew that I didn't want to have to worry about feet, but I shot just below their knees. So if I wanted to make one guy look taller or shorter, for example, if I'm putting him in the background, I'd need to be able to see more of his knees and more of his legs because he'd be further back, so you'd see that, versus the people that are closer up, it might crop mid-length. So I gave myself more room than I thought I would need. I shot everybody more or less kind of around the knee length, so I could put some people in the back, smaller, but seeing more of their body, and then some people in the foreground.
Great, thank you.
Perfect.
Did you have one more thing before going to break? Now I forget if there was one more thing or if you're...
It's cool. It all flows, so.
Okay, all right, great. All right, well, it is time for our first break of the day. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Lindsay, could you tell us what you're going to do when we get back?
Sure. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cover retouching. I'm going to just use an example of how I get kind of a silvery skin effect for an African American model or subject. I'm going to show converting to black and white, and then I'm also going to show, this is what you were thinking that I was finishing up with, another shoot where I knew what I was doing in Photoshop, and that's why I lit it for that. So
Perfect.
just another example. So some kind of fun things, and that's what we'll finish up with before lunch.
Great.
A variety of examples.
Great. Well, I mentioned it earlier, but I want to mention it again. Today is the deadline for a very special workshop that we are so excited about. Mr. Tim Ferriss is coming to Creative Live November 14th and 15th. He's a New York Times best-selling author of multiple books, The 4-Hour Work Week, The 4-Hour Body, and now The 4-Hour Chef. And he does not do this type of thing. We're very, very pleased that he is coming to Creative Live to do, again, a 2-day workshop, new content. It's called The 4-Hour Life, Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise, and he is taking elements of his books, but also just boosting that. I heard this morning that it's going to be a crazy amount of special guests that are going to be here as well, something like 10 or 15
Whoa.
people, and it's just going to be nonstop, jam-packed.
Huh.
If you want to be in Tim Ferriss's studio audience here at Creative Live in Seattle, today is the last day to submit a video, and what you're going to do is just make a quick video about yourself and why you want to be there. More information is on the course page, on the Creative Live course page for this workshop, which you can easily get to from our homepage. Watch the video, check it out, make your video, throw your name in the hat. You have nothing to lose. So we look forward to seeing more of those today.
Yeah, and so for our fans out there who are watching us live at the moment, hopefully you're participating in our chat rooms and you can interact with your other fans and interact with us. We had some questions out there today to you. We asked what your favorite thing was about Lindsay's workshop this week. Carmen MS says she loved the bending of images onto the faces that you did yesterday. She's so inspired. Indy John says he likes the portrait cleanup. He says, I overdo the eyes, and I also like the half-face duplication. I never thought of that, he says. Ferret says, in response to what do you take away from the workshop, the plethora of different techniques, and you don't spend too much time to perfect details, and you just move on. So,
If you're working professionally, you have to.
yeah. Well, I think that's one of the advantages of watching these Creative Live workshops is seeing a real professional at work, and we know you have to be efficient, making your life at it.
Try to have a life versus retouching as your life.
Transform Photo Services says he already bought the course. He will watch it over and over. I love this one as a compliment to the last Photoshop workshop. So I think that's actually very true. You can take the stuff you've been doing is really putting the power of Photoshop to work in very creative ways. So it's really excellent. So we have 10.5 hours left for you to watch this, to get the $50 discount off our normal $149 for this course. You can get it right now for the next 10.5 hours almost for $99. So you can preserve Lindsay and all of her brilliant little exercises and watch them over and over, as you will need to because some of these are pretty intricate. So buy the Retouching and Creative Photoshop Techniques workshop by just clicking on the button down below and take advantage of our discount. All right, so let's see, what's next? Oh yes, sorry. So we have also all of Lindsay's prior workshops are also on sale. She has the one-day social media marketing workshop that she did in May, I believe, and then the 3-day fashion flair and portrait wedding photographers workshop for $99. Those are all of her workshops are available for the next 10.5 hours at those discounted prices. So take advantage of that, and we'll see you back after the break in 15 minutes.
Welcome back from break, everyone. Before we get going again with Lindsay Adler's Retouching and Creative Photoshop Techniques workshop, we're going to give away our first prizes of the day. And the first prize is from Miller's Lab, the Luxe Frame with mounted print, and a triple scoop gift certificate. And that is a $120 prize. The winner is Malcolm Chalmers, and he submitted on Facebook. And the quote is, "You have control over everything in your frame."
Great quote. And for the second prize, we're giving away Lindsay's 2 books, shooting.
Mike.
Yeah, that'll help. Okay, so for the second prize, we are giving away Lindsay's 2 books. Her Shooting in begins with an S, Bad Light, and the Fashion Flare books, both by Lindsay Adler. And that goes, that's $159 value for the 2
And
books.
there's something else in there.
Did I not read both? Oh, there, oh, yes, we're getting the Creative Studio Lighting DVD. This time we got 3 of them.
Lindsay's too.
Excellent. Oh, great. Did you want to say anything about those?
That's some of my stuff. No, I have 3 books. First one was on new media. The second one was on fashion techniques for portrait and wedding photography, and then the third is on conquering the most challenging lighting situations. And so you get 2 of those books, and then my Creative Studio Lighting is basically how to think outside the box. Don't think main light, your key light in a fill, but instead let's do funky modifiers. Let's try something a little different from what regular portrait photographers think of, but it still applies no matter what type of photography you do. It's about being different.
Great. Oh, that's so cool. That's $159 value. That goes to Daniel Dennis. He submitted on Facebook his quote, "It's all about using Photoshop as the next realm of your creative expression." Great quote. Thank you very much, and congratulations to you too.
So I just want to encourage people to keep entering these contests on Facebook and Twitter. Pick out your favorite Lindsay Adler quote or tip, because let's read off some of the prizes that we're giving away later today. Nick Silver Effects Pro 2, On One Perfect Photo Suite 7.
Live books, professional pre-designed website.
Wow.
That'd be cool.
It's a $400 prize.
Yeah, Imagenomics, portraiture, and live books, professional pre-designed websites.
That's a $600 prize.
And for the hardware guys, Sigma 50mm 1.4 lens.
That's from the photo contest.
Yeah.
So, which you have 4 minutes to enter. All right. So, Lindsay, thank you for bringing all these wonderful prizes to us.
My pleasure.
And we are going to hand it back over to you.
Okay. So I'm going to bounce around with lots of miscellaneous cool techniques, so you guys stop me if you have any questions. Yesterday, based on the questions that I had received from different people, I picked a couple photos from kind of my archive to answer some of these questions. The first thing that I did want to start with, though, is really cool and fun and funky. And I'm going to pick an image from an editorial I shot recently. And let's see. Okay, so here's the raw image. I am not offended. How many people think that this is a good photo as is? Probably not, right? I mean, it's not really lit that well, and her face looks kind of greasy, and it's not a great photo as a standalone. Because it wasn't shot to look like this. It was shot for an effect that I'm going to do in post. So let me show you a little bit of how I would tweak this. All right. So I'm going to convert her to grayscale, or to black and white. All right, so I'm thinking that I need to play with something that's going to be really, really high contrast. How I lit her was I put kind of highlights on her face. I put just Vaseline. If you look at my website, at my portfolio, you'll see more extreme examples of this. The ones that show it best are all nude, and I wasn't allowed to use them. So if you want to see what they look like, you can see some of those shots up on my site. All right, so I'm looking here, and I know that I want major contrast because I want the highlights in this headpiece to pop, and then also the detail on the jewelry. So I can do this either in a tone curve, which is here, and right now I'm just in Adobe Camera Raw, or I can do it right in my normal adjustments. So if I pop up my exposure and drag down my blacks, I'm starting to get something a little more dramatic. I can pump up my highlights, can pump up my whites. So what I'm doing is I'm reducing the image basically to just highlights and shadows. Another thing that I want to do is, okay, I really wanted her arm to be darker, because I just really want you to see the highlights, kind of her profile, the shape of her body, and that's about it. So if I flip over to grayscale again, remember how I said originally, you can change how each color is converted into black and white. So if you have a light blue sky, when it's converted to black and white, you can drag the blues to the left, and it'll become a dark blue sky. Well, in this example, I know that skin tones are made up of yellow, orange, and red. So if I drag skin tones to the left, kind of drag the reds to the left, look at the totally different image going a totally different direction that I'm coming away with. And I need to crop away that top because it's not what I'm looking for. All right, let me just crop that away. And so what I did for this entire editorial was more or less a version of this, something with really, really, really dark skin, bright highlights on the skin, and then jewelry popping. And so if you want to see a better example, again, check out my site. But I knew when I was shooting it how I was going to play in post. And this took me about 4 shoots to figure out how to do. I did tests with people off of Model Mayhem. I did tests with agency models to figure out how I need the light. And when you look at the other examples, what you'll see is when their body is covered in gels, usually Vaseline, you get long, beautiful highlights. So even though they're in silhouette, you still get an idea of the shape and form based on those highlights. And then the jewelry pops out because she's lit by 2 softboxes, and so the jewelry is illuminated. So this is doing an entire shoot completely based off of how it's going to be finished up in post. And I did a few more things where I did another conversion where I brought out some of the hair and the vest that she had there. But it makes for a very interesting kind of high impact image, as you can see in this example. Something like that. So that's how it plays a role in my avant-garde fashion photography. And this image hasn't entered Photoshop yet, 100% in Camera Raw, and it already looks like it's had a lot of retouching done to it. Okay, so I'm going to do another example, a couple other things that I wanted to demo. All right, so another editorial that I did recently, and I just thought this would be a good way to break up the intense compositing and do some fun other examples. All right, so looking at this photo, looking at her face, you know that it needs retouching, and it doesn't look necessarily high fashion enough yet. And if you're going to go funky with a gel and cool jewelry and weird hair, maybe the lighting or the retouching could take it another step in that direction. So the theme for the shoot was futuristic. And so I'm thinking, how can I make this look futuristic? And what I can do is I can make her kind of like a cyborg. So we're going to play with that real quick, and I'm going to show you most of what I can do. I can do right here in Camera Raw, and then do a few tweaks over in Photoshop. So going back to the same thing I said time and time again, people want to know how I get that pale skin effect. If I go to my saturation, it's over in the hue saturation luminance channel on this Adobe Camera Raw. In Lightroom, you go down, it's where you change things to black and white. It's one of the panels. So you switch to hue saturation luminance, then click on saturation, and I can pull out kind of the oranges, reds, and yellows. But if you look at her face here, now it's really kind of dark and gray. So that's when I can go, instead of in saturation, I can go to luminance, which means I can go back to those reds, yellows, and oranges and make them brighter. So I can go ahead and brighten up the reds, yellows, and oranges. So you can kind of flip it on and off. So you're starting to look a little bit more like a cyborg, right? A little more smooth skin. I know that I want to increase my whites. I want that to go like kind of really pretty shiny. So if you have CS6, you'll be familiar with these changes. You have exposure, contrast, and then the new things are now, instead of having fill, light, and recovery, you now have highlights and shadows and whites that you can play with. So I'm going to pump up my highlights a little bit. Maybe to there. Let me see what your screen looks like. Maybe something like that. So right now, everything I've done in Camera Raw, let me add a little bit of clarity. Now, let me go back to the very original. The very original, she had that kind of red skin. So I've made a really, really big difference so far. What's cool as well, I know that I have that purple. I had how it's lit was a beauty dish to this side, and then a silver reflector with a pink and purple gel on the other side. So if I want to change that pink and purple gel, I can go back to hue in the hue, saturation, luminance and change the color. So I went down to my purples and now I can make it pink if I want, or I can make it more blue or whatever I feel is appropriate. So if I zoom back, I'm going to click OK. I'll click open. And let me just show you again what the original started as. So if you're looking at the original, it's much more of a fashion retouch, and everything has just been in how I post-processed it. Pulling out color of the skin, brightening up the highlights. Maybe if I were doing a portrait, I don't want to blow out the highlights, or I don't want the skin to go too light. It's not a portrait, I can do that. So it's a very different approach. If you download the checklist that I have, it is very different if I do avant-garde. It's what am I trying to say? Like, what am I communicating? If I'm communicating that she's a cyborg, I want no color and no skin detail. So it's completely different than if I'm doing a portrait. All right, so if I come in here and zoom in, I just duplicated my background there, and zoom into her face. Normally you'd say, okay, you want to keep the skin detail. I don't really need to keep much skin detail. So I want it to be perfect. So I will grab my spot healing brush and kind of clean everything up here. Not too much blemishes to get rid of. I can grab my clone stamp on lighten and maybe kind of lighten up this texture. But this is when I grab my portraiture and I overuse it on purpose. Okay, and we tried to do this a little bit yesterday, so we're going to grab it again. And so notice just cleaning up on portraiture, or on clone stamp with lighten. So if I duplicate my layer, go to filter, image nomic portraiture, accept, and I zoom in. Now if I zoom way in and I select her skin, nothing happens. Because when you have your mask on, portraiture is looking for skin tones. This is not a skin tone. So if you guys go ahead and you're like, oh, I want to try Lindsay's skin smoothing technique, and you pull out the color before you retouch it, you'll have a problem with portraiture. It doesn't know how to grab that color. So you have to actually turn your color selection off. And so see now, if you turn it kind of before and after, it's working. So I want a little bit of fine detail, something like that. I'm going to hit OK. I'm going to put a mask on this, and I can paint back in that really perfectly smooth cyborg skin. And I'm just painting with white, painting it back in, and paint it on the hands. And so if you see the difference between this and the original, this face and this skin looks much more like a fashion magazine versus, let me just quickly open up the other shot before the retouching so I can put them side by side. I just hit open. And I'm just going to drag this as a bottom layer so you guys can see before and after. Let's do this. Okay, one. All right, so if you want to see before and after here, it makes a drastic difference. Wouldn't be appropriate for a portrait, but it is for fashion. So I wanted to make sure I included that to address that question. One of the easy ways to make a photo look more fashion than otherwise is to decrease vibrance and increase contrast. Pale skin and kind of porcelain with very little vibrance in the shot is very common in Vogues. I mean, if you go ahead and you look at an Annie Leibovitz shot, Annie Leibovitz photo and how it's been retouched, if you look, the colors often aren't saturated. They're much more muted, but you had to increase the contrast so there was still a black point, so it didn't look muddied. So it's decreased vibrance, increased contrast, and then she often does a little bit of split toning, so she's adding some kind of warmer hues into the shadows of her photographs. And there's other retouching things she does as well, but kind of fashion retouching.
A question from Viorella, and I think we saw this yesterday too. But could you are there any other things that make a retouch a fashion versus a classic regular portrait retouch? So what does a fashion retouch make it a fashion retouch instead of a regular portrait retouch?
So for fashion retouches, you're getting rid of any blemishes or anything that identifies that person as an individual if that makes sense. So moles or scars or really anything, unless you're photographing a supermodel, where you still want to keep whatever their identifying feature is, or a celebrity. But for portrait, or for non-portrait fashion, then you want to perfect the skin. If it's Caucasian skin, you usually want it to be less saturated. It totally depends on the photographer and on the shoot, but if you look through a lot of magazines, you seldom have, I mean, I don't think in any fashion shoots I can think of, in most of the magazines that I publish in, that it's the true skin tone. It's either darker, lit with a gel, it's lighter toned, it's lower contrast, it's higher contrast. There's never any that look like a well-lit, correctly color-balanced portrait, ever. I mean, if you look through. And the reason is for fashion is that what we're doing is we're fighting for eyes. When you're flipping through a magazine, there are hundreds and thousands of images that people are seeing every day. So if I go ahead and do a traditionally lit portrait with traditional retouching, it blends into the background. You've seen it a million times before. So we're all fighting for you guys to stop and take a look and pay attention. Now, of course, since I'm describing fashion as having a specific look, then you're also falling into that trap of looking like all the other fashion images. But at least you're saying, well, I'm in this realm of fashion, so you recognize what's trying to be achieved.
So I guess that might answer Adrian Farr's question when he says, in what situations would you overprocess images for fashion? I interpret that mean almost always.
Overprocessing, it depends on your style, but I'm thinking, I mean, most of the kind of creative fashion magazines I shoot for, it's never correct retouching. There's some beauty shoots that the makeup maybe is just really avant-garde and the skin is more correctly processed, but even then, if it's Caucasian skin, they pulled out some of the color and they over retouched it, so usually. And one other thing I would do to this image as well is I would liquefy it. Just so you know, I would pull in her waist here just a little bit, and I'd also probably pull out the side of the skirt, and I'd retouch out this leg because it's distracting me. I'd probably clone up the garter or the thigh a little bit. Her ear's okay. It's bordering on where I'd shrink it. If you guys watched, you know, it's bordering on where I might need to tuck it in just a little. I could give her a more defined jawline if I wanted, something like that. And I think in the actual retouch, I made her hair bigger. So before and after, something like that.
I love watching you work, Lindsay.
Thank you.
We do have a couple of questions on black and white conversions, if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And one was from Doug B. Photo, who was referring actually to the end of the day yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, you're talking about adjusting the channels and converting grayscale. Does that option disappear when shooting monochrome in camera like you did yesterday? So splitting out
Yes.
the RGB, does that disappear?
If you shot monochrome and not in RAW, you shot a JPEG monochrome, you don't have the ability to convert after the fact using, where you can change the reds and yellows because you threw out the color information. So I never ever shoot in black and white where it's a JPEG image, but actually sometimes I will put the back of my camera into monochromatic mode when I'm shooting RAW, because how I shoot does change for if I'm shooting black and white and color. It does change because I'm photographing more about the composition or about the impact or about the highlights and shadows, whereas color, it's something totally different. So shoot RAW and you have no problem.
Right, so essentially you're just seeing it. It's like the good old days where you would think differently when you were shooting in black and white film versus color, because
But
you're
now you can see
actually
it.
looking for different things. So cool, thank you.
Absolutely.
Beauty of the Lake from St. Pete, Florida. Just to clarify, do you need to start with a color image and then convert to black and white? How else would you know what the skin tones are, orange, yellow, etc.?
I mean, skin tones are always something red, orange, and yellow. I mean, no matter what race, what nationality you are, those colors are in there. It just, depending on what race and nationality you are, it's a different combination of those colors and those tones. And it also depends on what light you were photographed under, because if you were photographed under a blue light with a blue gel, then it's going to kind of change what you're going to need to be modifying. So, but yeah, you have to start with a color image.
Cool. All right, I think we can keep going.
Oh, she has a question?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
okay.
okay. Before we had break earlier, you had gone over and just touched quickly on place.
Yeah.
And so does the copy and cut and paste versus placement, is place improve the better quality, or is there a reason?
Okay, a good thing for place is kind of like how you'd have with a smart object, right? When you change the size of something, you can always go back. How it works is if you go ahead and cut and paste into your composite and you shrink him down, you've thrown out that information from when the person was larger. You shrunk him down. If you try to make him bigger again, like you changed your mind, you don't have that information to access. When you place it, you're pulling from, say, a 60 megabyte TIFF or something else. So you have all that information to work with, and then you can constantly update. So placing, I mean, I can just do real quick what placing looks like. I don't know if you'll be able to tell the difference, but basically, I'm going to hide the mic we have here. All right, let me just minimize this. Okay, so I'm going to hide mic. And now I'm going to go ahead and do File, Place. And I believe I saved him on my desktop. Okay, there's Mike over here. I'm going to place him. All right, so I hit Enter. All right, so now he is placed there. But before, if I wanted to make changes, I have to do it right on the cut and paste. However, now if I go ahead, grab the PSD of Mike, and let's say that I do a hue saturation and I change, I don't know, I'm just trying to mess with something that you'll notice. Okay, let's say that I make him greenish, whatever. I close that and save it. Should click, usually have to update it. Where's the update button, guys? He should update. There's definitely an update button. I don't ever use place. Somebody knows out there in the audience, let me know. I used to do this for graphic design, but it will update. Let's see if I double click there. Oh, because it didn't save it? Did I not save? Did I just close? It's quite possible I did that. Hold on. Okay, so what I did is if you click here, I don't think I actually saved that. So that would make sense why it didn't update. If you double click, see where it says, or you see him and then it has this little edit option. Because I placed it, when I double click on that and hit OK, it opens up that original file. Now, let's colorize him or something. All right. And I'm going to click this, save it. Okay, yeah, maybe saving makes a difference. And so it did actually colorize him. And so it changed everything. So it's one of those things, now I want to go back and change it. I can go ahead, double click, it opens it back up. I can turn it off, take him back to his original. I can liquefy in, maybe I wanted to change and liquefy his shoulders. Instead of having to do that from the other image where, let's say maybe I needed to duplicate and liquefy and cut things together, I can do it, kind of here, hit OK, and it will update. Yes?
Lindsay, a few folks are asking if you use smart objects.
So smart objects, I tend not to use because I do a lot of changes that are destructive no matter what I want. Like after I apply the changes, I'm retouching. I'm cloning out the skin. So the smart object isn't going to help me because I've actually modified the pixels. So for this type of stuff, it's not super helpful. Sometimes the reason that I've used smart objects is, has anyone here ever double processed an image? So maybe the background, you opened up the raw once because you wanted the background to be darker. So you opened up that image underexposed. And then with a smart object, you opened up again in that same file, but you did one brighter, and you can kind of combine the two. So I've opened it up that way because then I can make the little tweaks and do my masking. So, okay, I want the background to go to a little darker, and I can go back to the original object, darken it down. That foreground, it needs to go lighter. I can go back to the smart object, lighten it up, and then eventually I can compress the two. So for my workflow, not usually unless I'm double processing an image. Okay. Let me switch out of this. All right, so I'm going to do something with black and white processing. So if anybody's had any black and white processing questions, I'm going to touch on that. All right, I'm going to take an image that, I'm going to take two images. First, one that is in focus and one that's not, okay? And show you a couple of changes that I would make. When I process in black and white, I play with, if you don't have CS6, I play with the tone curve for adjusting my contrast. Because I can get a lot more of the detail and tonality that I want out of the photo in a tone curve than just playing with fill, light, and recovery. So if you have, that's why I'm not going to do my processing in CS6 like here. I'm going to do it over in my tone curve, which is the same. Whether you have Lightroom, and if you have Lightroom 3, there's a tone curve. If you have CS5, CS4, you have a tone curve. All right, it will give you much, much better quality black and white. So I'm going to switch over to, it's the squiggles, it's the hue, saturation, luminance, grayscale, and I'm going to convert to black and white. So I look at this instantly and it's very flat. You know, I know that this is a flat image and then I have to pull some detail out of it. If I go back to my original like I had before and I just pump the contrast, I mean it helps a little bit and it does improve the image, but I want more control. So that's why I can mess with the reds and yellows and oranges. And it looks like to me, for most part, he has too much red in his lips for me to actually be able to drag the reds. Because watch, if I try to lighten up his skin, his lips go white. And that'll happen to you for a lot of people. So that's why I'd say the oranges or the yellow, you'll be better off. I'm going to flip over to my tone curve, and here's where I can really make my pictures sing. I tend to pull the lights up. That's not the highlights, it's because if you pump up contrast, right, it makes the highlights brighter and the shadows darker. But I can go into my tone curve, instead of just popping highlights, which notice, it makes the lights in his eyes brighter and like the true whites in the picture. But I can grab the lights, which is like the lighter tones in the skin. And so when I drag that up, what it's fundamentally doing for the way I've lit this picture is it's actually bringing out his cheekbones. Because those are lights, not highlights like in his eyes, and so I brightened those up a bit. And so the same thing, I can go down and darken down the shadows a little bit. So I'm bringing out the jawline. And so it's made a drastic difference with the contrast there. Versus if you just drag contrast, it just makes the darks darker and the highlights, it just pulls everything out from the center. If I needed a true black point, if you're looking, I don't have a true black point, I could drag my black point on the other screen, could drag my shadows, make it a little bit darker, and it shows me when it clips. Okay? I'm going to do something there. And I know that I want to pop a little bit of clarity because I kind of like that detail. When you're looking at a color image, often you tend to be more forgiving of less detail because you have so much other information. You have color information. There's like a lot of other things going along. But when you're looking at a black and white image, if it's out of focus, if there's not enough detail there, you are kind of searching for it because you just basically have black and white to convey your photo. So I'm going to pump clarity a little bit. All right, looks good. I'm going to hit open image. One of the things that we talked about before is using shadows and highlights for eyes. And I said it worked for light blue eyes. Well, you absolutely can do this in black and white photos. And I look at his eyes and I know that it's going to look beautiful. So I'll select both eyes, Command J, image adjustments, shadows, highlights. And let me do your before and after. You can see that it pulls out a ton of detail in his eyes. So I can go back in, add a mask, and I can paint where I didn't want that lighter effect. Make sure I'm painting black. And you will see that his eyes will now really pop out of the frame. And I do like that I can keep kind of around the iris and in the pupil, still keep those dark. So I'll back up. And it makes his eyes really pop, and maybe there's a little bit too much on this side. For this picture, I would want to add a little bit of sharpness back in. I was shooting with a 1.4 lens, so it's a very, very narrow depth of field. And I probably would I might use a little bit of frequency separation so that I could smooth out these textures in his skin there. If I wanted to use portraiture, you have to do the same thing as before, where I make sure that I turn off that color sampler, because if I try to sample a color, it won't know what to do. So if I have a color sampled on, it's not really going to work. I have to turn it off, and I could zoom in, and I can also smooth for black and white, and I can kind of back off. So if you look, it's over smooth, but it was out of focus because of the narrow depth of field, so it's okay. And so I just cleaned up the blotchiness in the skin. So I could hit OK there and then selectively apply the portraiture. But the next example I'm going to give you is a photo that's just plain old out of focus. So see, I could kind of smooth out there, wherever it's not truly in focus and it's not as noticeable. Something like that. Another thing, though, I know I'd do as well, just as a heads up, I would use Clone Stamp on Lighten to clean up. It's so dark around his nose, it feels like it's a little swollen, and that tends to make people look like they're a little more tired. So I would do, let me smudge down here, I would do Clone Stamp on Lighten, and just lighten up. Oops, what am I selected on? Clone Stamp on Lighten, and just try to make it a little less heavy. I have too hard of a brush. Smooth it out there. All right, so the next tool that I'm going to talk about, and I clean up this highlight. The next tool I'm going to talk about is a plugin for sharpening. So it kind of makes his nose look less wide, makes him look a little less tired. So I'm going to back off. Oops. Looks better. Okay. So let's take a look at a photo that I did not get in focus. And I love shooting, when I shoot constant lights, I love shooting really, really narrow depth of field. This photo that you just saw here that I converted to black and white, I took during my last Creative Live. So if you want to see how it's lit, it's done with 4 constant fluorescent tubes. So it's really, really beautiful for portraits. And so when I have celebrities, whether it's reality TV celebrities or athletes, I try to get a shot of them like this because I feel like it's a very intimate portrait. I feel like you feel kind of close in physical proximity to that person. It feels more emotional. So I often do this portrait for guys, but I shoot with my 85mm 1.4. And it's kind of, oh, it looks much more focused up there. Not too bad. It's not in focus on this computer. This computer has less contrast than that computer. But it's also hazy overall as well. So I'm going to show you my plugin for sharpening. It's the NIC Sharpener Pro, and it's really, really a nice program. So I'm going to convert this to black and white. Do the same thing as we did before. Pump up the lights, drag down the darks and or shadows. And maybe I'll go a little extreme on this photo. Let's see. Zoom out. Pump a little more contrast in, drag my blacks. I'm going for a really dramatic portrait. So when I back up, let's see before and after, you know, a dramatic black and white. Okay, so I'm going to hit open. This guy was very nice, very agreeable model. I don't photograph men too often, so I'm a little harsher if they're difficult to work with.
Lindsay, a couple of quick questions.
Yeah.
M. Walton is asking if you could just explain the process reason of merging down again.
For this, that was teaching, but I was trying to make things go quicker. I try not to merge down if ever I think I might need to access that information again. So for example, any place where I did a retouch on the cheek here and then maybe a portraiture on the layer above. Well, since there are both things I did to the cheek, if I merge, then I can't step back. And so I try to keep each change on its own level. But maybe if I did the eyes and there's a bunch of layers above it, and it's not multiple changes to the eyes, it's okay to merge. The times I usually merge are when there's a lot of extra layers hanging around and when I need to liquefy. Because when I want to liquefy, I want to do Command Option Shift E. It merges all layers and puts it onto a top level layer so that I can liquefy on everything all together. It's going to be faster. If I have, say I'm changing the size of the eyes, if I did contrast in an adjustment layer on the iris of the eye, and now I change the size, it won't line up anymore. So I'd merge it down and put it into a new top layer, but I still kept every single thing below it. A couple questions I had yesterday were about facial hair, and this was the closest thing I could find out of nobody sent me any major facial hair problems for sample photos. So this was the closest thing I could find for what I would need to do. And for kind of hairs like this, if it's bigger hairs, I would just have to spot clone it, spot healing brush it. Problem that I run into often, okay, it happens. So, not too big of a problem. When people have kind of stubble, there's a couple different ways you could handle it, but often if I do clone on lighten, it does fill in that stubble. So let's say I do it a little bit higher and I can clone in this, kind of lightens it up a bit. And there are other ways to do it, but this is kind of the example I had here. Most of it I would have to just spot heal it out, clone it out. It's kind of a pain. All right, so for this guy, if I wanted to go ahead and try some sharpening techniques, I'm going to duplicate my background and I'm going to go to Nik Sharpener Pro. And let's see. No? Do we have it? Yes, maybe. Do you guys see Sharpener Pro? Tell me when it pops out at you. Check it here. No, so we're going to have to get that in the break. So I'm going to just do another sharpening thing so that we can get that in the break. So just tell them I need Sharpener Pro, which is in the Nik suite, so they should just be able to get it. The other tool that I talked about the other day as kind of my refresher is if you look at where the blur tool is, underneath it's the sharpen tool. You have to have protect detail selected, and then you can just paint your detail back in. What Nik Sharpener does that's kind of cool is that you have the ability to kind of pull out more detail or less detail while sharpening. So you can just sharpen it so that you're increasing contrast along the edges, but you can also sharpen and pull out detail, which is great if you want kind of a grunge effect. For the shot that we did of Mike, the thing that I saw that maybe I would have changed, something as a consideration to make a composite look more realistic, is that entire background around him is very much grungy and has a lot of detail. And the light on him looks good, but I'm thinking if he's wearing a leather jacket, it has some detail. If it was shot at the same time, I'd see more of that grunge. And so using Sharpener Pro or the HDR plugin, you are able to pull out that detail. So I'm going to show you structure real quick on him. I'm just going to duplicate, I'm going to move this up. I'm going to duplicate his background real quick. And I believe we'll have Viveza. Let me check. We do, okay. So Viveza, no, they don't. No? Yes, no? Did we get, can you ask them if they got this? I'm just going to hit demo. Oh, so it'll still work as a demo. They just didn't have a key. Okay, that's fine. All right, so let me zoom in. All right, and if you look over here on the right, you have all these different options, but you have something called structure. And structure is the way to pull some of that detail in. So I'm going to zoom into his jacket so you guys can see. And when I come into his jacket, if I pump up structure, watch what it does. You see how it pulls out detail? It's kind of like clarity on steroids. So when you pump up clarity, it looks like you're increasing sharpness, but you're not technically sharpening, you're pulling out detail. It's just sharpening as we know it, and if you learn more advanced sharpening techniques, is you're increasing contrast along edges. That's what sharpening is. It's why it looks sharper to you. So when I add sharpening, or when I add structure, it pulls out detail. And if I want, I can use a control point and just pull out detail in one place or another. So I could add control point here, and right here where it says ST, where it says structure, I could just pull up my structure. All right, so We'll take a look at Sharpener Pro later for how it uses structure and also sharpening. So I'm going to back out of these two and jump over to another example. All right, let's go back to my folder. Okay. This was another question that people asked that I had a couple Facebook messages about this, about using freeze mask and how you would use it. How I used freeze mask in the picture before was that the girl that I was photographing, when I tried to move her arm in, or move her waist in, it also moved her arm. I want to show you an example here. I'm just going to back off of this retouch. Okay. I'm going to lighten this up so you guys can see it a little bit better. All right, so you see the line in the door. If I want to pull in her waist, that line will now be an angular line, and that's not what we want. So I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to merge this down just so that you guys will see a brighter picture, because I'm not sure how well you can see it. So let's go to Filter, Liquify. So if I were going to use my Liquify tool and the freeze mask, if I go ahead and try to just liquefy her, it moves that line. So if I hit OK, if you have a keen eye, you will see the mistake that I made. So that's why you want to have a freeze mask. I'm going to turn this on real quick. All right. What I just did over here on the right is if you don't see your freeze mask, you might need to have the advanced mode clicked. If you just have the basics, you won't see your freeze mask. So if you're like, oh, hey, I've never seen that tool before, it's because you don't have advanced clicked. So I need what looks like, there you go, what looks like a mask with a brush, and you're familiar with it. And I only want to freeze the pixels that I don't want to move. Because the problem is, if you freeze something, let's say right here, and then you're trying to liquefy over, it has no pixels to work with. Because it still needs to move the pixels somehow, and so maybe you only give it, I don't know, 10 pixels. So it will smear those 10 pixels you told it could move, and so you'll still see the liquefy. So you only want to try to freeze exactly what you need, and try not to have it exactly where you need to liquefy from, if that makes any sense. So I'm going to just draw a line where I need it to be frozen, here too. Same thing, if I want to bring in her waist over here, if I'm trying to clean this up, it might move the arm. So I can kind of freeze her arm in place. And so now when I flip back over to my liquefy, when I move this in, it's not grabbing onto the arm. Same thing when I pull in here and move the shape of her body. See that line? It's completely straight still. So that is the more practical reason. And so if I have her up against, a brick wall, I can freeze those brick lines in place. For example, grab here, she doesn't need her shoulder lowered, but if I did, the giveaway would be kind of that line moving. So now that I've freezed it, I can lower it down and that line doesn't move. So that's the more practical use of freeze mask a couple of people are asking about. Anybody else have any questions for freezing? Sure.
DG Photo is asked, oh, I'm sorry. Right.
I just have a question. All the stuff that we've learned, all the editing and retouching in regards to shooting weddings, and when you shot weddings, there's so many pictures to edit, and I find myself like you said the brides that wear the strapless and have the little pieces or waist you want to take in, is working through hundreds of images and doing all that, because if I do it on some, then I feel like I got to do it on all of them, and then balancing that out and the time to make it feasible to edit the images, but not spend forever on a wedding.
So it all depends on how you deliver your images, but what I considered for how I was going to retouch them is what their end use was. The pictures that the bride and groom saw, this is how I did it. They came in and they had an image viewing session, and so they were projected up on a screen. They weren't online. Me personally, this works totally different for other people. I never made a lot of money off of wedding sales from putting stuff online anyway, so I just didn't go that route. It wasn't something I was interested in. Often, I had another company that I worked with that did a photo booth, so that would kind of take care of all those people who wanted their photos. So what I would do is I would do just my really rough batch adjustments, my contrast and my white balance, and then show them those pictures. Then based on what they chose, we would narrow down roughly what was in the album, and I would build the album by placing images. And so I would have the images in TIFF files, and as I'm using them, I'd be placing them, so I could be resizing them, changing them, and moving them around, and I wasn't ruining anything. And then as they were approving the images, that's when I would go back to those original TIFFs and retouch them more. And then I would always, anything that they wanted to get big, I would retouch, but that's how I would save time, is knowing, okay, is this going to be a little picture in the corner, or is it going to be big? And I pretty much still always tried to clean up the overhanging skin of the bride, because she's the most important one. And if she sees a shot where she's like, oh my God, I look fat in that picture, then she's going to kick it out even if it was a good picture. So that was one of the time-consuming things. And I would do that with warp a lot of times instead of liquefy, because I could move it over and then blend it. It depends on how bad it was.
We have a question from Bonnie H. from Canada. Sometimes when I try to edit, there are adjustments above that layer. If there are adjustments above that layer, the edit is not accurate. That is, if I want to use the healing brush and it has a strange density, it's lighter than the skin tone. Is this because of the curves adjustment?
Right. And if you have adjustments above that layer, then you're not actually seeing truly what's there. So if you're having problems with that, that's when you do the Command Option Shift E. If you're having a problem, it will kind of make it more accurate when you're cloning or patch tooling. And sometimes as well, if she watched yesterday, if it's a skin retouching, the frequency separation will make it much easier to not have those issues because it put the color and the texture on two separate layers. So she might be better off when you have that to go ahead, separate them, and retouch on that top layer instead of on the color layer.
Okay.
All right. We have about 20 minutes to go till lunch.
Okay.
And just a note is if we can take lunch early if you want to, so that we can, if you need those plugins before.
Well,
we'll be able to download to get those at lunch.
I probably only would need an extra 5 minutes, so should be okay.
Okay, great.
And let me just zoom in and show this before after real quick. I lightened it up, but notice nothing moved. Keeps the line straight. Okay. All right, so I'm going to touch on retouching African American skin, and I'm going to tell you there's really no differences. The biggest difference for me is if I increase contrast, sometimes I will get red in the shadows, and the reds become more noticeable. And so typically, let's say I increase contrast on the photo, I would change that levels layer to luminosity, and then it doesn't affect the color. So I'm kind of avoiding that problem right up front. But I'm going to bring up a photo of a recent client to retouch, and she had great skin anyway. She looked great. But one of the things, I don't know why this happens, so I thought I would mention it to you guys. A lot of times, my blacks look blue. Do people have that problem? Anybody know why? Okay, my blacks always look blue. I guess it's because you can't have a true black, because black is no color, no light, so maybe blacks are really dark blue. And so I've often removed that in post. So I'm going to take a look, and what I'm worried about in this photo is to make sure the contrast is all right, and that I'm not losing any highlights. And so when I click here on the top right button in my camera raw, it's showing me which highlights I'm losing, and I'm not losing the highlights in her face, so I'm okay. I still have that skin texture. The only highlights that I'm losing are just in the jewelry, and that's totally fine. So that looks good. If I click over here and try to see what I'm losing in blacks, I still actually have all that detail in the blacks, so I'm okay. For white balance, for a picture like this, when I'm shooting a client, I do have a color checker. And so what you can do is it'll have a neutral, it has actually several neutral, and I'll bring it up. Kenna, you can talk about your mask in a second. Let me bring this up. Okay, so here's a color checker. Did you have a story behind where you found this mask?
Well, it wasn't me that found this mask, but this mask came from New York City last week, which is why I love that there's the Statue of Liberty tag on
Because
it,
I just
but
see this in the
it was-
corner.
It was, yes, it was Halloween, and there were some pranks that went on with this mask as well. So it was brought home by the team here, Creative Lab. So
Nice and creepy.
it scared a lot of people.
I was confused. Okay,
Blame
so
Adam,
he
blame
has.
Adam.
I blame Adam for everything. So he has the color checker in his mouth or around his neck or whatever's going on there. And there's a variety of different solutions for this. But when you zoom in, it actually provides you not just neutral grays, but varieties of neutral grays, because some of them will give you a warmer picture. So it depends on your personal taste. There's a true neutral gray, like 18% gray that zeroes everything out. But then there's one that's a little warmer or a little cooler. And what you'll do is opening it up in Develop Module, which is where I am now. I'm in Develop Module. I have my navigator set. On the right-hand side, and this is in Lightroom, you can do the same thing in Photoshop with levels. It just won't work as well because right here you're accessing all of your raw data. So I can click on my eyedropper. And if you can see the navigation, I'm not sure how well you guys can see it, as I mouse over the different whites and grays, it's giving me a preview of when I click on that as a neutral point, how it will convert my image, what it will look like. So I know what the true neutral gray looks like versus something a little bit warmer, and I can select a black point, white point. So maybe I say, okay, that's how I like the photo. And when I click on it, it'll make a change. Let me do something a little more dramatic so you guys can see it. Maybe here? Okay. So if you're looking, there's actually a tint to that gray. So now it's, I don't know, I feel like it's a little peachy, but maybe it makes a pretty peachy color skin. In Lightroom, what you can do is you can take one picture of this color checker or whatever you're using for white balance. It might even be a lens cloth. You take the one picture, when you set the white balance, I can select all of my photos and with one click make them have that correct white balance. So I can click on the first one, and let's click on all the photos of the mask. When I right click, this is one way to do it, but you can also click down here with sync settings in the bottom right. It's kind of the more readily available option. When you click sync settings, it's saying, okay, so any of these things that are checked, apply this change also to all the other photos that we selected. And so in this instance, I could turn everything off if I wanted to, if I had made a bunch of other changes. I didn't, so I'm okay. But I want to make sure my white balance is changed. So when I hit synchronize, it goes ahead and see it clicking through and changing the white balance. For weddings, I throw in a gray card when the bride is getting ready and doing her makeup, because it's always in like a really nasty, dingy bathroom. Like they always just do it in the bathroom of the church or whatever. So throw in the gray card to make sure that's correctly white balanced. Or in a room where there's light above, and then also there's going to be window light, so I have the mixed color temperatures. I'll throw it in so that I can make sure that it's easier for me to get the true skin tone when I'm having that mixed light in the scene. This is a kind of another topic, but if I can get rid of mixed light, I do. I turn off one of the lights. I mean, even if they needed to see for the photos, I'll just say, hey, I'm going to turn this off for a little bit. It's going to make my job a lot easier. Okay, so that was the white balance. So for something like this, in the original shoot, I did have a color checker, and then everything stayed the same. So I didn't really need to make any changes. If you didn't have a color checker, I would grab, you can also grab white point here if you wanted. I could base it off of a black point, but it needs to be not solid black. If there's no detail, it can't actually color balance off of that. Or you can do it by eye if you know that your monitor is calibrated. And there's a bunch of different, there's Color Monkey and the Spider Pro, and if then you can judge it by eye because maybe you have a particular taste. I generally like my photos cooler and less saturated, and that's part of my style. It depends. All right, so we'll say that's good, and I'm going to open it up. And so for a photograph like this, I'd duplicate the background, and I'd come in and look at problem areas that I need to get rid of. So for example, this is a portrait. This girl is on Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. So this is a portrait. Do I get rid of that or not? And I ask her, and she said I can get rid of it. So I can spot heal that out. No problem. Other things, always for women, I get rid of wrinkles on the hands and problem areas in the neck. And so I'm going to do my basic retouch, and then I'll just show you real quick a couple tips for other things I do for African American skin tones. Okay, and so I just need to get it close because I'm going to run a portraiture on her neck, so it doesn't need to be perfect. I already know that I'm going to. If I'm looking at this shot, it's not going to be blown up for a billboard, and her head's smaller in it, so the portraiture will probably be just fine. If I want to shape her cheeks a little bit more, I can give her more of that extended highlight by taking Clone on Lighten, and I can kind of lighten up this highlight even further. Let's do this. And I could also do one on Darken, and I could darken up underneath to pull out that jawline just a little bit more. And I'm going to merge down just for teaching purposes. It's going to be easier than having a million files. I'm going to duplicate, and let's run our portraiture. So Filter, Image Nomic Portraiture. I'm going to come in to her neck. And that's the main area that I'm worried about smoothing out right now. And so even though the neck doesn't probably have enough skin detail, it's her neck, it's not her face, so you don't really care. What you care about is if this gets over smoothed. So right now, how we talked about using portraiture the first day, I smooth based on the area of skin. So I'm going to smooth differently for her arm than I would for her face, than I would for her neck. So I'll hit OK. And if you look, going before and after for the neck, it looks much better. If I hit Command or Option and then click on the mask, it gives me a black mask so it hides everything. Then I can just paint it back in selectively. Paint it back in on her neck. And then I could also paint it on her face for certain areas that I thought that it didn't overdo it. All right. Her eyes are relatively even in this shot, but if I ever get a shot where the catch lights look uneven, so maybe one doesn't exist, what that tends to convey to your mind, if there's a smaller catch light or you don't see it, is that one eye was droopy or that their eyes are uneven. And we perceive symmetry as beautiful, so I will always fix that. How I'll fix it, let's say, these are relatively even, but what I would do is I would select the catch light, Option J, move the catch light over, and blend it in. If there is no catch light at all, and blend it in. If there is no catch light at all, you can draw it in yourself. It's much easier if it's not a huge photo to be believable. If it's small, I draw on catch lights all the time, like just with a hard edge brush. And you can actually have your brush be the shape of a polygon, or you can shape it like a softbox. You can shape it however you need to. So when I zoom back, maybe the eyes look more even with even catch lights. I know that I would fill in the hair to be more even here, and I would clean up the hairline. Just showing you a couple things I'm thinking of. I'd move her ear in a bit because I'm obsessed. That's what I do. I know that I would liquefy in just a little bit, but the reason I wanted to put this example up there was so that I could show you kind of a colored skin tone effect that I do. If you look on my portfolio, most of the African American skin tones I have aren't necessarily this kind of warm, this warmer tone. They're usually kind of slate and cool. So how I do that is I open up my Vibrance tool, and I do one of two things. I either try Vibrance dragged all the way to the left, or further to the left, and saturation to the right, or I switch it. It depends on the person. So when I do this, let's see, even before and after, let's see how your screen looks. I'm gonna put a darker layer real quick over everything because your screen's looking a little lighter than mine, just to make sure you can see everything. Okay, so for the Vibrance, it will make kind of a cooler, more slate tone. And so I will do that, or I'll go ahead into reds and desaturate reds a little bit. And it starts to be kind of more of a cool slate tone. I think, I don't know if I have internet. If you go to my website under portraits, if you look any of the portraits, I have African American skin, it's usually kind of more of that slate look to it. So let me show you what I would do for this image. I'd probably do something like that for the kind of the slate color. I would paint the effect off of her shirt, bring back the color there. Okay, I would bring back the color in her hat. And then zooming into her face, I would try to find a way to maybe open up this eye a little bit. I think they look a little bit closed, a tiny bit sleepy, but not too bad. And her skin doesn't need much more retouching than that. What I see that I would change would probably be just a little bit of the smile line. But in general, that's pretty much the only difference between different ethnicity and race skin tones, is just sometimes I make it look kind of a cool tone using vibrance. You guys have any questions on that? Any problems you've run into? Let's see.
Just in general, that Susu asks, is calibrating your camera and monitor something that's important to your work style?
Okay, well, I have one camera that's well calibrated and taken care of and one that's not. Because I have the one that I don't use as often, and it's a nice backup camera, so I keep it like well maintained. And then I have my workhorse, which I'm a little more abusive to. When I'm shooting an editorial, it doesn't matter to me. When it's creative work, when it's fun, if I'm shooting something that was more of catalog or meant to exactly show what clothes look like, then it does make a difference.
Okay.
All right, so let me just show you the difference in her skin real quick. Something like that. And I can back off and do this one as well. So it looks nice and kind of creamy and smooth. All right, perfect.
Take a few more questions. We have about 5 minutes till
Sure.
lunch.
I can take a few questions and then we'll work on the plug-in.
Cool. Excellent. All right. So a question is.
Yeah, I have one.
Great.
Okay. XYZ360 Brazil asks, any tips on making skin look more like a painting, like sort of pinup style? Do you do stuff like that?
I just use, what I'll do is if I'm trying to exaggerate it, I use portraiture, and then I go in and I paint every highlight, like every single highlight on the body, I go over it with a white brush on soft light. Every single shadow on the skin, I go over it with a black or darker brush on soft light. And so you're painting it because you're accenting the highlights and then also the shadows. And so they start to look, I don't want to say plasticky, but beyond perfect. Those highlights are too perfect. The other thing is for the highlight area, and I do this for beauty all the time, let's say that there's the clavicles and you can kind of see skin texture. I'll go over that the highlight, and I think I have an example here, probably. Let me see if she has any clavicles that hang out. Okay, so for an example like this, with this highlight is, I would clone over on lighten to get rid of any skin texture. And then I would also go to the shadow and clone over on darken so that they're just highlights and shadows and not textured skin. It makes it really, really, really smooth and beautiful. And so here's where this image started as, and then here's where it ended up. So kind of fixing the headpiece, smoothing up the skin, bringing out highlights in the clavicles, and changing the shape of the body a little bit. You know, when you're working with a model, you don't have a ton of skin work to do, but it is kind of perfecting everything.
So a question from several folks earlier today. If you could just talk again about why you use Camera Raw versus Lightroom and just that workflow aspect again.
So I pretty much always start in Lightroom. And so I import my images, and I don't shoot JPEG images ever. Like, I never shoot JPEG images. So when I bring them into Lightroom, when I'm in Develop module, I'm actually working in Adobe Camera Raw. Like, that's what it is. It's the same engine. It's just you have more options, more control, and it's not actually applied. It's you just kind of viewing a preview. In this example, I'm showing you that the Lightroom changes. The reason I've opened up some things in Adobe Camera Raw is if you don't have Lightroom, you can still do all those changes if you shot the image raw. So I don't think I ever open it up just in plain Camera Raw. It's always in Lightroom.
Great.
I think that's all the questions we have right now.
Okay.
All right,
Unless
cool.
you've got
Perfect.
another one.
Well, this is just a more general question from Digitail, who says, do you do selective focus in Photoshop in your photos or only in camera?
Me personally, I don't do selective focus with plugins. However, the plugin Focal Point is one that you can purchase that helps you fake depth of field. So that is another one if you want to give it a try. I just don't. I tend to shoot on location, really wide apertures, narrow depth of field. In studio, it's all in focus.
And Lindsay, one more thing. Did you say that you were going to show us how to open up the model's sleepy eye?
Yeah, I'll just pick another photo
Okay.
after and just kind of open up a little bit. And I usually just do it in Liquify.
Okay, cool. All right, great. Well, I think then, are you ready to go
Yep.
for our lunch break?
Sounds perfect.
All right.
Okay, good. So we'll take a 45-minute break. What are we going to see after lunch? What's
Okay. After lunch, the couple things that I have are some common problems that we run into. So I'm going to extend backgrounds and smooth things out, smooth a couple clothes out, things like that. I'm going to use some of the user examples, some of the audience examples as well.
Great.
So I'm going to probably go through about 3 photos that people have submitted and tell them what I'm thinking, how I'm processing it, what needs to be changed. I'll also talk about, once we fix the couple plugins, I'll demo a couple other plugins that I think you guys should know about. I'll show you how to better use Perfect Mask and how I use that for that porcelain skin effect, because sometimes if you're trying to isolate the skin, it's kind of a pain. So that makes it easier. And then we're ending on our kind of cool, different special technique yet to be named.
Oh, very exciting. And it'll be really neat to see you working live with our audience's pictures. I'm sure they'll be excited too. A note, Lindsay mentioned earlier about the service, the retouching service that or not really retouching, I guess it's cleanup.
Cuts things off of backgrounds.
Yeah, okay.
Service.
So that's clippingpathasia.com. That's clipping dash, the symbol dash, clipping-path-asia.com. So you can go there and check out and see what they have to offer. Could save you a lot of time. All right, so a reminder that Lori Nordstrom is coming to Creative Live, November 16th through 18th to teach her Real Kids event system. And you have the opportunity to join her in our Seattle studio and be part of the audience, but you have to act fast. Submit your video. It can be a very simple video. It only takes 5 minutes. You can do this during the lunch break. I challenge you to do it during the lunch break and get it to us before we start up again. You can use your mobile phone with a camera, your laptop, or if you have a webcam, of course, you can do it there. Just submit a video to us. You can see the details for that on our Creative Live blog. Just go to our blog at creativelive.com/blog, and you can search or just scroll down to the post that we have announcing Lori Nordstrom's workshop. So submit your videos, and we hope we can see you here in Seattle. In her workshop, she's going to teach us about running multiple photography and sales sessions in a single day to optimize your work performance and your profitability, maximizes sales, and she teaches you how to work with how your images will come out and the various products and things that your clients will just love. For everybody, enroll now so you can be prepared, and you'll get notifications from us about the beginning of her workshop, and you don't want to miss that. Another note, Kenna, you misspoke a little bit earlier.
I did.
Okay, so you actually have more time with our great Tim Ferriss workshop that's coming up. You have until November 3rd to submit your videos for that. So you have a couple more days to do that. So submit your video for Lori Nordstrom, and then you can submit one for Tim Ferriss's workshop with
Make
us.
them both at the same time if you're doing it anyway and you got all that gear out there.
There we go.
All right. So again, we're going to take a 45-minute lunch break, but before that, just a reminder that this workshop, you have less than 9 hours now to get that essentially around 30% off of this workshop. And I'm just sitting here thinking about, as I watch you work so quickly, about the many late nights that I have spending like 5 hours on one image, say, and maybe if you have done that, you know what I'm talking about. And think about how much time you can save for yourself if you learn these methods and you learn from Lindsay how to speed up your workflow. And again, you get the checklist when you purchase this class, you get her favorite shortcuts, and then all of these videos that you can go and practice and learn how to do these things. Just think about what would you do with that extra 4 hours of time, whether that's hanging out with your kids and that's just for one image, say. So.
And the images that she's working on will be included. Yeah.
That's right, thank you. So this is not just about Photoshop, but this is really about increasing your productivity for your business, but also for life in general. So what would you do with that extra 4 hours for one image? Multiply that out times a ton, and is that worth $99 to you? So buy the course now if it is, and we will see you back in 45 minutes. With
Welcome back. Welcome back to Retouching and Creative Photoshop Techniques with Lindsay Adler and all of us at Creative Live. I hope you had a wonderful lunch time. Sorry.
That's all right.
Funny.
It's all right.
We'll start out again. We'll give out a couple of prizes. So starting out first, we have a Triple Scoop music certificate and Nick Silver.
Back.
Whoa, sorry.
There we go.
Thank you. I heard something. Okay. Okay, so we have the Triple Scoop music certificate and a Nick Silver Effects Pro 2. That's $259 value. That goes to Ladybug, and that comes in on Twitter at LadybugPic. Tip, composites are a great way to highlight a product. So that's good to remember. Thank you.
All right, next prize is On One's Perfect Photo Suite 7. So brand new, just came out. It's a $300 prize, and the winner is Jana Rash. And her quote came in on Facebook. And I love this one. It's, if you can think it, you can create it. Did you want to say something?
I was going to say, I'm going to be demoing, this product I think came out literally 2 days ago. And so I'm going to be demoing in a little bit the Perfect Mask in 7, which is the newest one. So you'll get to get a preview. And basically they just make everything bigger and better each time and make it kind of utilize the power of whatever upgrades there's been to Photoshop. So
Fantastic.
great product.
That's great. Congratulations, you two.
And did I read off the quote? I did not yet. Did I? The
Didn't you?
quote is, if you can think it, you can create it.
I thought it sounded pretty inspiring.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Like, that's pretty
So
good.
we still have 2 amazing prizes to give away today in addition to the photo contest. So keep tweeting, keep posting to Facebook, and do that once an hour. But also wanted to let you all know that everybody wins. So listen closely because we will get these up as well, but they're not up yet. But there are a number of discounts right now from some of the folks that Lindsay works with, and so I'm going to read them off. The first one is from LiveBooks, and LiveBooks is having a promo where you get 15% off professional pre-designed LiveBook website. And the code for that is Creative Live, and that gets you that 15% off on livebooks.com. There is also 10% off if you are interested in purchasing a Lens Baby, who's been giving away some gift certificates. There is a 10% off if you use the code WADLER, so WADLER. Then we have Nick has a discount, and that is 10% off, and it's Adler, and that's Adler with an E, L-A-D-L-E-R.
ADLER.
A-D-L-E-R. And then also, or it might be L-R Adler. We have to double check. So try one of those. One or the other will get you 10% off. And then finally, portraiture, Imagenomics portraiture is 20% off using Lindsay's full name, Lindsay Adler, all lowercase. And that's Lindsay with an A, L-I-N-D-A-S-A-Y. Lindsay Adler.
Go look it up.
So again, wonderful. Thank you everyone for all of those discounts for our entire audience. So very cool. All right, Lindsay, back over to you.
Excellent. So I've had lunch and I have a lot more energy. So I'll try not to talk too fast. It tends to happen. I like eat some chocolate, have some lunch. It's a good time. So if I'm forgetting something that I said I would show, remind me. But what I wanted to do is to work with a couple of people's photos that they sent in that have common problems. So one of the things that I know that I ran into all the time, and this is one of the audience members' photos, is something like this. You have a small studio space. It's not deep enough to be able to maybe get that softbox out of the way, which is what you see on the left here. And then basically, if you're going to have her do a pose like this, in order to fit her feet in front of the background, you have to have her all the way back against the background, and so then maybe you get the edges. You just really, if you have a small space, you're up against this all the time. So I'm going to show you a couple tricks on how to extend your background, make it look realistic. One of the things as well that I did in this photograph, this is what it looked like raw. Right now I'm in the Adobe Camera Raw, or in this case it's actually in Lightroom, and I'm in the Develop module. If I hit R, the shortcut R, it brings up my grid and my crop tool. And so it gives me a little bit of a grid, and I can actually move so that I get that baseboard in a straight line, because before it was crooked. So I'm watching for when the baseboard lines up. Looks good. And I'm going to open it up in Photoshop, and what we're going to do is find an easy way to clone in the background and extend it. For situations like this, I also try to crop in as much as I can get away with. What's nice is in CS6's new crop tool, you can still crop, but have that information available to you if you want it. It's a non-destructive crop tool. So I'm going to only crop loosely here so I can show you that new feature in CS6. And the shortcut is Command E to open up in Photoshop, and I'm going to edit a copy with Lightroom adjustments. And so if I did just edit a copy or edit original, it wouldn't have that straightening that I just did with the crop tool. So I'm going to hit edit. And the first thing that I wanted to do is just show you that crop tool. And then I'm going to switch over and extend the background. So as I said, this is new for CS6, so if you don't have CS6, don't worry. Right now, when I have the bounding box for the crop tool, you can set, so that you have a view of the rule of thirds. If you want to have a preview of that, you can constrain, maybe say to a 4:6, if you know that that's often what your clients purchase. And right now, when I crop, it's selected to delete cropped pixels. So this would act like normal crop like you've had in any other Photoshop. If I turn that off, when I crop, let's say I crop into here, for example, and I hit enter. If I want to, I can still later on extend my crop back out, and all that information is still there. So it's really, really useful in case you want to see what it would look like, because you know that they're going to get a 4:6, and later on you're like, oh, you know what? They actually wanted an 8:10 or something to that effect. So really, really useful tool, good benefit of CS6. But let's just back out of that for now, and I'm going to show you how to extend this background simply. In the past, and this is, I'm trying to make this applicable to everybody, but this is a really useful CS6 tool. In the past, what I would probably have done was come in here and grab maybe my rectangular marquee tool, select this background, and try to center this so you guys can see. Good. Command J to copy and paste it into a new layer, drag it up, and then blend it. That would be my solution, and that's what I would do for, if I have a gray background or a muslin. But in CS6, there's a tool that it's developed from CS5 to CS6, which is content aware fill, but in this case it's content aware extend. So I'm thinking of, let's say you're looking at a scene where you have a lake, and then at the very, very end, it ends with something nasty like there's, pickup truck and garbage cans. Well, if you make a selection of the lake, you can drag it over, and instead of it's not just a copy and paste and blend, it actually looks at the repeated patterns that you've had in your scene and makes up pixels to replace it. So for example, you'll see here, I'm going to make a selection of this area. And the tool is where our spot healing brush exists. And it's called Content Aware Move Tool. Now, by default, what it's set to is Content Aware Move. So you can actually take a piece of your picture. Let's say you have a subject. They're on the left-hand side. You can select them, click and drag and move them. It'll blend in the old area so that they disappear. Copy and paste them, put them in the new place, and blend it so that they're on the right-hand side of the frame now. It does that for you. I don't use it too often. I'm sure there's applicability, but it's not that useful to me. What is useful is to change the mode from move to extend. And this is how I take control of a lot of my backgrounds. And I often will have a subject, or they'll do something where they jump and they're off the edge of the frame, or the way that I'm zooming, I see the edges of my background. So, Content Aware Extend, you make your selection, you click, and you drag it up, and I'm just going to let go. And it'll take a minute to process. But what it does is it doesn't just cut and paste it, it will actually blend it based on the patterns that it sees around so that it's more believable. So if I zoom in here, you can't see that edge, and this is actually a pattern. So it's really, really great for faking patterns, but also whatever solid background you have. Can you see that? Would you know? Because look, it's not just blending. See here, it actually makes up pattern, because that's how content aware works. So the same thing if we come over here. You can select this entire area and extend the background if you wanted to. Now this will work a little bit differently. And I'm going to show you how it might not work perfectly and you may have to tweak it, but it's still pretty nice. I could select this area and maybe do a little bit lower. Just kind of select right onto that baseboard. And do my Content Aware Extend. I'm extending the background. And I'm going to drag it over. Now, I don't know if you can see what the problem is going to be, but it's going to have to blend those two patterns in. So I let go, it's going to think, and it's going to blend and kind of make up what it thinks is appropriate. And if it's not perfect, this is where you can kind of blend. So I would add a layer mask and start to blend those two layers together. So if you look, because of this area here, it felt that it needed to fake and add additional background with that same pattern. I don't like it, but I also don't think if a client saw this, you wouldn't notice. It looks natural. It depends on if it bothers you or not. So you could go ahead, add a layer mask. I can zoom in and see how it made up pixels. It's not smeared, it's not blurred. It invented pixels for you. But I could go in with my black brush and kind of paint off and blend to whatever looks good to my eye. And I could do lighter opacity. I would probably go in more carefully than this, but you guys get the general idea. So I could blend. It's whatever looks natural to you. And I can do the same thing, so I could keep going. So this is your solution when your backgrounds don't extend the way you'd want. And even down here, you could do the same thing with the baseboard, but you may have to do multiple. Because I only have 2 inches of the baseboard to work with. I don't have that entire background. So if I wanted to extend that baseboard, I'm just going to merge down for teaching purposes. I can grab the baseboard, just a few inches I have there, and I might have to do multiple extends. So there's 1, 2, and you may have to clean up a little bit, but it's much simpler than trying to clone out of those 2 inches or copy and paste and blend. So that's common problem number 1. And I would spend more time and clean that up, but that's good enough for me. Any quick questions on that before I move on to another the background didn't extend far enough example. Okay,
I'm sure there are, actually. Hold on one moment.
okay, you're waiting for it to catch up?
Yes.
No problem. I'll grab that other photo while we're waiting.
Question from Al is content-aware extend destructive?
Destructive in the sense that it is creating and changing pixels. So yes, something that's non-destructive is like a layer mask or an adjustment layer. So it is technically destructive the way that it's changing your photo, but that's why I duplicate the background layer. And so then I could always go back if I need to blend. So technically destructive.
Keith Bellow says, can you do the background pasting even if the client foot or hand is outside of the background?
Okay, so the question was, can you do, let's say that her foot, in this example, extended beyond the background. What I would do in that instance is I would do the content-aware extend, and then I would have to do a mask to mask back in her foot. And so I would take that extended background, lower the opacity so I could see her foot, put a mask on, and paint the effect away, or use a quick selection to select the foot and then fill it in with black so that that extended background does not cover her foot as well. And honestly, I mean, my studio in New York, I live in New York City, my studio is in 8th and 38th, and it's at the top of an industrial building. Now, it's great. It literally overlooks the Empire State Building. You know, it's in a wonderful location, but it doesn't have the high ceilings that I would want. Some places it's 10, some places it's 12, but I also photograph regularly 6'7" people who then put on 3-inch heels. And so often they're jumping or moving and they're too tall, and I do that exact thing. I'll have to extend the background and then clone out around their head or mask out around their head.
So Particia adds on to that. So when you extend the background, what do you do with the reflection on the floor?
Okay, well, we're going to do that next.
All right.
How convenient.
Your mic's out.
All
Do
right.
you want to ask it again?
I can repeat that.
Okay,
The
great.
question was, conveniently, if you need to extend your background, what about if there's a reflection on the floor? So you're looking at this picture, and this is a very pretty fashion image with the like often we'll use reflections on the bottom. And how we do that, in case you're interested in creating this in your studio, is you buy plexi. It might be white plexi for a clean reflection, but if you extend I usually use seamless. I have a black and a white seamless. If you extend your seamless out into the studio and then you put whatever plexi on top, it'll pick up the layer below. So it'll be black plexi if it's on black, white if it's on white. So I had this white plexi, but it was old and the reflection looked awful. And I also, she was extending slightly onto the background. This right here, just so you know, this isn't the original file. And when I was trying to crop it to a 4:6, the way I had to do it was I had to add background, so you can just ignore this. So if you're looking, this photo, I have kind of the white on either side, and then also a really ugly reflection that isn't catching the entire photo. So let me show you again where we end up, and I'll give you a couple tips on how I got there. So we end up to a picture with much more impact to it. Not really that hard. I'm going to delete everything real quick. Okay, so what I can do pretty easily is what we just talked about, is do my content-aware extend. Because this is, if there's a little bit of detail on your white background, you don't just want to paint white. Because what you'll have is if you didn't notice it goes to print and you just painted white, then you'll have a whiter edge and then they'll have a little bit of detail on the white background. And I've unfortunately had things go to print where I'm like, oh, awesome. Like looks like I painted with a white brush in the background because I didn't notice they were viewing on a different screen or a different color calibrated monitor than I was. So you're better off if you can check to see the values with your eyedropper to actually see if it's going to be pure white or not. But you're better off doing content-aware extend, so if there's any texture in the background, that you'll maintain it. And furthermore, if you're not working on white, you have to worry about that. So I'm going to grab my content-aware extend, click it over, and it should be pretty fast, taking a second more. You know, no problem. So I don't have to worry about cloning and cloning in straight lines. Same thing I can do over here on this edge. And I'm not going to get it perfect for time's sake, but I would just do that a few times. Pretty quick, pretty easy. All right, so I come down to the bottom, and it is dirty and messy and ugly and just kind of sucks. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a selection of the bottom down here, and for my peace of mind, I'm just going to fill it with white because I don't want to see it anymore. It's upsetting me. So I'm going to clean it up. Oops, not white. Switch. Okay. What I will tell you is this area around here, if you look, and can you guys see this on the screen, this area where it's kind of brown and dirty? Yeah. I will lighten it up with cloning, but if, let's say, there's a couple footprints and things, that's when I would use portraiture with the color selection off, and it just smooths it out. So similarly, in this example, if I'm going ahead and let's say I'm trying to blend these two, right? And so I'm cloning. And I'm cloning around, let's do higher opacity. I'm cloning around, and you can see where I cloned and it's kind of blotchy and it doesn't look so good. That's when I will frequently go up into portraiture after basically when I want to blend my areas together. I'll turn it off, I'll pump this all the way up, and when you zoom in, let's see before and after. Can you guys even see that? See where I'm looking? There you go, you can see it right here. You know, it'll soften my edges. And so it makes that blending better once I put more time into it than this. Particularly if you have wrinkles in your background. That's when I have a gray background, I have a client, I shoot them on the gray, and there's a wrinkle. And you clone it out, and you can see the edges. When you zoom in, you know you can see where you cloned. That's when I run portraiture, smooths out the background. So let's hit cancel on this one. So a couple things that I would need to do. I want to bring back more detail in some of the dress area. So this is another time where typically you guys might think of doing the eyes for shadows, highlights, but I can also do it for bringing detail out in a dress. So if somebody has something with a lot of detail, for example, if a bride has her white dress and the detail is blown out, I can bring that detail back in with shadows, highlights, but instead of bringing back the shadows, I can actually pull back in highlights. So if you have a dress where part of it was in the sun, what I typically would do would double process the image, open it up once for her face, another time for the dress, and combine the two. But you can also go here and bring back a little bit of the detail and the highlights. For this instance, I want to pull up a little bit more detail in the dress up here. I'll do that. And I'm going to hit the Alt or Option key to fill that in. And so I'm just going to paint the effect in the dress just a little. Okay, so the next challenge that I'm running into is I want this to be pure white. And in this instance, if I wanted to, I can really just do a levels. It's okay. Because she's going to be in silhouette, I can just kind of pop my levels, and right now I'm just dragging up my white point. So I grab my white point, drag it over, and if I fill this in with black, so filling my mask in with black, I can just paint appropriately, paint my white brush so that those areas are now clean white. So I could do that. This was intended to be a silhouette, so I want to get rid of the color, so I'm going to turn it to black and white. Looks good. I'm just tweaking the colors, not really anything I need to fix. So here's the last part. I can extend the edges, I can clean up backgrounds using portraiture to smooth things out, I can play with levels to clean up my background as well. But what happens if I wanted a reflection that I just don't have? What I do is I hit the Command Option Shift E, so it copies everything and puts it into a new layer. The reason that I want to do this is I selectively applied levels. So right now what I'm going to do is actually just mirror the image, and that levels effect wouldn't mirror with me. So let me show you practically what I would do. I would grab right for where her toe hits the ground, because that's where the reflection would be. And I'm going to hit Command J and then Command T. And this gives me a bounding box. That's transform controls. And then I'm just going to flip it over. And to make it look a little more realistic as a reflection, you can add a little bit of texture, you can add a little bit of noise. you might want to warp it a little bit. So Command T, we've done this a million times, warp. So maybe I just want to make it look like it's reflecting out of the ground. So it's not exact, but it's close. You could try that. You could also mess with your blend modes. I tend to back off the opacity just a little, because if it were a true reflection, I don't think it would be that crisp. It's a little bit more believable to do something like that. So I can extend my backgrounds and give myself a realistic looking reflection. And I do that often. The last piece that I would say is if you're trying to get a true silhouette in the studio and you have a very small space, it is very difficult to do, because what happens for a silhouette? You want to light the background and not light your subject. So you want them to be on two different planes. You want the background to be lit, but your subject to not be illuminated. If you're in a small space and you have white walls, your subject is going to be illuminated. The light's going to bounce off the background, bounce off the walls, bounce off the ceiling. So this is one of the things where I say, okay, I couldn't get it to be a true silhouette. I wish I could do it in camera, but I have a small space, so I know that I can do it by burning and dodging or darkening down in post. So I can grab an adjustment layer with levels, darken things down, and paint it in selectively. And I could also, paint it off the dress if I didn't want it to be as strong there, and off of the bottom. But sometimes in post, sometimes when you're doing silhouettes, I definitely fix things in post in that way. Okay, so I'm going to see, you have a question, yeah.
What lighting did you use? Or how would you do that to get it as pulled off as you could?
Absolutely. Okay, so my studio, I'm at this point for my studio, it is deep enough that I could if I actually wanted to. But if I'm working in a small space, I have two silver reflectors, the silver dishes, the normal ones, like 7-inch or something, pointed at the background. I have one pointed high so that it covers the top here, and so I don't have to whiten it up too much, and one pointed low. And I want to get at an angle also where if I have plexi, I'm getting the reflection of the background in the plexi, so that makes the plexi nice and clear. Okay, so how I'd block the two off is I try to get her as far out from the background as possible, and then in my studio I have large V-flats that are black on one side, white on the other, and I just put the V-flats as close to her as possible in two ways. One, so it's on either side, but they actually fold in half, so I try to actually cup her on either side. So it's black in the front, so no light is reflecting off the walls in front of me or behind the camera, and then also nothing from the sides. So those are really useful if you're in a small space, because you can either fill in light or subtract it. In my upstate New York studio, I used to hang black backgrounds on the walls when I was trying to do this. It was a pain, but you got to do it.
Just curiously, why not use the reflection off the plexi?
You absolutely can. It's just, it was ugly in this example. It wasn't as crisp, and it was dirty, and I only had this big of a plexiglass, and so I missed part of my reflection. So people have been shooting with plexi and using that reflection forever. I just didn't do it well. Any questions? Okay.
Yes, let's take some questions. A question from Ogunzilla Omar. How do you handle, in New Jersey, how do you handle having to use multiple layer masks? Do you flatten the image after working with one mask and then start the next?
Okay, so good question. What he's saying is, let's say maybe you're copying parts of the background and then you're trying to sample and it's all below. What I'll do often is group the multiple layers with the layer masks, and then if I'm cloning or doing something that I need to sample, I just make sure my clone is on current and below, and it will select from everything below. But that's also why I periodically will do my Command-Shift-E or Command-Option-Shift-E to merge it all down and put it on a top level. I don't merge, but I'll give myself that data on the top level if I'm struggling with it. I try not to merge too much because that's always when I end up needing to go back, always.
Somebody was, El Flasher was wondering if this is the normal speed in which you retouch pictures.
Mike, is your mic on?
I don't know. You don't need to hear me. We want to hear from
I could hear them screaming Mike from the back of the room.
Yeah. El Flasher wants to know if this is the normal speed at which you retouch pictures. What's the average time it takes you on beauty retouching?
So, okay, so beauty retouching, if it's going to be a close-up beauty shot, I probably spend 40 minutes on it, but I get kind of intense. So while we're on that topic, I was going to show you an example of a beauty retouch that took me much longer. So for this image, it was for a makeup artist portfolio shot. And so if I come down here, that's where it started. So she has a highlight on her forehead. She has detail on either side of her face. Her lips are uneven, her nose slightly uneven, her ears are sticking out, her face isn't symmetrical. She has a lot of texture in her neck. And so something like this retouch, probably took me about almost an hour. When it's fashion images that are further back, sometimes it only takes me 5-10 minutes, but I would say on average between 15 and 40 minutes. It really, really is going to depend. But the speed that I'm going right now, I'd say it's close. I would go this speed, but I zoom in a lot closer to 100% and make sure that I'm getting everything just right, versus here I'm clearly skipping things for time's sake.
We have a couple of clarification questions, and from Just Me, what is the difference between extend and move mode in content aware?
Okay, so I'm going to show you, let's see if I can grab a picture to show you what would be, see if anybody has a good sample of what you'd like to move.
And then also Photoshop Addicted says, what is the difference between using content aware fill and content aware extend? So just two.
Sure. There's nothing good to move, so I'm just going to open up the image and just see if you can understand roughly what's happening. Let's open this up. All right, so what extend is doing is the difference between content aware fill and content aware extend is you're telling Photoshop what you're doing so it knows how to better calculate what to give you. You're saying, okay, take this pattern and extend it, versus if you're content aware filling, it's just saying whatever's here doesn't belong, and so you're just removing. So if I were content aware filling, I would just select this, and then I would say fill, content aware. All right, and so actually let me duplicate a background so we can see before after. And so it would look around and say, okay, based on what's surrounding this area, what should I replace this with? Versus when you're doing content aware extend, so see it's saying, oh, okay, I think that there's a foot down here that I might want to duplicate. I mean, it doesn't work. Versus if you do extend, you're saying, I want you to extend this pattern and make it believable. So it's going to work better than fill because you're giving Photoshop some direction about how you want it to make up those pixels. All right, so if you're looking here, it's going to blend. Content aware move, you're physically moving pixels. So let's say I switch it to move. If I wanted to move, I don't know if this will work, how well it works, but let's say I select her body. If I hit move, I should be able to move her over here. It'll try to blend her in and then erase and blend in where she was originally. So if I move her here, it's going to try to say, okay, move her torso over here, blend it in with the existing area, and then since we moved it, take where she originally was and get rid of that. It's probably for elements, maybe an element in the background that you'd like to be in a different place. You select it, content aware, move it, you move it to the other part of the frame. I'm really curious to see what it does to her. So it didn't quite work, but it kind of did. And so see how when you moved it, it's saying we don't want it here anymore, so get rid of her, but move her over here. Nice. Okay, other questions?
Let's see, I had one more to go. Oop, I lost it.
Okay,
Do you have one?
we have a question from Brendan C. And it's a little bit long, so
Okay,
forgive
I'm ready.
me. In the case of the foot beyond the background, is there a benefit of using the extend then mask method versus using content aware delete first, then content aware extend over the created pixels and masking the extend out to reveal the foot?
All right, to give a succinct answer, I would try both, and I know that's a cop-out answer, but sometimes one is going to work better than the other. Sometimes it might work better to content aware fill, get rid of that foot to extend the background and then mask it out. Other times, try the extend, mask it out. This is why sometimes I'll use spot healing, sometimes I'll use patch. I don't always know. Like in that example, I thought maybe content aware fill would have done a little bit better than putting her foot there. Sometimes you think it would make sense, like that background is a repeated pattern all around it. You think it'd be smart enough to grab it. It wasn't in that instance, so either one could work. All right, so I will probably, unless there's any other pressing ones, move on to a couple other examples. All right, so we talked about the porcelain skin yesterday. But what do you do if you have to make a complicated mask of that hair? If I zoom in here, this is what it looked like more or less raw at a camera. I brought down the blacks a little bit, but this is what the picture looked like. Let's say I want to make her skin completely white and pale. How do I make a mask of that hair? And that's going to be really, really challenging. And so you could do it by hand, kind of. There are a couple ways to do it, but this is when I would use a plugin. And I wanted to make sure I covered that, just because this is actually how I do it. I actually use these tools. So I'm going to hit open. And I would go in and make sure I retouched her skin. And I would kind of overdo it because this is avant-garde retouch. So I would smooth out her skin here. Just a little less. Smooth out her skin here. Kind of flatten out features a little bit. I'm going to give her a brighter highlight on her nose. I would also go ahead and run portraiture. So let's go to Filter, Imagenomic, Portraiture. And in this case, I know for sure that I don't want to use frequency separation or anything because I don't want her to have skin detail. This is the technique where her skin goes completely smooth. So if I zoom in a little bit more, I'm basically eliminating detail, and that's fine with me. What I'll do is see how it goes a little bit blurry. All I need to do is mask back in some of the edges, and the skin will stay perfectly smooth, but then it won't look like a blurry photo because I've masked back in those edges. So I'm going to hit OK. I'm going to hit Option and the Mask tool. And then I'll just paint the effect on her skin. Okay. All right. Well, we've covered all of these things. What I really want to get to is masking out the hair. Look, armpits. I'd get rid of that. Bothers me. Okay. So I'm going to merge this down just to get out of the way because the technique that I'm going to use, it needs a merged layer. It needs a flat layer. So I'm going to go to File, Automate, and I want Perfect Mask. And I need Perfect Mask 5.2. This is, I don't understand. I do understand, but it's Suite 7, but it's Perfect Mask 5.2. Because it's like the 5.2 iteration of it, but it's in Suite 7. I don't know. Okay. So I'm going to open this up and show you for the demo of Michael, it was really, really easy to select that background. But something like this is going to be a little more complicated because I have to deal with hairs. So what I'll define over here where it says colors, I can click around and say, okay, I do want to keep reds, for example. Or in this example, because I want to make her skin white, I actually want to drop the reds, if that makes sense. Because I'm going to make everything else smooth and white, except red. So over here on the left, the top tool is the keep brush. The bottom tool is the drop brush. So I'm going to zoom in. And I'm going to tell this plugin, I want to drop red hair. I don't want this to be in the mask. So I'm just going to click here. It's going to think for a second, and it's going to say, okay, well, what else is similar to this? And I'm going to switch over here on the bottom left so that you can see the mask that it creates. And it's thinking, hopefully not freezing. Okay. Let's switch to a mask. Okay, so it's showing me so far what it's defined. So far, so good. But if you come over here to colors, you have keep and drop. So I can say, I want to drop all of the reds. I want to keep all of those light colored skin tones. So I'm going to hit add. and I'm going to do, it just says, do you want to do keep colors and drop colors? I want to do both because I'm going to show you both. So I'll say both. And now, if I go to the drop area, let's do, I want to drop reds and see what it's selecting. And it's giving me all these different tones. So it's helping the program know what you intend to keep or drop. So I'm going to click around, and you can do a ton. But what's more important to me is this area down here. Kind of the area where it's going to be more confused near the edges of the hair. So these kind of in-between tones is where I'm clicking. Then if I switch over to the keep, I want to tell it I want, oops. So I'm going to switch over to my keep, and I'm going to say I want to keep these color skin tones, the underneath there, chin, nose. I mean, you can click around forever. If you click too many places, then sometimes it gets confused and it's like, oh, those two colors are too close, and you might have to go delete some. But let me just continue this quickly. I'm going to go back to my drop, and I'm going to say, okay, so I want to drop hair. It's going to think this one is very, very intensive for processor, but it makes it a lot easier. So I can keep clicking around, and it knows. But let's just take a look more importantly to areas down here. This is what we really are worried about, these areas. Okay, so when I select down here near the hair, you're going to see that it starts to extend. All right, and then down here is where it gets confused. Say, all right, so we're getting close to the edge. This is where you can say, okay, I know that I want to keep skin, so you can let it know that. But you have something right here, it's the third tool down, and it's called the Refine Brush tool. And this is what you're supposed to use to outline edges. And so you're telling it, okay, this is where there's an area where some of it I want to keep, some of it I want to drop. And based on the information you gave it for the keep and drop, it helps decide how to make the mask. So I'm going to come in here and just trace kind of these edges a bit. Okay, let's do some more. And I'm going to trace the hair. And so see how it selected the hair correctly? So I can just roughly select it, and it's getting all of those hair follicles and actually selecting them. So it is somewhat time consuming, but it's better than, I mean, you have, what other options do you have? There are other options, but this is going to be one of the fastest. And so I'm just going to trace those areas. And I'm going to do this roughly so that I don't take forever on it. But you can trace, outline areas of hair, and then, you know, for in here, you can go back and say, okay, I want to drop these areas. And so it's just tweaking back and forth. All right, so let me grab a couple more areas and then move on. So I said I want all that added to my mask, but then if I add my refine, I can outline the hairs, and it's going to extend onto those hairs. Okay, so I would have to do this a little bit more. Same thing, it works pretty well down here to outline and say this is an area that's an edge, and see how it picks up those really fine hairs, and you keep adding. All right, so I'm going to hit OK, and I would hit OK for the lips as well. So I probably, if I were doing that carefully, it would probably take me 10 minutes to make the selection. I mean, it's not instant, but it is a hair selection. So if you look, you can kind of see the mask here. Where it masked it out, I would have a much more refined selection. And what I can do is I can load the selection. Okay. And I can go into my hue saturation. I can go to my yellows and reds and pull out my yellows and reds. Let's pull out some reds. So see how it's making the skin lighter. I can go back, load the same selection, go to levels, and lighten up the skin. And if I had, you know, my mask perfectly refined, now I have completely pure, smooth, white skin, so to see the before and after. When you have a very refined mask, you'll actually get the hair in there. And this is the basic example of how I do the perfectly smooth skin. You run portraiture, you make a mask to mask out things that you don't want to be affected. You pull out reds and yellows, load that same mask, and increase the contrast.
Can you tell us again, oh, there we go, but what plugin that you're using?
Yeah, this one is On1 Perfect Mask. And the On1 plugins that I use, On1 has a whole suite. And you can go ahead, look at their website, see what they have. They even have a retouching program. If there's anyone out there that loves Lightroom, hates Photoshop, they actually have a plugin so that you can do levels and layers. They actually do different layers within Lightroom. So that could be cool. It is a cheaper option as well. It's less expensive than Photoshop. But the tools that I use most commonly from On1 are Perfect Resize, which is the upsizing, and then Perfect Mask. Those most commonly used ones.
Very cool. And Lindsay, we have a lot of people who are saying, but how would you do this without the plugin? How would you do this without the plugin? And I just want to clarify that that's what you're teaching right now, is how to use these plugins.
Right.
And
So
like you stated, you could do all these things without.
And what I would do without a plugin in this example is I would go ahead and do several versions of selective color really, really, really carefully. Me personally, because it's easier for me, I was talking about for doing selections with channels before, where you load a channel, you burn and dodge, it lets you get refined edges, but this isn't an edge of something, this is hair. So what I would end up doing is if you go up to select color range, I can zoom in and I can select her hair and see that selection that it gives me. Let's see, can I zoom in more than that? I'm not sure. So if I click around and clicking on where her hair is, anywhere that I click is added to that selection, and I could do that a few times. So let's say I do one selection, and every time you could save. You save that selection, and then the next little selection you can add to it. So I could do one where maybe I do something general for the hair. The next one I zoom in and I do really careful color range selection for the tips of the hair. And then I just kind of blend it using layer mask. So there are ways around it, but this would be more time intensive because I would have to say, okay, did it reach too far? Was my fuzziness right? Was a crisp enough edge? In the beginning, I did it by hand. I definitely did. I don't even know if Perfect Mask existed then. So if you watched, I'm just going to tell those people, if you watched the other 2 days of my class, this is the first day where besides portraiture, there's been really any plugin that I said you need. I'm just kind of showing you what I do to make my job easier, but you don't need any plugins to do any of this stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to pick another example of student work. This is a photo. Kenna and I were talking about this one's fine, but I used to be a very bad photographer, really bad. And this is a fine photo, but we're going to talk about that a little bit about that later. You let me know when you want to. But I wanted a red background, and I had in this example, a tablecloth, and it was wrinkled, and I had a tiny space, and so it's unevenly lit. And this is a perfect example of how you would use Perfect Mask. This would be really easy to cut out, something like that. So I could say, keep the reds, outline her body, and then I can replace this red background with a solid, correctly colored red background. And because she's cut out, I could also add a highlight. So it looked like I had a very nice spotlight behind her, and then have a gradient. So these tools can improve a situation if you're working with a tablecloth and an 8-foot wide, 10-foot deep room, which sometimes we are. Okay. All right, let's go back. I think I've covered the essentials here. Let's go back to some submitted work. And I wanted to take a look at this photo. This is very pretty lit. There are a bunch of things that I would fix, and so I'm going to open that up and work on it. But what I want to say about a lot of other photos that people submitted. Some things cannot be saved in Photoshop. Some things can be. Things that are really, really difficult unless you're a Photoshop whiz is light. So there's a couple portraits that I was looking at where the way it was lit, there was a dark shadow in the eye and then a bright highlight on the side of the face. You can make it better in Photoshop, but it's never going to look great. So it can help you, but it's definitely not the go-to solution. And I am readily aware of that in my work. All right, so looking at this portrait, I'm going to open it up. I made sure the contrast looked good, no blown out highlights. I lost a little bit of shadow in her hair, so I could probably pump up the shadows just a bit so I'm not losing too much. I'm going to open this up in Photoshop. So we have a couple things that I'm looking at that I know that I want to fix. And I know that I want to do blemish removal. I hope this girl isn't watching. Sorry. Okay. I know that I would want to clean up hair over here. I want to bring out detail in her eyes. And then also something that I do often is filling in blank spaces in hair, open spaces in hair. Because the fuller somebody's hair is, the more luscious it looks. And I read a study that one of the things guys are most attracted to in women is hair, because if they have healthy hair, it means they're a healthy person and it's in our pheromones and whatever. He's nodding his head. I don't know what that means. He's like, yes, I love hair. And so if I can add a little bit of shine to hair, I will. If I can make hair look fuller, I will. It makes somebody look better. I rock my big hair for the guys. Not really, just kidding. I totally don't. I have no choice. This is what the hair does. Okay, so I'm going to go in and I'm just going to work on this photo and tell you what I'm thinking. And if anybody out there has questions about why, you just feel free to stop me. I'm going to go through and do some blemish removal, but I don't know, I may do some frequency separation on this. It depends on the end use, but I can still do some spot healing and click around and get rid of major blemishes. Now, is this 8-bit or 16-bit? Okay, this is 16. Awesome. If I wanted to do the frequency separation. And zoom in at 100% so that you can see if there's any problem areas that you're missing. And this right here, I see it and I know it's going to be a problem area because it's on an edge. So sometimes what I try to do is select the entire edge and it does better. Now, it wasn't perfect, but it's not too bad. So I might blend that a little bit more. All of these tools have problems on edges. Okay, so I'm going to click around a bit more. I'm assuming this is a beauty image, not a portrait. I don't know, but I'm going to treat it as halfway in between the two. So I'm going to perfect it to beauty, but I still want it to look like her. Click around a lot. Okay. Let's jump over. Okay, let's jump over to a frequency separation for a second, and let's give that a try. So I'm going to merge this down. If you guys remember from yesterday, I'm going to make 2 copies. The bottom, I'm going to name low. The top one, I'm going to name high. For the low level, I'm going to give it a Gaussian blur. And it depends on how much. What I'm looking for in her skin is to make sure that it's just blurred and smooth, so that looks decent. I'll hit OK. I'm going to go ahead and pull out all that detail again. So I'm going to go to Image, Apply Image. This is everything that we did yesterday. If this doesn't make sense to anybody, you have to watch it. I'm going to apply Low, Invert. I'm going to go to Add. Let's see if it picked up detail. So if you look, you can see that detail there. It's giving me a little bit of detail. I'm going to hit OK. And I have to change it to linear light. So I should be able to do before and after, and you see no difference. So I've just separated out detail into one layer, which, let me zoom in so you can actually see this. Detail into one layer there. Perfect. And then the colors into another layer. So I'm going to go ahead and smooth out underneath her eyes. So it'll keep the detail under the eyes that I have there, but I can smooth out the color a bit. So I make sure that I'm only on current layer. And I'm going to do my clone stamp. And let's do a low opacity. I don't need to get rid of completely. So notice it's still keeping that detail, but I'm lightening it up. Looks good. Let's come over to this side. This side has a little bit more smoothing that I would need to do, a little bit more. And so I'm still keeping the detail, just getting rid of some of the coloration. If I'm looking at her nose here, and it's a little bit red on my screen, maybe not so much on your guys' screen, this is a combination between what we did the other day. I could actually go ahead, grab an eyedropper, pick a skin tone, pick a low opacity, and paint that skin tone. Oh, much lower than that. I grab much lower. Make sure I have a soft brush. And so I can paint that color and kind of paint out that redness. So it's a combination between those effects that I had talked about. And I'm looking, are there any other red areas that I want to clean up? I'm going to come back down still on the low layer and smooth out any blotchiness that I see. So I'm just cloning and I'm just smoothing that out, but it keeps the detail because I put the detail on the high layer. Keep smoothing. Smooth up under the eyes just a little bit more. I'm going to turn my clone stamp to lighten, and I'm going to give her a highlight that's kind of smooth down the center of the nose. Good. I'd have to clone in here, smooth things out a bit. This is how I work, just kind of clicking around, smoothing things out. So what's nice is I can quickly go through, see my before and after, and it's making a big difference holding the detail. Up here, if I just clone underneath on the level below, so the low layer, there's still texture in the high layer, so I'd have to do on both. Or do this later when I'm merged. It's not something that you can just take care of with one retouch. But I will lighten up this area a bit just on the low level. So click. A gentleman yesterday, Mike, I think, suggested doing portraiture on that layer. And so that's something I think that should be our new thing. So you can run portraiture to smooth that out as well. So let's give this a try and run portraiture. And I'm going to zoom in and kind of just smooth in frames. And so let's back off just a bit, hit OK, and smooth everything else up and bring back that detail. So now look, it looks a little bit too smooth, but since you can have layer masks, I can go ahead, hit Option, add the mask, and then just go ahead in any place that needs a little more smoothing. Like I think maybe her nose, I want to smooth out the color a little bit. I can go ahead and paint white back in. Okay. If anything looks too smooth, I can go the opposite direction as well, duplicate that high layer. So let me duplicate the high layer. It's going to make everything look super sharp, but if I have Option or Alt and click the mask, then I can go in with my white and just paint back in some sharpening. So I can paint the sharpening back into her eye, for example, and see how much sharper the eye got. Same thing, eyebrows, eyes, eyelashes, maybe a little bit on the cheeks. Okay, so to show you so far, you know, we've smoothed things out a little bit. I'm going to merge this all down for purposes of teaching because I'm going to go out of our frequency separation for a minute. So let me merge this all, and I can just flatten it for teaching purposes. So the main things that I know that I need to do after this frequency separation, things that I need to fix, is I do need to fix the hair. And there aren't really any super quick solutions, so I probably would do just a lot of small spot healing and then just clone stamp on lighten. Now, there's not a really quick fix. So here's my clone stamp on lighten. Just try to make it less noticeable. Same thing over here. Try some patch tool as well. Kind of make a selection, click and drag it to an area I want it to be replaced with, and then probably blend it. Okay, so we've got that. Looks good. The next thing that I want to do is I know I want to fill in her hair. So I'm just going to duplicate the background. And since these areas where the hair is not filled in are lighter, I can use clone on darken mode and it will just fill in the light areas. So I don't have to go really carefully. It should be easier if I pick 100% opacity brush, click darken, and it just fills in those areas. And it didn't just clone over. Now, I don't want to have too many repeated patterns, but it should be okay. Just fill in here, something like that. Okay. I know that I would likely, I'm gonna merge down, I would probably select her hair and extend it out. Give her more full hair. So I can Command J, and I can extend her hair out this way, and then I'll just have to blend it in. So that would give her a little bit fuller hair, and I can come down here and blend. So let's do blend mode, and pick a soft brush, and I'm just blending it around the edges, but I mean, that was fine. Like, I don't think you can really tell. So before and after, giving her a little bit more full hair. I would do the same thing on both sides. The next thing that I want to do is add a little bit of sheen to her hair. So I'm going to increase the highlights in a new levels adjustment. I'm going to pump up my highlights, drag down my contrast. If you notice, it changes the color of everything. I don't want that, so I can just do a luminosity blend mode. And so it'll pump up brightness, but not adjust color. I don't want it on her face, so I can fill that layer and then just paint it in a bit over here on her hair, give her a little bit more shine. Okay, so we're filling that in. Next thing I would do is I would come in. You have a question?
Oh yeah, Crystal, was, I guess since you're
Sure.
playing with the hair, she was wondering, is there a way to change hair color? You showed us how to do that with the eyes. Could you show some examples of?
Definitely. I'm going to run this. You guys know what I'm doing. I'm going to pop her eye color out a little bit and layer mask wherever I don't want it. To change hair color, there's a couple different ways to do it. It's easier, like if I want to give it a little bit of red, probably the easiest way to do it is if I use Perfect Mask and make a selection of her hair, and then do a little bit of a colorize. So I could go ahead and let's say do hue saturation, colorize, or just change the hue. Let's pick, what color do we want her hair? A little bit red. Something like that. Let's give her red hair. And then just paint it back on wherever you made your selection with Perfect Mask, and just paint it back on the hair once you have a selection. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Something like that. And then the last thing is, so I don't spend forever on this, or was the original layer? Okay, the last thing that I would do, I'm going to flatten everything down, this is just for teaching, I'd keep all my layers, is I would do a liquefy. So I do filter, liquefy, and I think I get a lot of attention to the shoulder, so I'm going to lower her shoulder a little bit, and I want to pull it in, making it less distracting, less prominent. If I lower her clavicles, it makes it look like she has a longer neck. I want to pull her ear in a little. Guys, you know how I feel. I'm looking here, and I know that I would kind of liquefy a straighter hairline. And I would freeze her eye, like I just moved it a little bit. I'd come into her lips, give her more even and fuller lips, and I would retouch the chapped lips out a little bit. So when it's all said and done, this would probably be a photo, if it's meant to be more of a beauty shot, that I'd probably spend a half hour on. I know that I would darken down the edges, things that I've all done before, and then just paint to focus the eye on her. So if I want to do this, darken down my edges here, darken down, and watch just the difference that darkening makes. You know, you focus more in on your subject. So if you look, I'm just going to hit save, and I can likely synchronize my Lightroom, but it should bring it up. Let's see. See if it did it side by side. You know, so you can make big differences, and that's kind of my quick retouch. I probably would spend more time maybe adding some lip color and filling out the hair on the other side and cleaning up a little bit more hair, but it's kind of a general retouch. Okay. Questions so far, or should I keep powering through? I'm trying to cover anything that I know I didn't cover yet.
I think we should keep powering through, because we do have, and I'm not sure if this is on your list, but a couple of folks who are asking about another common problem being moire on clothing?
So for moire on clothing, there are a couple different plugins that actually deal with that. And I think there's also a few options when you're converting and opening things up. I believe that Nick, for certain processing, if you do single tone mapping, will actually help you reduce moire in photos. So I just usually do that when I open up the raw image. I'll process it, and I think Vivesa will do it, and I think HDR Pro will do it, that it'll process to reduce moire. And if you guys don't know what moire is, it's sometimes when you have like a fine mesh clothing, or even on jeans, it'll make a weird colored, funky pattern. I don't even know how to describe it, but it's basically the way that your camera sensor is processing that detail. And better, newer cameras deal with that, and that doesn't mean that whoever's having that problem has a bad camera. It's just most of our prosumer cameras are going to have problems with moire. Whereas if you deal with, you know, $10,000, $60,000 cameras, they've got it covered.
Cool, thank you. Good question in the audience.
I was just going to check. Are you going to do the sharpening one as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely. And real quick, she doesn't have droopy eyes, but I just want to make sure I cover this because I keep forgetting. What I would do for kind of droopier eyes is open up in Liquify and use the forward warp tool. But what I'm watching for is I need to keep those eyes circular. Like that's the big thing. Because if you open up, you know, if you open up somebody's eye and you're pulling her, let me just do for this example. If I pull her eye open enough, it's now an oblong eye. So that's something to kind of watch out for. Usually what I can do, if I need to, is I can just pull up the lid a little bit and then erase where it's changed shape. So you can usually kind of blend that. So I'm going to open up her eye just a little. If somebody has a really closed eye, you're going to get stuck trying to mirror it. Or the other thing that you can do, if somebody has a really, really closed eye, if you have to open the eye up a lot, like a huge amount, if one of the eyes is correct, you can copy just the pupil over. When you open the eye up, you can drag it over here, and then you can blend it back in to match the other eyelid. It's better than retouching both eyes, but basically you'd open up that eyelid on the right-hand side, especially if it's lit differently. You open it up, you blend it in. So in this instance, I would come in here, try to match it up roughly, add a mask, try to blend it in, a bit. And then if the catch light doesn't match, you'd have to Photoshop out the catch light and move it. So it's kind of a pain. All right, what was the other question that I knew I was going to answer?
Sharpening.
Sharpening. Thank you. I have horrible memory. Okay, so we're going to open up a couple images for sharpening. Oh, I remember an image that was, let's see.
I was going to check with David, make sure that the hair that she did there was to your liking. Yeah, I'll take it.
You are way too cute. That's so funny. You're ridiculous. All right, so I'm going to pick a photo that had a ton of retouching done to it, just so you all know kind of the depths of retouching. I mean, it could be a massive difference between these two. I've reshaped her face, I painted highlights and shadows, I did frequency separation and portraiture, reshaped her lips, changed the tonality, I pulled out some color. I mean, there's a ton of work you can do. But when I zoom in, if I go to the original, you know, maybe I want to do a little bit of sharpening on her eye. So I'm going to turn these layers all back on and do just a bit of sharpening. Because I feel like it's sharp-ish. Maybe I could get a little bit more. So I'm going to flatten it. And I'm going to go to, if you don't use your detail, the one that I showed you guys before, underneath the blur tool, that looks like a triangle, the sharpen tool. A better way to do this is going to be your Sharpener Pro. You can actually sharpen a raw image as it comes in if you want to try to get the closest to a truly sharp image. Like if you know you open up in RAW and it is not sharp, you can run it as a raw image in Sharpener Pro and that'll give you the best results. But if you're trying to sharpen after the fact, they have their output sharpener. So I'm going to click on that. Later. Okay. And I'm going to zoom in. And oops, it's going to zoom way in. Let me click back out. Okay. Let's just select her eye. All right, so this is a Nick program. In Nick, if you select the second option over, what it does is it gives you a slider. So I can grab my hand tool and slide to before and after. And so you have a bunch of different options over here on the right. You have local contrast, structure, output sharpening, and focus. And you can create presets for yourself. What I tend to do is if I don't want any extra detail, I just want it to look a little sharper, I'll usually just drag the local contrast. And so it gives me less artifacting. And then see how here it's giving a little bit too much sharpness on the skin? I would go back and I would just paint it on the eyelashes and on the eyes. So if I go back and forth, this is obviously way, way overkill, but you can always pull back on the amount. And here I went to 77%. I would never really do that. I would probably do it around 20%. So to show you kind of before and after, you know, it gives me a little bit of sharpness. Maybe I could pump it up a little bit if I know that I'm just going to paint it selectively. I mean, it really can add a lot of detail to the iris and actually bring focus to the eye. If you're starting to get some detail, I start to pull back on structure. Structure is the clarity on steroids. So if I'm seeing too much detail, like it increased the contrast, which was good, but it pulled out too much detail, I back off on structure and output sharpening strength. So you'll see, you know, it is improving the focus. So I'm going to hit OK. But I'm going to show you the creative way that I use this tool. All right, so you're just going to see real quick kind of what it does from here. You know, it's giving a little bit of focus, more focus on the eye, and I can go in and just paint it on her eyelashes. But if you want to get really creative, if I go ahead and open up my picture of Mike, and let's just open up the original of him here. Oh, yep, we turned him to green, I forgot. Turn off the green. I could go ahead and open up my sharpener, output sharpener, and I could zoom in and I can just pull the structure where I want it. So right now it's going to have whatever settings you had last time is what it applies. So if I don't want all this increased contrast, I can back off my contrast but pump up the structure and it just pulls out detail. And so the picture that I showed you guys yesterday, if you recall, I showed a sample of, let's see, is this day 2? I showed you a sample of the girls by the truck. Okay, and let me just make it slightly prettier real quick, if you remember how I did this. Okay, increase the contrast, warm it up, give it a little bit of pink, pull out vibrance, highlights. Okay, we'll just say that's good. All right, so we have the truck here, and you're looking at the truck, and I want it to look really old and grungy. I can go ahead to my output sharpener, open up output sharpener, and I can move my viewer down just to the truck, and I'm going to zoom out just a bit so I can see it a little better. Let's kind of select here. And I can pump up my structure and it will start to pull out a lot of detail. So let me back up a little bit more. And watching before and after on the side of the truck over here, see right there, the before and after, it's giving me that grunge feel also in between. So it makes the truck and all the details a lot grungier. And so let me show you without structure, with structure. And so it's HDR looking without being HDR. So what I'll do is I'll hit OK. And then I'll only apply it to the truck because right now it's going to apply to their faces, which isn't going to be flattering. So add a mask by hitting Option Mask. It'll give me black mask. I'll paint the white, zoom in, and then it's just going to make my truck look older and grungier, pull out more detail, but also make their skin look softer. And so let me show you the before and after. Pulled out a lot of detail there. I'm going to flatten it down as well. Remember how they weren't sharp? I don't know if you guys remember that. They weren't so sharp. I wouldn't run structure to make their skin look sharper. I would do local contrast because it's going to make the edges pop, but not pull out a lot of nasty detail on their skin. So if I go back to my output sharpener, and I'm not necessarily an expert on this tool. Everybody over at Nick, there's a ton of tutorials you can watch on what they do. I'm just telling you typically what I do. I pump up structure when I want detail. I pull down structure and up local contrast when I'm going for sharpening. But there's a bunch of presets they have as well. So I'm going to zoom in on their faces, and I'm going to reset everything. Let's do, didn't mean to click enter, sorry. Let's go back. Clicking enter applies it, didn't want that. Okay, so I'm going to reset everything. Let's reset back in here. And if you double click on your triangle, it sets it back to neutral, so no change if you double click on the triangle. All right, so I'm going to go down to their faces, and this is way out of focus. Like, it's too out of focus if I wanted a giant photograph, but if I want to use it and try to save it, if I pull up structure, it just pulls out mostly all the noise. So I don't want to do that. Instead, I'm better off decreasing structure and pumping up local contrast, and see how it just tries to pull out the edges, but it doesn't add that much noise. So I'll do something like that. I'm going to hit OK. And since I don't want that detail on their skin, I can just trace edges. And that's usually what I do. If I'm trying to save a photo that's too out of focus, if I go ahead and I sharpen the whites of their eyes and all of their skin, you see all of that noise and all of the detail. So I only do it to edges, and that's going to make it pop out. So let me show you real quick the difference between these two photos from here. It looks a lot sharper, and it's all about your end intent. This isn't going to look very good at a 24 by 36, but if it's going to be an 8 by 10 or 11 by 14, it is passable. That's not the right way to do it, but you know how your clients always pick the one that's a little out of focus that you didn't realize because you didn't view it at 100%, you viewed it up on your screen, and then you get, I feel like every single one, like every single session, somebody picked a shot that was out of focus. So again, if I wanted to, I could go in wherever it added a little bit too much detail to the skin. I could take my black mask and just paint it off, and I'll still have a lot of that contrast, but without adding noise into the skin. Okay, any questions on that one? I'm going to zoom back to show you guys one more time. Let me minimize this. Before and after, using output sharpener to add structure, and then also to sharpen the photo and make it a little more acceptably sharp.
Jennifer DeFranco Photography asks, do you ever sharpen an entire image?
Not usually. Typically in a photo, I'm just going to pick what's important and pick edges that are important and sharpen it. Sometimes in Lightroom, when I'm exporting for web, I have like a web sharpen mode so that things look better. But for something like this, I selectively sharpen, and especially since the background doesn't need sharpening, but maybe I wanted to pull out more detail in the background, so that would be structure instead of just sharpening. And so that's what's nice about this plugin. If I don't have the plugin, there's a bunch of other tools, Smart Sharpen, but I would usually just use the Sharpen tool. Just go around edges, not sharpen the entire face, but just around the eyes, around the lips, and the nostrils. If something's sharper around the nostril, you're like, ooh, they have nice soft skin, but at least around the nose was sharper.
Cool. We have a couple of generic questions that I think are relevant. Scott in Tampa asks, how can you make sure that the printing doesn't pick up any of these touch-ups? Is there a good rule of thumb on how large you can go before this happens? And Tweeter seconded that question. Okay. So viewing at 100% is going to give you a much better idea. If I'm viewing, like, what am I at right now? I'm at 22%. That's completely unrealistic to what you'd actually see in a print. So viewing at 100% is going to give you a better idea of what you might actually be able to see. But what I tend to do as well for my retouches is, I showed this yesterday, I usually put a curves level that I don't actually use up top and darken things down or increase the contrast and just kind of flip through like this and see if any problem areas show up. So maybe it's where
like I'll frequently cut and paste something and then I didn't quite notice an edge that I forgot to blend. So before anything goes to print, I put levels or curves and just kind of flip through this way, lighter and darker, and see if there's something I missed. But as far as sharpening, there's not exactly a rule of thumb. Try to do as little as you can to get away with it. I've just kind of become familiar with what I can get away with at 11 by 14 versus 16 by 20. If you want to save yourself money before you print a 16 by 20, you can crop in a 4 by 6 size, for example, or whatever the equivalent size would be at 16 by 20. Print a 4 by 6 at, I don't know, Sam's Club or Walmart at that resolution, or for however big it would be, and see if it's acceptable before you print it. 4 by 6s are what, like 18 cents versus
That's a great
17
idea.
or $20.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, no, I totally would do that. Well, I originally printed all my own stuff. Don't do it. I mean, you can, but here's the thing. Your specialty is taking pictures, and then maybe now it's retouching, and it's social media, and so why add extra things to your responsibilities? And I sucked at printing, which is why I love Miller's. They're a fantastic company, and it was great. But for them, since it's overnighting, if I didn't wait till last minute, I could print, their minimum order I think is $10, and it's free overnight shipping. So I could print a bunch of tests of those 4 by 6s or whatever and have it sent. But originally, I printed myself. I had an Epson 7600. And before I went and ran a huge print, which cost me a lot of money, I would put in a scrap piece of paper and run it at the full resolution to see if I could get away with it.
Again, just like in the days of the dark room, where we would
Right,
do the same
exactly,
thing. Yeah.
exactly. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's still expensive.
It is.
Yeah.
I hate printing. I haven't printed I haven't printed my own picture in like, I don't know, 7 years. Awesome. I hate printing.
General question, Dolce Bella Images asks, do you have any tips or suggestions for family photos that you want to look more fashion?
For family photos that I want to look more fashion, it's usually the color palette. So if I'm gonna, let me just grab a family photo that somebody sent here and let you know a little bit more about another plugin. Okay, so somebody had, I'm assuming this is a family photo, I don't really know, but they look like they're happy and like each other. So I don't know if that means they are a family or aren't. Let's see, okay. So for example, this family here. I'm looking at it, and one of the reasons that it looks less fashion is one, the clothes. So if I could go ahead and make her not have a white dress, I'd try to change the color so they all match. And then also it's too saturated for fashion. There's too much warmth in it, and usually you wouldn't see that. There's a lot of retouching I would do. I'm not going to do the retouching. I'm just going to open this up in Photoshop. And sometimes when I feel uninspired and I'm looking at a picture and saying, well, I'd like it to be more fashiony, but I have no inspiration. Pull out colors, add textures, but that's when something like color effects, Nick Color Effects, is useful to me because it can give me an idea. So I'm going to open up this plugin. It's processing and thinking. Demo, please. And so it has a million different plugins, million different presets, basically, that you can click through and see different interpretations of your photo. And if you click on one of these photos, they have, like, it looks like a stack next to them. So let's click on Bleach Bypass, and that looks awful, right? It's bad on the skin, but if you click the button next to it, there'll be different versions of it. As you can take a look, make modifications to contrast, texture. So I'll often flip through one of these just to see if something inspires me. Let's see if faded film, let's see if there's any of these that look better, something like that. So there's so many. The ones that I use most commonly, for example, photographed, I have, let me show, I think it's day 3. Okay, so to give you an example, I photographed this little girl, and she's awesome, and her name's Kayla, and she's a little model, and she's super sweet, and she's my good friend Lila's daughter. And so I like this photo, but it's just a pretty photo, like it's missing something. So one of the things I could do to make it more fashion friendly is I could check my hue saturation, go into my greens, and maybe make the greens and yellows. Let's grab yellows and maybe make the leaves in the background like orange and make it a fall day. Of course, it's going to change her skin tone, so I'd have to paint it off of her face. But okay, maybe that's one way to make it more fashion friendly. But I used Nick on this one over in Color Effects and grabbed a couple of the vintage presets because she was holding a vintage camera. And so let's go down, let's check one for bleach bypass, no. Let's go down to Film Effects Vintage. Let's click on a couple of those. And there's, you know, a lot of different effects that look really nice. I think there's another one that I really like. Let's check old photo, looks cool. There's a couple old photo effects. So I just click around, basically. I find it more useful for inspiration than anything else. I don't use it all the time. It's more of like, oh, I like that as a vintage effect. So there's one, contrast only. I use a lot too. Makes the contrast look better. And okay, so basically flip through presets and change the color. I like it a lot better when I, for example, decrease vibrance, increase contrast. Like I just know some things I like. Increase the contrast, add a colorize. Like I have certain things that I do over and over again to make pictures look more fashion feeling. So this one. Yeah, something like that from the beginning. And increase contrast on her. So I had one more photo sample that I wanted to show, and I'm happy to answer any other questions, but I wanted to reiterate the point about focusing the eye. So I just want to open up somebody else's photo. There was one photo in particular. That one works. There's one more. Okay, so for this photo. There's a lot of things that I would do to this photo that could make it have a lot higher impact. And it's not necessarily retouching. So I just want to open it up real quick and show you a couple of the things I would do. All right, so first thing, as I say, is you want to get kind of your levels correctly and your levels correct and your white balance. So for her, I need to select her face, and your area goes to your eye goes to the area of highest contrast. So if I select Modify Feather, I'm going to go into Levels or Curves, and I'm going to make this brighter and have more contrast to it. All right, and I might clean up the edge a little bit. But if I zoom back, and already looks a lot better. I could apply that entire effect to the whole picture, so maybe make everything have higher contrast, but then just darken down the edges. And I can say, okay, well, this, whatever this bag was, I can darken it down. All right, so then let's darken down the edges. I'm going to darken down the whole picture, paint that effect off of her. Okay. I can then go back in and say, I need to retouch her skin. I could come in and clean up blemishes, nothing too severe at all. So I clean up blemishes, spot healing, smooth out her skin a little bit. Okay. This is where I would then maybe try my output sharpener to maybe bring some detail out in the box that she's sitting on, or bring a little more contrast to her face. So I'm going to go to my output sharpener. Let's test and see what structure does. Let's come down here. Let me zoom out a little. All right, and I can get a preview when I look here. So let's add a little bit of structure. All right, so I do before and after. Let's take a look, kind of sliding this around. You know, I've added some crunchiness and some texture to the boots and to the box she's sitting on. So I'll apply that. And then I'm going to mess with the colors in Nick, and that's one way that I just would kind of make it look a little more fashion forward. There's a lot of texture that I pull out of the background that I don't want, because my eye's going to go to a lot of texture. I don't want that. I want to look at her, so I'm going to fill this whole thing with black. Go back and just apply the texture to her boots. Not to her skin. I don't want her skin to have more texture. Maybe a little bit to the phone, and maybe a little bit to her hat. Okay. So far, you know, has a lot more impact. I would probably open up and lighten the picture a little bit more in general. I still think it's a little dark. Okay, so let's do before and after again. You know, I'm just kind of focusing the eye. I tend to pull out a little bit of color. There wasn't a lot of color in this picture anyway, but I can pull out a little bit of vibrance. And so it starts to look kind of more fashion-y. I can add a little bit of a warm tone, just a tiny bit. Let's add a little bit. So before and after for this picture, you know, it looks a lot better. And just real quick, let's see, I can see if I'm inspired by any of the Nik presets for this. So let's go to color effects. And I'll click through, and there might be something I like. The same thing too is you don't need to have these effects at 100%. So if I say liked cross-processing, now that's kind of cute, but I don't like it as strong. I can always back off. And there's all these different, I mean, there's a million different presets. So maybe I like this one. So I hit OK. And it's giving me kind of a cross-process feel. So here's the before and after for this photo. So I just developed something that I know that my clients like. And what they like is they like focusing in on their face, and they like something that looks like a shot that they couldn't have taken, which might even be just messing with the color a little bit. And that's why also for my clients originally, I would always shoot my really, really wide aperture lenses, so 1.4s and 2.8s, because everybody has a camera nowadays, but not everybody has 1.4, and that was a good way for me to say, like, okay, just your eyes are in focus, do that. You know, you can't do that with your camera. That was a good place for me to start, but also in my post-processing, besides just applying, you know, something basic that you get online for photo processing. Okay. Questions?
Well, we do have a couple more suggestions if you are looking for things, not for this image, but of things people would like to
Yeah, no, that's fine.
to see.
Absolutely.
Jump
If this
back
person
over.
emails me, if you want a copy of this photo with its layers, just let me know. I don't know who this person is, but if you want it, let me know.
Cool.
I'll save this.
So actually, a question from M. Walton to clarify. When you use the word blend, are you always referring to using the brush tool with an effect?
Okay, so it's one of two things. If I say blend, I might be talking about blend modes. So you're, okay, change your blend mode. But usually is I'm adding a layer mask and then using a brush at a lesser opacity to try to blend in the edges and make it a little softer or bring back some of the original detail. But usually if I'm blending, it means I've added a mask and I'm taking the top level and blending it with the layer below, kind of blending two different layers.
Thank you.
Ayana, Charlotte asks, would you complete skin retouching before using Nik effects?
Yeah, usually. I tend to save that for the end because I don't know what I'll like, and then I also don't know what my client will like. And so if they change their mind, I'm stuck. One of the things though, if you know what they like ahead of time, I have to do less retouching on her skin in this photo than I do in this photo. Because if you're looking here, she has all the detail in her skin and it's darker and there's a lot of texture. Here it's slightly blown out, but I would have to do less retouching because there's not going to be as much detail in her cheeks. So you may be able to save yourself a little bit of time.
Right, a question from Kim Ehe is, what is the difference between structure in Nik and the clarity slider in Lightroom or Camera Raw?
Structure is just much more intense. It's just using a different algorithm. It's the same kind of idea, whereas clarity is just increasing contrast. The structure is looking around for all the details, and it's increasing contrast around those details to enhance them, versus just taking mid-tone contrast, which will make your picture pop a little bit. It actually brings out detail. But if you don't have structure, clarity is the next best thing, for sure. And the CS6 clarity, you can pump it up to a much higher strength than you can in older versions of clarity. They changed the algorithm just a little bit, and it works better with less haloing.
Mike W. asks, how you keep track of all the adjustments you make in case a client comes back and wants the same effect applied to another photo.
Yeah, very carefully. No, that's one of those things where ideally I did it in, well, first of all, Nick will tell you if you did something in Nick, it labels it. So say I use cross-processing CEP4, so it tells me what I did. I always keep a PSD or a TIFF with all of my layers so I can break it down. And whenever I'm retouching a photo and I get something I like in Lightroom, I can always save that as a preset and reapply it to another photo. So if there's something I really like, I just save it as a preset. But as long as I have my Lightroom and I haven't deleted that photo, I actually have track of every change that I made right there. So whether it's layers or whether it's in the preset or right in Lightroom, it's there. That being said, sometimes it's like, oh man, have to make it look just like that again.
So we've been talking about a lot of different plugins, which has been fantastic. And Mod Photography is asking, with all of these ones, if someone is on a budget, isn't able to get all of these, or isn't open to getting all of these to try out, which one would be good to do a more diverse amount of things? And I don't know if, or maybe you could talk about maybe just kind of recapping which ones you use for which.
And I'll tell you what the different things that exist are real quick in my description. Okay, so Viveza. Viveza allows you to really control your photo using control points. So I can say, click a control point and say, pull out texture here, so pull out structure. And then click on the face and say, increase contrast here. And so it's kind of like using masks in Photoshop, but it's easier and you have more control and it makes better selections. So if you hate masking and you know you need to improve your photography by doing lots of little selections, kind of like I've shown, darkening down the edges and lightening up the center, that might be a good one. HDR effects is great if you do composites for HDR backgrounds or if you shoot landscapes and you want to have something for HDR. Color effects is for lots and lots of different effects. I mean, there's endless, and you can watch some of the tutorials to see if there's anything you want. What I use it most for is there's a tool called Contrast Only, which I tend to like. It looks really pretty for adding contrast in my photos. It makes it pop a little bit. And then mostly they're kind of cross-processing vintage, because you guys know Instagram and whatnot. Those are really popular right now. I hate to say it. But Nick makes prettier versions with more control than if what are you going to do? Take somebody's photo and run it through Instagram. So it's kind of like the Instagram presets, but Nick, and there's tons more. If you don't want to do that, there's a lot of free presets out there on the internet for Lightroom. Silver Effects Pro makes converting to black and white really easy. If I open up a file, let's just open up even this one. This is a file I haven't opened up yet. I'm going to click OK or Open. If I open it up in Silver Effects, the reason I like it is the previews. It gives you a lot of different examples where I can just kind of scroll through and see what I like best, and I can always modify it. So I can see which black and white conversion is best. There's vintage, I found that I really liked this for doing bridal portraits, because I could pick maybe this one where it adds an edge, a vignette, and grain, and it looks like a really old bridal image. So this, again, it kind of saves me from having to tweak it in Photoshop. Maybe I want something like that. That's a really cool effect, and that's in Silver Effects Pro. So it's anything that's kind of sepia, black and white conversions, and you have all those controls that you have in all the other Nick programs. And then Sharpener Pro, if you shoot really wide open a lot and you have pictures that aren't quite so focused, I shoot at 1.8, 2.0 a lot, and so I find that useful. For on one, the ones that I use most, if I just summarize, I use Sharpener Pro most. And I mean, if I'm going to do anything with HDR, I need that plugin because I get frustrated with anything else or like the built-in one. So Sharpener is what I use most to try to improve my images. I do like Silver Effects as well. And then if I had to pick something from on one, that's my favorite, Perfect Mask for sure, because I hate masking. It's such a pain, and I hate making selections. So Perfect Mask would be used most frequently. Perfect Resize I used a lot when I was shooting a smaller megapixel camera. And then Portraiture is my one must-have for me. If I had to choose any plugin, that would be the one.
That's fantastic. Thank you. That really.
And I have to tell everybody, you don't need
summarize.
plugins. I
Right.
promise. Like, I'm not saying that's why we didn't do plugins till today.
Right, but we've had a lot of requests for people to have somebody on here teaching plugins, so this has been This is awesome. So it is time to break. Are we good with that?
Yes, we're excellent. All right, so I'm going to tell everybody what we're going to do next.
Reveal.
I'm going to give you a little bit of a preview. I have a couple photos. I got to find them real quick and break to show samples. But what we'll be doing today is I'm going to show you how to use Photoshop to do what's an animated GIF or GIF, depends on what you say. See if it will autoplay. So you can have a photo where part of it moves. And some people call them cinegraphs, some people call them cinemagraphs. And I'm just going to do a quick and easy one. I'm going to try to make it not complicated. I will tell you, I'm showing you the easy way. It's the way with slightly less control, but if you shoot any kind of video, if your camera has a video function, you can do photos with moving components. And I find that really useful as just something to catch people's eye. It's a value-added service. I did this in about 10 minutes this morning from a shoot that I did recently. If you guys go ahead and look at my Facebook page, I had this image was shot for an editorial, but it wasn't this. You'll see she's wearing, I changed the dress to red. Remember how I said take control of the color? So if you look, she's wearing a bright red dress in that. But I've done this often, and it just catches people's eye, something a little bit different. So cinegraphs or cinemagraphs, we're going to do it in Photoshop. You don't need anything else. You do need either CS5 or CS6 to do so. If you don't have that, I'm not going to teach this, but you can do it in Final Cut, and you can do it in other video editing. If they're more advanced, you wouldn't be able to do it in iMovie, just so you know.
How do you print these?
Yeah, you print it to your iPad or mini iPad now, or iPhone, or all of that stuff. They know, right?
That's funny. Well, people are really excited about that in the chat rooms. So
Cool.
very cool. All right, so we're going to take a 15-minute break, and wanted to remind you that next week we have a 5-day workshop with Mr. Sal Sincata. And Sal is coming back. He's going to be teaching his wedding photography boot camp. If you are a wedding photographer, if you are thinking about being a wedding photographer, or if you just love Sal and you know that you're going to learn a ton on the business side as well, sign up for this workshop right now. You do not want to miss this. We're going to be going off-site and doing photo shoots. We are going to be talking about bridal shows, not something that we've, I don't think, ever talked about in length here on Creative Live. We're going to be having an engagement couple, a real couple, who we're going to have Sal's going to walk through the pre-meeting, the consultation, doing the shoot, talking to them after the fact as well. So this is just going to be a ball for 5 full days. So sign up for that class if you have not already. Also invite you to head over to our Facebook page over break and thank Lindsay again for being here at Creative Live. This has been an incredible few days. Again, we're not done yet, but head on over so that Lindsay can hear what you have to say. We see that in the chat room. But wanted to read off what some folks are saying, Lindsay. Adrian Farr, Addie Farr in England says, now I have a reason to enjoy Photoshop again, which I just love.
I know that feeling, for sure. Totally.
Anil Batra says, Lindsay, I truly don't know what to say, but thank you. I have avoided Photoshop like the plague, and you've given me short and sweet ways to improve my photos without it being too intimidating. I love that, and still capture my vision. And Terry Wilkinson says, Lindsay, I really want to thank you for a great course. You will be part of my life from now on as I watch you again and again. I appreciate you showing the manual way and the plug-in way. So
Yeah, that's been a huge deal.
And if there's anybody, I just wanted to let everybody know, if there are people out there that really liked the more advanced stuff, I felt it not super appropriate to go to crazy advanced stuff here in Creative Live. I wanted to do more practical. For example, if I did 10 versions of displacement map, it's really cool, but it might be a lot of time on things that aren't useful for people. So periodically, I will put little videos and whatnot up on my blog for example, another version of a displacement map, like something like that, getting a little more in depth than we did here. Also things like, I'm going to cover a very basic way to do cinemagraphs, but there is much more advanced, so I'm just going to do this nice introduction. And I know I've already been invited back to Creative Live for at least one other class in the future, but if there's something like you really like the cinemagraphs and want to see something like that again, let them know and we can see if we can work it into a class.
absolutely.
Right.
And you just mentioned your blog, and I wanted to remind people that you have some resources that we're sending people over to related to this course. You've have your top 10 best practices
Yeah.
for Photoshop.
No, I have my
and-
top 10 best practices for retouching.
For retouching, sorry.
And that's cool. And I'll be updating with some before and after photos so you guys can kind of see it. So even if you didn't go ahead and buy the course, at least I'll put up some before and after so you can get an idea. Oh, okay, that's right. Oh, I'm looking at it. I need to fix the eyes, lower the shoulders. It's kind of a visual reminder. And this is going to be in like 2-3 days because I have to sleep at some point.
Yes, you do.
But I will put up some of the numbers that I've maybe mentioned, some things that I might find useful, that you might find useful, that you might have heard but not have jotted down, something kind of quick references as well. So watch for that next week. And then I have 4 new editorials that just came out. So in the next 2 weeks, I'll be releasing them. And I tell you what I did in Photoshop. So if you're just curious, and somebody was saying this photo that I had in my most recent editorial, they're saying, oh, well, what did the original look like? So I'm going to put up a couple originals because it looked very similar. And so letting you know that sometimes it's extreme, but it's great when you don't quite know. Because if you don't know, that means you did a good job because it's convincing.
Nice, nice. And you also have that eyelash preset.
Yes, I have the
or
link
brush.
to the eyelash brush as well.
Cool.
That's great. Yeah, and that's why we love Lindsay, because she gives out to all of our viewers, all of our fans, and her fans on her blog. So that's great. Thank you very much, Lindsay. Yeah, so today we spent a lot of time talking about plugins, really super advanced, powerful features. Even if you don't have these plugins, we covered how to do that without plugins on the first 2 days. But as you can see today, they save you a lot of time through their power and could be money. So you've seen a lot of the magic. I'm sure a lot of you are running out or have bought some of the plugins already, and I'm sure a lot of the rest of you are thinking about doing that or just looking for the opportunity to do that. When you do, you want to hit the ground running. And so if you get this course, then you'll already have all of this information, all the little detail steps that she showed us by your side, both working with Lightroom and Photoshop as well in the first 2 days and showing manual ways and some of the workflow that she used in getting her photographs prepped and ready to go and retouched and so on. So if you you should buy our workshop, you can get it today for the discounted $99 rather than the $149 you have. I don't have my time. You have till 9 o'clock tonight.
So less than 7 hours.
Yeah, less than 7 hours.
A little bit more than 6.
You'll get her keyboard shortcuts, top 50, in case those aren't embedded in your mind, of course. And then as well, she has a bunch of tips through her checklists of the basic to advanced kind of things you want to keep in mind, body parts you want to focus on. Will save you a lot of time trying to discover that on your own. You get to leverage the years of experience that Lindsay has put in to learn these things. And when you buy the course, you of course get a lot of the images that she's been working with through the course, so you can actually play with that yourself, reproduce the things that she's showing you on the videos. So buy it. You won't regret it, as a lot of our other fans have also reflected. Okay, it's now time for break. We'll see you back in 15 minutes.
Welcome back from break, everyone. We are here at the home stretch of Lindsay Adler's Retouching and Creative Photoshop Techniques workshop. We are going to give away our 2 final prizes of the day. So Bill, what do we have first?
We have first the Livebooks Professional pre-designed website. That's a $399 value. And if you've ever tried to put together your website, you know how much work that is. Frank German wins that. He is at Frank German.
Actually,
oh, sorry. Oh,
one
yeah,
above.
wrong name. Oh, well, that's okay, Frank. You'll still get something. Lisa Craig off of Facebook quotes, you don't need plugins to do Photoshop work, but it makes the job easier. So true. Saves time and is worth it.
My
Cool.
stylist, Lisa Craig?
I don't
I'm
know.
curious.
We'll find out. Okay, and so the grand prize is the Imagenomic Portraiture and Livebooks Professional pre-designed website. That is a nearly $600 prize. And that goes to Frank German, whose Twitter handle is @FrankGerman4. And the quote is, "I go to the tone curve where I can make my pictures sing." So that was a lovely quote.
Yeah.
Thank you everyone for playing.
Okay,
And
congratulations.
I'm going to hand it over to our producer extraordinaire, Aaron Anderson, and stay tuned because when we come back from those thank yous, we are going to give away the prize for the photo contest.
Yeah.
So we have a winner. So Aaron Anderson, over to you.
I'm excited for the photo contest, so I'll make this somewhat quick, okay? But first of all, as you guys know, we like to thank our sponsors that help make this thing possible. So first of all, Borrowed Lenses, always a huge help to our productions, along with Cobalt and their lighting, Kessler Cranes, who we used in the photo shoots, and then Tether Tools, also in the photo shoots, and Glazers helped supply some lighting for this production. So anyways, big thank you to them, as always. Hopefully they're names that everyone remembers by this point, because they're around a lot. So anyways, so those are the sponsors we would like to thank. I know Lindsay has a couple other ones.
All right, and so I want to send my thank you to Sigma. Sigma is one of my main sponsors, and they're also giving away a lens today. So they're awesome. And other major awesome company that always works with me is Miller's. I mean, those are the two that are always super supportive. Other people to thank, Imagenomic Portraiture, my retouching plugin of choice, Nik Software for giveaways, also great for support. My website is Livebooks. I use On One for a bunch of things. Lens Babies, great, super fun. I love to be creative. And then Triple Scoop Music for giveaways and also because I use their music in my behind the scenes videos. So this page summarizes all the people that regularly support me.
Perfect. And then another big shout out to the Creative Live audience. So that isn't just the audience here in this class who have been awesome. Just you guys have been great. So thanks you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
And then also the audience out in the world. As you guys all know, this isn't possible without you watching. And also, just interacting with the course through the chat rooms and submitting your photos, which is great for this course in particular. So thank you for your support and helping out. Another big shout out to the crew. So this, I know, a little applause there.
They're awesome.
So this workshop was awesome because it landed on Halloween. So outside of what you just saw on camera, we had a pretty good time here, from like treats and dancing rocket men, which you might or might not have seen. So anyways, big thanks to the crew, all the guys working with me back in the tech booth, and just everyone. So thanks you guys. And then big special thanks to Adam Bauer. I think you guys saw him doing a little bit of airbrushing. So he did airbrush on our lovely production assistant and model, Mackenzie, which is awesome. Also Nakoma, who did the zombie makeup on George. So those of you who tuned in yesterday, you saw that. And then also Nakoma, who is our normal makeup artist, who helped with the models on the first day, on Tuesday. So big thanks to them. Another big thanks to Lindsay Adler. Yeah?
Oh, God, thank you.
So it was great to have you back on Creative Live. First of all, you're just awesome. Second of all, the way that you teach is great. It's really, really thorough, and you coming back to do retouching, given the fact that you sort of did the photography stuff before, now we get to like dive deep into this stuff, is awesome. So I've heard the chat rooms, there's a lot of buzz there, and just talking to these guys, it's been great to have you here. So. And
thank you for having me back, and I'm glad everyone can deal with me talking for 3 days straight in front of computers. So thanks for everyone watching, and you were awesome. Thank you for being easy to work with, because it's a lot of work.
That's what we do. That's it.
And I love you guys.
Oh, and then the chat hosts. Okay, yeah, they fall under the kind of crew category, but they've been awesome. Bill's been great. Ken is awesome.
Thank you. And I do want to give a shout out actually to the behind the scenes chat moderators who equally put in so much time and effort and keep everyone going. And there we go. Smiley face, CL Ian and the rest of you. Viorella was calling out for that, so thank you.
She's cool. I never met her in person, but she tweets me all the time.
Oh, cool.
Cool. Now I think we have a contest to do, so I'm going to hand it back over to all of you guys.
Yes. I think
over to Lindsay, I think they're there we go. Okay. All right, so the photo contest.
So our photo contest was basically, I wanted to see what kind of creative images people could come up with using Photoshop. So Photoshop had to be an essential part of the final image, and the person who wins this is going to get a 50mm 1.4 from Sigma. So we're going to contact you, you contact us, and we'll make sure you get the right mount for this. So I'm just going to flip through. I'm super light commentary. I laughed. I thought this was super funny. really cute. Big improvement on the skin and still maintain skin detail. I thought that was nice. Completely changed the image altogether, so well done. I just laughed. I'm like, I don't even know what to say. Really amusing. I loved this. It took the scene and made it into a dream, and it took what existed but augmented it, enhanced it. This, I thought, took it from being kind of portrait to much more fashion, much more fine art in that retouch. Above just looks like a portrait to me, below much more like fashion. I just said, whoa, because it was such a change. What they started with, I wouldn't think I could do a lot with, and it complete change. I thought that was well done. Again, another well done skin retouch and believable makeup. I wouldn't look at that and think it was fake. This was ridiculous and awesome. So people who want inspiration for a displacement map, I'm hoping that this is a self-portrait because that's awesome. Again, looks cool, completely changes the image, and I love the whiteout skin, so they achieved that very successfully. Technique that I use, so putting this in an album or on your site just shows something a little bit different. That made me go, ew, cool. Really neat. It's compositing, right? So it's another form of compositing. The picture on the right looks so much better than the picture on the left. I thought it was a really successful Photoshop improvement. It really was. The skin looks better, the background, much improved shot. This is a shot where you look above, that looks like a nice portrait to me, whereas below looks like a beautiful, dreamy fashion image. And so this is the winner of the 51.4. So congratulations, beautiful image.
That is fantastic.
Love
It's
it.
beautiful.
Gorgeous.
And I do want to say again, thank you to everybody who did submit an image. There were over 200 submissions for the contest, which we loved to see. And we weren't going to show all of them, but just kind of the top 15 that Lindsay chose for that.
Those are really nice, though. Really
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah, cool. All right, so let's go back to the last section of the day.
All right.
This is going to be fun.
So I'm just going to finish out with how to make cinemagraphs, so moving photos. And I'm going to give you a little prep for what you need to prepare, kind of thinking about it beforehand, how they work, just a little discussion. If you check on my blog, I periodically post cinemagraphs, or cinegraphs, depends on what you want to call them. And basically, I think of it, and this is my nerdy way of thinking of it, Harry Potter fans, you know how they have the newspapers with the moving photos? That's how I think of it. And they can either be taken from stills, where you animate part, or video, where you freeze part. What we're going to do today is talk about how to take video images or video captures, clips, and turn them into these stills. And so if you watch my website and my blog, I'll add some periodically. I do some on my own, and then I also have an animator that I work with. And it's great to collaborate with somebody who's super creative. His name's Darren, goes by Design Poet. He's great. But here's what you need. You have to have your camera on a tripod, okay? If your image is unstable whatsoever, then it's not going to work. And so you're going to be capturing video, and I recommend you look up online some for the kind of the best video settings, but think of it like photography. You want lower ISOs. You want kind of a higher frame rate. You want a frame rate around 50 frames, so that would be kind of your shutter speed, 1/50th. It's going to give you kind of nice, smooth footage. And you just want to be careful that you don't overexpose the highlights. You're not going to be able to get those back in Photoshop, whereas I can pump up details a little bit in the shadow. So you're going to record, and what you're looking for ideally is when just part of the frame has movement. So common ones, the most popular one is moving hair. Hair blowing in the wind and everything else is frozen. Or movement in a dress. I've also seen ones where somebody's sitting on a bench flipping through a book. The only thing that's moving are their hands and the pages of the book. Or someone else where everything else is still, but there is one bike moving in the background. So you're looking for something small to be moving. And here's why. These are exported as animated GIFs, okay, or animated GIFs, whatever you want to say for them. They need to be small. You're typically aiming to export these under 1 megabyte in size. That's ideal. You want them under a megabyte so that when somebody brings them up on an HTML page, they'll load quickly. Otherwise, it looks like a still and somebody kind of just looks away immediately. If it's more than a megabyte, it'll take a while to load and they won't even know that it's something beyond just a still image. So the reason that you're looking for something small is your file will be smaller if you only have a little piece of motion, because you're only having to save that information for a tiny bit of a moving piece. You also want movement that's easy to repeat. I prefer my cinemagraphs where they loop continuously and you can't see a seam. So maybe it's going to be a dress and you don't see where the movement ended and began. Now, I'm not going to talk about this today because it's actually involving a little bit more complicated, but you can actually take your movement, mirror it, so it goes start to finish, if that makes sense. So what you'd do is you'd have the dress go up, then you flip the video frame so that it goes back down, and it just makes kind of a smooth movement. But we're going to start with basics. So on a tripod, video, you can let a long clip run because later on you can pick out the little piece that you want. And you can do this all in either CS5 or CS6. I'm sorry for you out there that don't have one of these. You can do it in Final Cut. You can do it in After Effects, but we're going to do Photoshop. All right, so I'm just going to get started and just walk you through the easiest way to do this. I promise if you guys see this and you have video on your camera, you'll be like, oh, that's not too hard. That's easy. I can do that. So what you're going to do is you're going to open up a video file. I recommend that you trim it outside of Photoshop beforehand so you're not opening up a massive file because it's going to process. Regardless if you trim it down later, it's going to take a lot of space. So I have a slightly trimmed version. Let's take this one. So this is a trimmed version. It's still 86.5 megabytes, still big, but the original file was like 2 gigabytes. All right, so what it does is it opens up, when I just hit File Open, I open up this video file. Ideally, .movs open well. Whatever your cameras shoot on default, if it's a DSLR, it'll open up in Photoshop, no problem at all. So if I hit play, it runs me through kind of the entire movement that's here. And it looks nice, but that's way too long. Best case scenario for a really smooth and beautiful animated file, you really only want like less than a second of movement. Something like, if you have to keep it under 2 seconds if you want a small file, but you're aiming for something like a second, just movement of a dress or something moving in the background. So what I need to do first is figure out exactly what movement I want out of this frame. So if you look on the left, right here where you see this little scrubber, this is your in point. So I'm going to pull that into roughly where I want to start and then take the end point and pull it into roughly where I want it to end, and I'm going to trim it. So I'm going to make it smaller so I'm just dealing with that information that I want to loop. So I can take my scrubber here and I'm going to start there for now. Let's see. And I can actually go to my pop-out menu on the right. You guys see this all right? If you click the pop-out, I can split at playhead, and what that does, it splits the clip. And the playhead is, well, when I hit play, how it's scrubbing. That's what I'm saying. I can hit split at playhead, click on that original clip, and hit delete. So it got rid of that first part that I didn't want. So I'm narrowing it down to the file I want. And I usually just do this until I'm kind of narrowing down to just that perfect quick movement that looks good for me. So I'm going to scrub, and I like, let's see, I don't know. So let's just say I like that part. I'm just going to pick, I like that movement of the dress. And I already looked at this before, just so you know, because it was a long clip. So I watched it all the way through and looked for where I saw nice movement in the fabric. So I can go over to the right again, split at playhead, and delete. Okay, so now what I have is if I hit play, I have movement of the dress there. So looks nice. It technically is still a little bit long, but we'll leave it for now. And we can always go back and change it. Now, by default, if you guys are hitting play, it probably only plays once through, so you can't actually see how the GIF would play. It would play on repeat. So you need to make sure in your pop-out menu that you have loop playback, because your animated GIF will loop. If you just have it play once, chances are it loads and then people miss it and you can't see it again. So you always want to have it looped. So you want to make sure you have loop playback. And so here's what you're going to do for making the GIF. You're going to go through and you're going to find the still frame that you like best. And in this instance, I'm looking for where I like her face best, right? Her pose and her face. It doesn't really matter about the dress because I'm going to have that moving. So when you find where you like her face best, and I think, let's say there, I like that she's looking out, arms crossed across her body, her hands to her head, you need to create a still frame from that. So by default, it groups the video up here. I actually don't want it to group the video, so I'm going to right click and hit ungroup. It kind of messes things up later on, so I'm just going to ungroup. All right, so I'm roughly selected where I need to be. So I'm going to go up and I need to select all and basically copy it into a new frame. So this is going to be my still frame. You're going to go to select, okay, all. But you can't just copy and paste. You have to actually select edit, copy, merged in order for it to pick that photo. If you just do copy, it won't work. So it has to be copy merged. And then you hit paste. So what it does is it just took this still frame and it put it up on top. So this is a non-moving file that we just grabbed. What it does is when it pastes it, I'm going to extend this up so you guys can see it a little better. When it pastes it to the playhead and beyond. You just need to move it over because otherwise you'll have, this is actually your mask, this is your still frame, and we're going to unmask and reveal movement. So you actually have to shift it so the two line up, and I can grab the endpoint so that they're the same length. Because otherwise, maybe it will start moving and then a still frame appears, and then things stop moving, so you have to make sure they're nice and lined up and at the right time. So that's looking good. And so right now when I hit play, I see nothing because I put a still frame on the top. So this is the part, and we are very, very familiar with this, where we're just going to mask. So I'm going to add a mask to that top frame. And the mask is here. Just add a layer mask like usual. So what I need to do is I need to scrub through my video, and I need to paint black, which is going to hide the top layer, hide the still. It's going to allow the movement to show through. So when I scrub through my video, I just need to make sure I paint black wherever this dress moves. Otherwise, it will cut, like it'll move beyond and there'll still be the still frame kind of layered over top of it. So I'm going to paint black loosely, and I know I can refine this. So I need 100% opacity, and I usually do a sharp brush, because not sharp brush, soft brush, because it makes it easier when you make mistakes. For example, you'll see in this image her hips move a little bit. If you have a sharp brush, like her back dances, her back moves. But if it's soft, you don't notice it as much. It's just a little wiggle versus she becomes disjointed. Ideally, you'd have her holding completely still for this. So I'm going to paint black. Let's see, am I selecting the right area? Okay, painting black. And I know that I probably want to get, I'm going to zoom in a little for my eyesight. I probably want to get down here, and I know that the dress comes up here. So what I'll do is I'm going to scrub through and see if there's any times when the dress goes out of that mask, so if I need to extend my mask. So I'm going to start in the beginning. You guys watching for me? Does it get cut off? Oh, see where it gets cut off? So I know, okay, got to come back down here, and that's fine. But because I want to have as little movement as possible, because all that's going to take up more space, I don't want to have my mask go beyond where it's required. So that's why I'm scrubbing through, just paying attention to the point where it goes up highest. And that looks good. And notice, see your butt moving? You see that? So, I mean, ideally you wouldn't have that in a perfect cinematograph, but I can just, let's see. Let's do this. And I'm going to try to get it just right around her arm. And I'm going to do a softer brush, lower opacity around her back. So I can get a little bit of a blend here. Let's see how that works. So, okay, you see it, and so you just try to blend it. So I might blend up her back just a little bit. Okay. And so you can go in, it's tweaking. So I can hit play so far. And it's a cinematograph, like you're close. But what's really great, since we're working in Photoshop, you don't have to learn After Effects, you don't have to learn anything else. All the tools that you normally use in Photoshop completely still apply. So we've just done an entire course on retouching. I can go into a face and retouch a face. I can go in and change color. I can do whatever I want. So I know, for example, that I want it to have the aspect ratio not of a movie. I want it to look like a photo. So I can crop it to 4:6. And if I hit delete cropped pixels, it'll actually make my video smaller. So I do want to do that if I know I want it as a 4:6. So I can crop it. Do that. All right, good. I'm going to zoom in, and I think I want there to be kind of a cool mood in the background, so I want to pull out the greens and the yellows. I want it to look kind of deathly cool around her. So I can go ahead and do what I've done this entire class. So I can go to hue saturation, grab my greens, desaturate my greens, and go to my yellows. I can desaturate my yellows. And so let me give you an idea of before and after. Looks good. We've talked about before, I want to focus my eye in, so I can grab curves. Drag the curves down and paint it off of her body and off of the dress. So I can go ahead here and paint off around where the dress is going to be. Maybe lighten it up a little bit on the tree. So I'm focusing my eye in a little bit. I could go ahead and if I want to add in a little bit of a colorize, maybe I want it to be a little warmer, or maybe in this sense I want it to be kind of cool, so I can add a blue tone. So you're seeing kind of it's cooler now in the trees around her. But I don't want her to be cool, so I can come in, paint that effect off of her. Something like that, roughly. All right, and I'm going to zoom in and do her retouch. And I can duplicate this bottom layer to do the retouch, or I can do it right on there. I'm going to duplicate it for now, and I can merge it down if I want. And if you're noticing, it is a video file. You could take a still when you're filming that video that you know, okay, that's the perfect still, and then record, and you'd actually have a higher quality pixels to work with. But then the video part, the movement part, isn't as high quality, but when it's zoomed on the web, you don't really notice, so it depends what you're comfortable with. And I'm just going to go through and clean up her skin. So I'm going to go to lighten, and I'm going to go to lower, so I'm cloning on lighten, and I'll clean up her skin. I can run a portraiture, I can do whatever I want. So you're able to use all of your tools that we've learned from retouching. So I'm coming in, I zoom in even a little closer. Looks good so far. Oops. I want to draw a little more attention to her face, so I am going to increase the contrast just a bit on her face. I'm going to back up, select her torso area, feather, and brighten up with levels. I'm going to brighten up a little bit. And I can pull out reds and yellow in her skin if I want. I mean, I could keep doing this for however long I want. I could also run structure. So I could run a NYX effect on it, pull out detail in that tree. There's any effects that I want. So I'll show you kind of before and after here. And so if I hit play, I've been able to edit it like a still. All right, so the next thing that I want to do is I need to save it. And there's another way to do cinemagraphs. I'm not telling you this is the only way, where what you'll do after this is you can compress it to layers. You can turn each frame into a layer. You can loop it. What's cool about that is, let's say, for example, I actually literally just got a photo from the guy that I work with, that I collaborate with, that does cinemagraphs with me. What he did is when he converted it to frames, he went into each frame and used Puppet Warp. And if you know how Puppet Warp works, he made those trees look like they're moving and warping. So it's kind of like the Kraken, right? Looks like they're alive. He didn't use this image, he used a different one. But you could do the same thing. Let's say that you didn't shoot video, you just had a still shot. You're like, oh God, I love this tree still shot. If you didn't shoot video, go in, liquefy a little bit, or use the puppet warp. And he did animation, so it would kind of tween between those. If you guys know animation, you'd understand this, a little more advanced. But in the shot, all the branches are moving and warping. So if you're a little more artistically inclined that way, you could start from a still frame. I could do something where I had a still frame where in the animation, in the frame, slowly her dress changes color. I mean, it could be a variety of different things. So this next step is the export process. And this is something that you definitely need to know if you want to show these online. If these are just going on an iPad or an iPhone, they can be however big you want. It doesn't matter. But if they're going to be viewed online, they need to be smaller. So we're going to go up to File, Save for Web. And this does take a very long time to process. So if you're like, oh, my computer's frozen, no, it just does this. And so my settings, most of them are already set here, but I'll show you a couple things that you need. First of all, when you see down where it says image size, you want to save for however big you plan on saving it for the web. You don't want to put it, let's say, on your blog and then resize it down because the file is still going to be large. So if I know my blog, for example, is 800 pixels wide, I can type in 800 pixels here, and it's going to save me a whole lot of space. And you can see it gives me a preview over on the left-hand side telling me my file size. So I can tweak things here to aim to get around a megabyte if I can. All right, the next thing that you need to know, cinemagraphs work better with less color. And that kind of kills because I love color. You know that I love red. But what you're trying to do to keep file sizes small is the maximum you can do for web is 256 colors. So if you have something with a gradient of a lot of different colors and every color's in there, it doesn't work so well. So something that's closer to black and white or monochromatic or just more subtle colors or everything all within the same tonal range is going to give you a smaller file size, and it looks better. As soon as you need to have a gradient between colors and saturated colors from less saturated to super saturated, you see jumps in the color because it doesn't have access to that many variations of a single color. So keep that in mind. So you make sure 256 is going to be ideal. If you have a monochromatic image, you can drop this way down in the number of colors and save yourself a ton of space. So you could do 4, 8, 16. You see which one has the best gradients between white and black. So there's one. You do want to have this set on selective. This is basically the rendering. And this is okay, so like I said, it has reduced colors, and so you'll get those jumps. Right here, it's the dithering algorithm. How do you make those jumps look smoother? And the one that's recommended, I've looked this up, I haven't truly tried all the different ones. Generally, pattern is recommended. It just kind of fakes the smoother transition between those colors since you have less access. So hit pattern. You need to make sure you convert to sRGB. If you have an RGB file, it's going to be massive, and it does you no good online for these. And so if you're looking right now, if you're looking to the size I got to, let me see once it converts, still thinking, it's going to give me a rough size. For the amount of frames that I had at this point, it's still going to be over a megabyte. So this is why what you're aiming for is smaller area of movement and fewer frames, and then just having it loop. All right, the last thing that you need to make sure that this actually works, you need to make sure here where it says looping options, by default it says once. And so what it'll do is it'll play once and then be done. And that's not what you want. You want it to loop. Okay, I'm waiting for this thing's still thinking. One of the options is, I think it's forever, which I like. That's funny. That's like endlessly. Okay, still thinking. You want to click there, and it should say forever. I can't. And then up in the top, underneath where it says preset, you need to make sure it says GIF or GIF file. There's a couple different options. So if you have it say GIF, selective, pattern, 256 colors, sRGB, and change the image size and loop forever, that's what you need, and then you can save it for web. Wow, okay, it's still thinking.
We have some little questions we could ask you while it's thinking.
This is,
All right, cool. So the question is, from Heart Heart Honeybee. Will cinemagraphs play on Facebook? And then she or he says, I suppose the better question would be, should cinemagraphs be shared as a video or as a photo in social media?
They don't play on Facebook because what Facebook does is it takes your GIF or your GIF and then converts it to a JPEG. That's how it works, so you lose all your information, unfortunately. It won't work in a flash file. Ooh, did it work? Yeah. Okay, hon, I'm gonna hit forever. And I'm just gonna save this out. So I got to 2.94 megabytes. So let me just save this while we're talking. And so, I'm just gonna save this as test on the desktop. And so what you want to do is you don't want to save it as a video file. You want to save it as your GIF or your GIF. And then it is displayed best in HTML formats, like a WordPress blog, something that can display HTML. So any place that you can normally do, like your Twitter profile picture, you can play animated files there. So you could create a cinemagraph and have it play. So any place where you'd see those repeated animation, you can use one of these. So mine's still saving, it's doing good.
Is there, let's see, Beauty of the Lake Asset from St. Petersburg, Florida. Is there a quick way to save for iPad and those other kind of mobile devices and so on that you can suggest?
You can create presets here. See how it says preset up on the top? So when you're working with an iPad, you can get away with a lot more. And you can actually play, there's actually animated JPEGs. And there are actually animated PNGs, and so you can actually save out as something other than a GIF, and it will give you more detail. So that works really great. If you wanted, for example, to do a fine art gallery display of animated cinemagraphs, you can save these out at full resolution and then have them loop and play through, whether it's an iPad or if you're having projecting, you could do it through QuickTime and just have it loop forever. Yeah. So it's still thinking. Other questions so far. You need to view these in a browser, which is what I'll show when it's done.
So KMCC, just for people who are totally brand new to this, did I miss an import step? When I brought a video file to Photoshop, it turned it into a still photo only.
What Photoshop is she in?
Good question.
It has to be CS5 extended or CS6.
Okay.
If you have CS5 and it's not the extended version, it probably won't work.
Okay, yep, she's on CS5, so sorry.
Sorry. Okay, so it worked. It finally thought for a while. So what you'll do, how do I, guys back there, can you open up a browser for me? What's your quick cut to browser? Or can I just type in Safari? Oh. See, I like this. Look at this, hands-free.
Magic.
Oh, so just do Safari, okay. So what you'll do to preview and see if it's looking correct, that's great guys, thank you, is you drag and drop, let's see, is Safari open here? You're going to drag and drop your file into a browser. So it could be Chrome, it doesn't really matter. So you drag and drop it, and then it gives you the preview of what it looks like. And what I would do, given more time and using it, you can do this method as well. If you export it, for example, once, if you export it so that it doesn't loop, you could export it, bring it back in, flip it over as a video file so that it's smooth, and then have that loop forever. So when the dress ends at a high note, when you stick it end to end, then it starts when it's at the high point. And so it will loop smoothly. Right now, how I did it, it just kind of ends abruptly and restarts. You don't have to have something that loops like smoothly. You could do a full movement and then just have it start again. I just tend to think that that looks more like how we process animated GIFs originally. Like that's how we usually are, just kind of the obnoxious repeated movement over and over again, versus if you see it this way, it tends to look like a moving photograph. And again, this is a video file that I grabbed quickly when I was shooting an editorial that ran in Paper Cut magazine. And this is the image, or this is the editorial that I just shared up on my Facebook page today. So you can see I'm shooting an editorial, lock it down on a tripod, let it run for a minute or two. I was thinking, okay, what can I do to introduce movement? Hair, dress, movement of the hand, something, and I don't need to do any extra work. So try it next time you're doing a shoot. Just keep in mind that you need a small amount of movement, and if you have something set up, you can go ahead and play with it in Photoshop. CS5 extended or CS6, and if you have Final Cut Pro, you can also do it there as well. That's it.
I just want to point out also that the Google Plus plays cinemagraphs. People are saying.
Yes,
in the
yes, I
chat.
knew that. Okay, that too. And it's one of those things too. There's a very large community of photographers on Google Plus. So maybe if cinemagraphs are your next new thing, that might be the social media outlet where you'd share them. I tend to tell people on Facebook, hey, I've got cinemagraphs, and then link to my blog where they can view them.
Awesome. Well, we have a few sort of end of day questions, starting with from Baltimore, who says, when will you come back for another advanced retouching class at Cradle Vive?
Whenever, whenever you want. I'm surprised that you can handle that. Oof, tense retouching, staring at a screen. No.
Well, that's the beauty, is that some people are starters, but other people.
Well, and that's exactly it. And something that I wanted to mention as well. A majority of this, and not saying that Creative Live isn't a great place to learn it, but a majority of things is when I'm doing all my retouching and special effects, I only learn something when I figure out something I don't know and need to know and then look it up online. So I never had any retouching classes, anything formal. It's, okay, I need to buy a book, or somebody out there must know how to do it, and looking them up on websites. So a lot of it's just self-teaching. There's not really any magical place to learn it besides making mistakes and knowing that you'll fail a lot, and that's okay. And then you'll figure out what process works for you.
Very cool. So we just have a few industry questions that came up throughout the day, and
Okay.
thought now is a good time to ask some of those.
Yeah, Kim Photo asks, Lindsay, where do you find your models for your shoots? Do you find them on the streets, Model Mayhem? Do you use agencies?
At this point in my career, I only use agencies, but I photographed people that I found on the street, and I photographed girls from Model Mayhem for a long time. But right now in New York, there's a million agencies, so I always have access to models. It's really convenient. This was shot in San Francisco, and this girl was from Look Model Management
Cool.
page.
And Pixist had asked, some clients use dedicated retouchers.
Mm-hmm.
Others expect the retouched file from the photographer. In your experience, which of these situations is most common or dominates?
So in general, what I tend to do, they usually, if it's a magazine and it's a magazine cover, they have a retoucher because they want consistency in the covers and how they're retouched. So if you're shooting, say, for Essence magazine, they have a retoucher that retouches the covers so they all look the same and have the same feel. Most of the time, you retouch yourself, and what I'll do is in my invoice, what I'll say is, my retouching fee for these images is $1,000, but I usually discount $1,000, and they're like, ooh, she gave me a $1,000 discount, saying, if I pass this off to a retoucher, you know, there are professional retouching firms that are $300 an hour. You know, so maybe I'm not a professional retouching firm, but I would charge $150 an hour, $200 an hour. And so I bill that in and then discount it so they feel like, oh, this photographer did us a favor, or we're saving money by going with this photographer.
David G. Asks, when you have your feet up on a Sunday morning relaxing, where do you typically find your inspiration? Is it through other photographers' work, or what sorts of things?
Okay, no, fair question. I look at a ton of photos, and I look at a lot of artists, and it's a mixture of a lot of different things. I have a presentation on my blog under class notes that's called In Search of Inspiration, and it's looking at a lot of other photographers. I look at a website sometimes called Fashion Gone Rogue, and they post a new editorial every day from someplace in the world that they like. I search keywords. A lot of times it comes from a magazine that has a theme. So let's see, like this one was Halloween theme. Okay, so that's not super helpful because you can do whatever, and so I did a creepy tree. But other ones might be something like the theme is red, or the theme is made in Manhattan, so something in the city. And so what I'll do is I generally pick one element of a shoot to focus on. So maybe the entire shoot is based on hair. And so I look up hair shots that I like and say, okay, that hair would look good on what type of model? If I had that type of model and that type of hair, what type of clothing would look good? All right, what would be a cool place to put, a cool location to put that subject in? So I usually just pick, based on a theme, one element, and then base everything off that element and how I think it fits my style. I try to have something that's clean and bold and graphic. If it has color, I want the color to be in your face. If it's going to not have color, I make it high contrast black and white most of the time. So when I'm planning the shoots, I just say, all right, I'm going to take this element, I'm going to build off of it, but build off it in a way that reflects my style and my portfolio. Kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Well, maybe, do you have any other questions here in the audience? Yeah, Jen.
I was just going to say this has been really great, and all the things that you have brought in these 3 days is just wonderful. And thank you so much for coming out and doing this.
Yes, thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
So I wanted to come back to, we were talking at lunch.
Yes.
And Lindsay was saying, I was a really bad photographer for the first 6 years. And I responded, really? And then she went on to tell me a little bit about that. And I asked her if she could share that with all of you out there, because you are such a rock star. And so I love hearing people's, like, how they got to hear stories.
So it's one of those things where I see other photographers that they start right away and they're awesome. My assistant / companion, Jeff, like right away, he was awesome. And then you're like, what the heck? I really spent more than 5 years kind of sucking. And here's why. I was just trying to do what everyone else did, and I wasn't doing it as well as what they were doing. And I wasn't shooting what I wanted to shoot. So I was shooting formulaic, what I felt I had to shoot to make money, and I was comparing myself just to the photographers in my area. No offense, there's plenty of good photographers in my area, but it's not expanding your mind. And so the same thing, I went to college, and I did get a degree in photography, but actually my degree was business, whole other discussion. But I'm looking around me and I'm comparing myself to my classmates, but they're not doing fashion photography, and they're also not doing anything profound as far as portrait photography, so I'm comparing myself to them. So fast forward, I get some pretty pictures. Like, after a few years, I've mastered the technicals, right? I finally know how to get a picture in focus and maybe not be totally boring, but it's pretty basic. So I go to London and I'm like, you know what? I want to be a fashion photographer. I want to do cool, fun stuff. So I have a portfolio of pretty girls in pretty clothing, kind of like leaning on walls. But let me tell you, like, I mean, sincerely, for 5 years, I'm not saying like, okay, it wasn't good. I'll share 1 or 2 at some point with somebody, what it looks like. So I moved to London. At least I've mastered the technicals, and I started shooting pretty people. So your portfolio gets a little better. And I take my portfolio to a magazine editor, and he agreed to meet with me. So I'm like, sweet, I'm in, awesome. You know, I've got this. And I show up, and I pass him my portfolio, and he flips through it. And so I'm assuming he does what I do now. If you give me a portfolio for review, I take a look at it, and I flip through without saying anything, because I want to see the type of work you do and then figure out what's the best and the worst. So thinking that's what he's doing. He's flipping through, and he closes the portfolio, and he passes it back to me, and he says, I'd start again. And like, I've been through college. I've been shooting for 6 years, 5, 6 years, like a business. And I was like, start what again? Like, all happy. He's like, your portfolio. Like, the case? No. I mean, he meant the work in it. And so kind of horrified, I asked why. And he said, you know, I look at portfolios all the time. And you have pretty girls, and they're decently composed and, you know, well, you know, good technicals, but I will forget you as soon as you leave. He's like, there's nothing unique. There's nothing with high impact. A working professional should have images of this quality as a baseline. And then you need to do something that makes you stand out. And so from, you know, I could have quit, or I did cry. That was painful. But from there, instead of just looking at the people in my town or looking at the kids in my class, I started looking at other photographers, and I looked what exists out there and what other, you know, who are the people that are considered the masters. And so then every single Sunday, from then on, I made sure I did a personal shoot that challenged me to do something bigger, better, and with higher impact for my portfolio. And as soon as I started experimenting and getting excited, it got better. I wasn't shooting just to pay the bills, and I wasn't shooting just what everyone thought I should shoot. And so that made all the difference. And then all of a sudden, I became better at the technicals and became better at everything, because it was something within me and pushing myself versus just like, oh, another child portrait that I have to do. You know what I mean? So majority of my career was very weak. And I'll say I went from bad to what I think is pretty decent in probably a year. It was just one of those light bulb moments where I realized I'm not competing against the people in front of me. I'm competing against everyone in the world in the age of the internet. Anybody who can see my photos. So it was a drastic change, and I try to get better all the time. I try to replace my portfolio at least 50% every year. Try to aim for higher than that.
Wow.
Awesome.
How inspiring to know that you didn't arrive there just overnight, and a lot of us who are
No.
trying to start out are doing some incredibly bad stuff ourselves, and that there's hope for us still. So thank you for that. Thank you for that insight. Oh, okay, so we're at the end of a 3-day workshop with Lindsay Adler. My head is exploding, and I didn't even get a chance to practice this. I've been working for the
you've
past
been
3
busy.
days. I've been a little busy. So I want to go home. I'm going to watch these videos myself and try to follow what you did and pick up from all of your great tips. And so I'm looking forward to that. Once again, I want to thank the internet. Without you guys out there to support us, Creative Live would not even exist. And so thank you for being with us and watching Lindsay teach all of us this past 3 days. And thank you to our studio audience.
Yeah.
Good to have you
Thanks,
here.
guys.
And we loved having you, loved getting to get to know you. So I hope you had a good time as well. Yes. Let's give Lindsay Adler a great big round of applause from here in the internet. Let's hear an internet applause.
Thank you for coming.
Great. I can't even imagine what it takes to pack so much information into a 3-day workshop like you've done. This is just incredible. You're such a rock star.
Okay.
So we're so, as she alluded to, she's such a rock star. We're going to have her back again in the future. Here's what some of our fans are saying. Vogelpick says, just a shout out to Lindsay. So much gratitude coming your way for your teaching style and generosity with all of your extensive knowledge. Thank you, thank you.
My pleasure.
Heart Honeybee says, I cannot put into words what Lindsay has done for the community, but I will say that she shared the past 3 days, what she shared for the past 3 days have made us new to the industry feel completely empowered by her sharing and teaching.
I love that.
So thanks so much.
That's awesome. And Nicole Paulo said, I am a visual learner, so I always have a hard time finding what I want to do to a photo in Photoshop books. After watching Lindsay for the last 3 days, my mind is now open to endless possibilities in my photography business. I am so excited that I purchased this course for future reference. Thank you. And I love that. I just love, thank you all who share your inspirations and what you've gained from this workshop, because it's fabulous to be able to just pass that right along to you, Lindsay, in real time. So I think as Nicole pointed out, as photographers, we are generally, most of us, visual learners. And there is a ton of information out there in the world on the internet. There are oodles of Photoshop tutorials and videos. But the beauty of this workshop is that it's all together in one comprehensive place where you can actually go through and be in Lindsay's mind in terms of how she works. We just saw your beautiful images and how you do that, and that we can all do that too. So this workshop is $99 right now. Tomorrow it will be $149. So if you are going to purchase this class, no reason to wait. Especially don't get up and walk away from your computer because you might forget. So along with the videos of the workshops, just as a reminder again, you also get a download of Lindsay's 50 favorite Photoshop shortcuts. Also, you get her my mind just went blank. Nice. Her checklist. That's the word. Yes. Check that off my checklist. Of how she goes through all the images step by step and for what types of images, advanced, further. And so that is just super handy tool to
apply
have.
them right away to the images she showed during the course.
That's right. And so then you can also have some of our select images that she's working through. So incredible, incredible value for $99. And thank you to those of you who do support Creative Live. So next week is a 5-day, week-long workshop with Mr. Sal Sincata, the wedding photography boot camp. And we are so excited to see you there. So we will see you on Monday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific for 5 days with Sal Sincata. And Lindsay, once again, thank you very much. That's a wrap, folks. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Kenna.